They laughed when they left. They're not laughing now. Right now, somewhere you cannot see, the person who betrayed you is staring at a memory they thought they buried. An old photo, a saved message, a version of you they were convinced they could replace. And for the first time, the weight of what they did is hitting them all at once. Not as anger, not as excuses, as regret. Heavy, quiet, and uncontrollable. Betrayal works like throwing away a winning ticket before the numbers are called. At first, it feels like relief. Less responsibility, less pressure, more freedom. But when the results start coming in, reality shows no mercy. They are now watching you become exactly what they dismissed, and the timing could not be worse for them. Here's a fact most people don't talk about. Regret doesn't arrive when someone leaves. It arrives when they realize the door they closed no longer opens from their side. Another fact: people don't cry because they lost you. They cry because they finally understand who you were to them. And a third truth that hits even harder. Betrayal often feels powerful at first, until the universe balances the scales and removes the blindfold. If this message found you, it's not random scrolling or coincidence. It's resonance. Something in your story lined up with this moment. And before we go any further, thank you, chosen one, for being here. If this message already feels familiar, pay it back by pressing like and subscribe. That small action helps push this message toward others who are still confused, still hurting, still doubting themselves. You're not just listening. You're part of a force that spreads clarity instead of chaos. Thank you for standing in that role. Now let's get back to what matters. This message is not for everyone. If you've never been betrayed by someone you trusted, this won't land. If you've never felt replaced, dismissed, or blamed for someone else's weakness, you can leave now. But if someone you loved turned cold, walked away, or rewrote history to make themselves feel better, every word from here will hit close. The person who betrayed you didn't do it because you lacked value. They did it because they couldn't handle the weight of what you represented. Your consistency exposed their instability. Your depth made their surface level thinking uncomfortable. You weren't too much, you were too real. At the time, it looked like rejection, silence, distance, disappearance. But what you didn't see was the universe stepping in quietly, removing someone who would have drained you long term. Protection rarely feels gentle in the moment. It feels like loss. It feels unfair. It feels like being punished for loving sincerely. But here's where the shift begins. While you were healing, they were distracting themselves. While you were rebuilding, they were avoiding. While you were learning who you are without approval, they were repeating the same patterns with different faces. And now, the contrast is undeniable. The universe has a strange way of replaying lessons when people refuse to learn them the first time. The betrayal they once justified now echoes back as loneliness. The confidence they had in leaving you has turned into questions they can't silence. They are realizing that what they called freedom was actually escape, and what they escaped from was accountability. This is why they're emotional now. Not because they suddenly became kind, not because they've changed overnight, but because clarity finally arrived, and it arrived late. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to explain yourself. You didn't need closure from them. The truth did the work for you, quietly, patiently, relentlessly. Look at your life now. Even if everything isn't perfect yet, you're stronger, more aware, less willing to beg for crumbs. You learn to sit with discomfort instead of chasing validation. That growth is what they feel when they look back at you. That's the part that hurts them most, because deep down they know this. If they had treated you right, they would be standing beside you now. If they had been honest, they wouldn't be haunted by what-ifs. If they had valued you, they wouldn't be watching from a distance, wondering how they lost someone they never truly understood. Chosen one, the tears you never saw back then are happening now. The apologies you never received are being spoken in empty rooms. The realization they avoided is fully formed, and there's no undo button. You were not broken by betrayal, you were revealed by it. And the universe made sure they'd see the truth, even if it took losing you to finally understand it. And chosen one, before we go any further, take a second to really arrive here. You didn't end up in this message by accident. Something in you recognized the truth behind the title before your mind could even explain it. If this is already hitting close, pause for a moment and show support by liking this message and subscribing. That small action helps push this truth toward others who are still blaming themselves for a betrayal that was never their fault. You're not just listening, you're helping the universe rebalance things. If you feel comfortable, drop a simple comment below with the number 777, not as a ritual, not as magic, but as a signal to yourself that you're ready to face what really happened without sugarcoating it. This isn't about chasing the person who hurt you. It's about understanding why they're the ones breaking down now and why you're standing stronger than you think. And if you choose to support the team behind this message through Super Thanks, know this: every bit of support helps keep these messages alive and reaching people who need clarity more than comfort. The amount doesn't matter, the intention does. This work exists because people like you decide truth is worth backing. Now take a breath. Stay with this. If you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to keep listening, because what comes next explains exactly why the person who betrayed you can't escape the truth anymore. Let's go step by step. Number 1, they didn't reject you. They identified the threat and panicked. They didn't call you the problem because you were wrong. They called you the problem because you couldn't be controlled. Let's get this straight from the start. You were never the black sheep. That label was slapped on you because it was easier than admitting the truth. You didn't fit into their dysfunction, and instead of fixing themselves, they tried to shrink you. When a system is broken, the one person who refuses to play along always gets blamed. Not because they're weak, but because they're dangerous to the lie. You've felt it for a long time, that heavy, quiet pressure in your chest that shows up at night when everything finally goes silent. The feeling of being surrounded by people, yet still completely alone. The sense that no matter how much you gave, it was never enough to earn real safety or loyalty. You weren't imagining that. You were standing in a room where you were the only honest one, and honesty makes fragile people nervous. They called you too sensitive, too intense, too much. What they really meant was this: you noticed things they hoped would stay hidden. You asked questions they didn't want to answer. You felt deeply in a world that survives by staying numb. Your presence disrupted their comfort without you ever raising your voice. That's why the tension followed you everywhere. That's why peace only showed up when you weren't around. Here's the part most people miss. You didn't expose them by attacking. You exposed them by existing. Like a cracked mirror, you reflected parts of themselves they couldn't stand to look at. And instead of changing, they chose betrayal. It's a predictable move. When people feel seen in ways they didn't consent to, they don't thank you. They try to erase you. That betrayal didn't come from strangers. It came from people you tried to protect, support, or save. That's what cuts the deepest. You weren't careless with your trust. You were generous, and generosity in the wrong environment always gets punished first. They mistook your patience for weakness. They confused your silence with ignorance. They assumed that because you didn't react loudly, you didn't understand what was happening. That was their biggest mistake. You saw everything. You just chose not to turn into them. When they left, or when they pushed you out, it didn't feel like a clean ending. It felt like being ripped out of your own life. You replayed conversations. You questioned your worth. You wondered if loving people honestly was even safe anymore. You told yourself maybe you were the problem because that explanation hurt less than accepting that people you cared about chose comfort over truth. But listen closely. Pain is not always evidence of failure. Sometimes it's evidence of separation from something that would have destroyed you slowly. The universe didn't remove you because you were broken. It removed you because you didn't belong in a place that needed you to stay small to function. You weren't cast out, you were extracted. This is where the story flips, and this is where the enemy starts to feel it. The same traits they mocked are now the traits they can't escape thinking about. Your depth, your loyalty, your awareness, the way you didn't need to be cruel to be strong. Now that you're gone, the silence you kept is loud in their mind. They're replaying moments they brushed off, realizing too late that you were the stabilizer, the truth teller, the one who carried more than your share without asking for credit. That's why they're unraveling now, not because you cursed them, not because you chased justice, but because the universe has a way of making people sit with the consequences they tried to avoid. You might be wondering this right now. If I was never the problem, why did it hurt so much? Because being the most real person in a fake environment always costs something. You pay up front, so you don't pay forever. Another question that creeps in: why do they get to realize it now when I've already suffered? Because clarity usually arrives after loss. Understanding tends to show up late, messy, and inconvenient. That's not your burden to carry anymore. You're also probably asking this: if I was so valuable, why didn't they fight to keep me? Because people who operate from fear don't fight for what challenges them. They fight for what's easy. And you were never easy to misuse. You weren't the black sheep of the family, the group, or the relationship. You were the pressure test. You were the standard they couldn't maintain. And when you left, the cracks they blamed on you became impossible to ignore. Now here's the part meant for you, not them. Stop trying to rewrite yourself into something more acceptable. Stop wondering what version of you would have been treated better. The answer is none. Any version of you that stayed true would have eventually triggered the same reaction. Because the issue was never your personality. It was your presence. The universe didn't punish you by isolating you. It prepared you. Solitude didn't break you. It sharpened you. You learned how to stand without applause, how to trust your own perception, how to stop explaining yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. And now the balance has shifted. They're crying because the story they told themselves collapsed, because the person they minimized didn't disappear. You evolved, quietly, without permission, without validation. That's the kind of growth that terrifies people who live off borrowed confidence. So no, you were never the black sheep. You were the one who refused to play dumb to keep the peace. You were the one who felt too deeply in a shallow room. You were the one the universe protected by removing from a space that could never hold you. And now, while they sit with regret and unanswered questions, you're standing at the beginning of something cleaner, stronger, and finally aligned with who you actually are. They lost you. And this time, the truth is loud enough that even they can't ignore it. Number 2. They didn't walk away. The universe forced a detour they couldn't follow. What you called rejection was the universe slamming a door before they could burn the whole house down. This is where most people misunderstand what really happened to you. They think you were abandoned, left behind, forgotten. They think you lost something valuable when those people walked away or turned against you. But that story only makes sense if you believe the universe is careless. It's not. It's precise. And what happened to you was not rejection. It was redirection done the hard way because the soft way would not have worked. Imagine this. You're on a road at night, trusting the driver because you assume they know where they're going. Suddenly, the car swerves, slams to a stop, and throws you forward. Painful, confusing, you're angry. But seconds later, you realize the bridge ahead is gone. That violent stop didn't harm you. It saved you. That's what the betrayal was. A brutal interruption before something irreversible happened. The universe saw what you couldn't see yet. The quiet resentment, the hidden jealousy, the knives disguised as smiles, the conversations that shifted the moment you weren't in the room. You weren't paranoid, you were early, and instead of letting you build a future on unstable ground, the universe pulled you out completely. Here's a truth that hits hard. Not everyone who claps for you wants you to win. Some people just want front row seats to watch how far you fall. And you were surrounded by people who benefited from your loyalty but resented your potential. That combination never ends well. You might be asking yourself right now, why did it have to hurt this much? Because you wouldn't have left voluntarily. You would have stayed loyal too long. You would have kept explaining yourself. You would have kept sacrificing pieces of your future just to keep the peace. So the universe chose impact over comfort. Another question that sneaks in late at night. Why did I have to be isolated afterward? Because clarity doesn't survive noise. When everyone has access to you, no one hears you clearly, including yourself. Isolation wasn't punishment. It was promotion to a higher level of awareness. Imagine trying to sharpen a blade in the middle of a crowded street. Impossible. Too many hands, too many opinions, too much interference. So the universe cleared the room. Not because you're unwanted, but because what you're becoming requires focus, not applause. This season feels quiet for a reason. You're no longer being distracted by people who drain you emotionally while calling it connection. You're no longer negotiating your worth. You're learning who you are without interference. And that process is uncomfortable because it strips away false identities you wore just to survive. Here's another image to sit with. When a building is unsafe, you don't decorate it, you evacuate it. What felt like abandonment was evacuation. The structure around you was compromised, and staying would have cost you far more than leaving ever did. You might also wonder this. If the universe was protecting me, why do I still feel lonely sometimes? Because growth happens in quiet spaces before it shows up in visible wins. Loneliness doesn't mean you're missing something. It means you're between versions of yourself. The people who betrayed you didn't get removed to punish them. They got removed because they couldn't come where you're going. Their presence would have delayed you. Their influence would have diluted you. Their mindset would have limited you. The universe doesn't negotiate with that. Here's a hard quote to sit with. Not everyone who leaves your life is a loss. Some exits are upgrades. Another one. The universe doesn't explain itself. It just removes obstacles. And one more that cuts clean. If they couldn't walk with you honestly, they were never meant to run with you long term. This phase is forging something real in you. You're learning to trust your instincts instead of second-guessing them. You're learning that peace is not boring, it's expensive. You're learning that access to you is earned, not automatic. Imagine a sculptor chiseling stone. Every strike looks destructive to someone who doesn't understand the process. Chips fly, pieces fall away. But the sculptor isn't destroying the stone. They're revealing the form inside it. That's what this season is doing to you. Stripping away what never fit so what does can finally breathe. You're not broken. Broken things scatter. You're concentrated, focused, sharpened, built under pressure instead of comfort. That's why this feels intense, Pressure doesn't feel like love, but it creates strength. Love alone never could. Another question you might be asking: why does it feel like they're struggling now while I'm still healing? Because the universe works on different timelines. You faced the pain early. They avoided it. Now the bill has arrived and it's due all at once. Their regret is loud because it's delayed. Your healing is quiet because it's honest. They're crying because they lost control of the narrative. You're steady because you stopped needing their approval. That's the real shift. Imagine holding onto a rope that's slowly burning your hands. Letting go hurts for a moment. Holding on destroys you completely. The universe didn't push you off. It made sure you released before permanent damage set in. This isolation isn't empty, it's strategic. It's giving you space to rebuild your identity without distortion, to choose values instead of habits, to align with people who don't require you to dim yourself to belong. And here's the final truth that ties it all together. What you lost was not your future. It was the wrong audience. You weren't rejected. You were rerouted. You weren't abandoned. You were protected from staying somewhere that would have cost you everything you're about to become. The universe didn't break you apart. It stepped in, cleared the path, and said, "Not this way anymore." And while they sit with the weight of what they lost, you're being built for something that never required their permission in the first place. Number 3. The moment you stop doubting, everything starts moving. Nothing changes when you understand the truth. Everything changes when you stop arguing with it. This part matters more than most people realize. This message is not here to give you more information. You already have enough information. You've watched the patterns. You felt the betrayal coming before it happened. You sensed the shift before anyone admitted it. What stalled things wasn't ignorance, it was hesitation, and hesitation is where power leaks out quietly. Agreement is not belief. Agreement is decision. It's the moment you stop mentally negotiating with what already happened and stop asking, was it really that bad? Or maybe I overreacted. Those questions don't come from wisdom. They come from conditioning, from being taught to doubt yourself so others don't have to face their behavior. Here's a hard truth. The universe doesn't respond to confusion. It responds to clarity. The second you agree with what you already know deep down, momentum kicks in, not because something magical happens, but because resistance drops. And resistance is what slows everything. Imagine driving with one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake. The engine screams, the car shakes, but you don't move forward smoothly. That's what inner conflict looks like. You want peace, but you keep revisiting the betrayal. You want growth, but you keep reopening the wound to see if it still hurts. Agreement is lifting your foot off the brake. Another image. Think of a door that only opens outward. You can pull on it all day and swear it's locked. The moment you change direction and push, it opens easily. Agreement works the same way. The path wasn't blocked, your approach was. You might be thinking, if I agree with what happened, does that mean I approve of it? No. Agreement is not forgiveness. It's acknowledgement. It's saying, this happened, it mattered, and it changed me. Denial keeps you tied to the people who hurt you. Agreement cuts the cord. Here's a quote to sit with. Clarity doesn't need time, it needs courage. Another one. When you stop fighting the truth, it starts fighting for you. And this one hits the enemy directly. They lose power the moment you stop doubting your own experience. The second you stop resisting the reality of who betrayed you, why it happened, and what it revealed, the process speeds up. Your energy shifts, your decisions sharpen, your tolerance for nonsense drops. That's not anger. That's alignment. You don't need to chase justice. You don't need to explain yourself. The universe moves fastest when you stop standing in your own way. Agreement isn't loud. It's quiet. It sounds like, "I see it now." And once you say that, nothing stays stuck for long. Number 4. The price tag. They couldn't afford, but you already paid. Some people call it bad luck. The truth is, they couldn't survive the cost you quietly covered. Being chosen is not glamorous. It's not applause, attention, or instant wins. It's expensive in ways no one brags about. It costs tears you never posted, silence you didn't explain, long nights where you questioned yourself while everyone else slept peacefully, convinced they made the right choices. Separation feels like punishment only until you realize what staying would have destroyed. You didn't lose people by accident. You outgrew environments that required you to lie to yourself to belong. Others stayed comfortable. You chose honesty, even when it meant standing alone. That choice didn't make life easier. It made it real. Here's a truth most people avoid. Comfort is cheap. Growth charges interest. You paid up front, while others delayed the bill. That's why they're scrambling now, and you're steadier than you think. Imagine two people standing at the edge of a storm. One runs inside to avoid the rain. The other walks straight through it, soaked, cold, and exhausted. Later, only one knows how to survive when shelter disappears. You learned resilience by necessity, not by choice. You might wonder, why did it have to cost me so much? Because depth isn't handed out. It's earned through experience. Every time you chose integrity over approval, you added weight to your character. Every time you walked away, instead of betraying yourself, you trained your spine. Another image. Think of a bridge built to hold real weight. Weak materials crack under pressure. Strong ones are tested again and again until failure is impossible. You weren't breaking, you were being reinforced. Here's a quote that cuts clean. What hurt you didn't disqualify you. It proved you could handle more. Another one. They avoided the cost. You paid it. Now they're stuck at the entrance while you're already inside. And this one lands hard on the enemy. People who mock the price are usually afraid of what it buys. You stayed honest when it cost you relationships. You chose clarity when it meant being misunderstood. You let go even when holding on would have been easier in the short term. That pain wasn't wasted. It trained your instincts. It sharpened your judgment. It taught you how to walk away without burning yourself alive. Being chosen isn't about being special. It's about being willing. Willing to lose what's familiar to protect what's real. Willing to endure isolation instead of living a lie. Willing to pay a price others refuse to even look at. That cost didn't break you. It qualified you. Number 5. Every one of you walks the same road, and that's how you know it's real. They all thought they were alone. That's how the pattern stays hidden. There is a pattern to people like you, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. Chosen ones don't get smooth beginnings. They get disruption first, loss first, isolation first. Not because they're unlucky, but because the path requires stripping away anything that would slow them down later. Look closely at your own life, and you'll recognize it. Before anything meaningful could take shape, the familiar had to disappear. Comfort was removed. Old support systems collapsed. The environment you knew no longer fit, and staying would have meant shrinking. That wasn't cruelty. That was positioning. Imagine a seed planted in shallow soil. It grows fast, looks good early, but collapses under real weight. Now, imagine a seed buried deep in darkness. It takes longer. It looks dead from the outside. But when it breaks the surface, it holds. You were planted deep on purpose. Betrayal always shows up early in this pattern, not because you deserved it, but because exposure comes before elevation. The people closest to you revealed who they were when pressure arrived. That moment wasn't random. It taught you discernment. It forced you to rely on yourself instead of borrowed loyalty. You might ask, why did I have to stand alone for so long? Because clarity doesn't arrive in crowds. Noise blurs instinct. Solitude sharpens it. You learn to hear yourself without constant feedback. That's rare. That's valuable. Here's a hard quote to sit with. If the path feels lonely, it's because it's not built for the average. Another one. The ones meant to lead are always isolated before they're trusted. And this one hits the enemy quietly. They mistook your silence for defeat. It was training. Think about the moments that scared you the most. The pit you thought would end you. The cave where answers didn't come. The heat that felt unbearable. None of it destroyed you. It revealed what you could survive. Each stage removed weakness, illusion, and dependency. You weren't delayed. You were being aligned. The people who mocked your isolation wouldn't last 5 minutes in it. They need noise, validation, and constant reassurance. You learned to stand without it. That's why the universe trusts you with more. Every step you thought was a setback was actually calibration. You weren't wandering. You were being positioned for a role that requires depth, restraint, and self-command. The pattern is simple. Loss before clarity. Isolation before strength. Pressure before purpose. If your life feels like it followed this road, that's not coincidence. That's confirmation. Number 6. The payback is never subtle. It arrives where they can see it. The universe never takes something from you without planning a louder return. Here's where things finally flip, and this is the part the people who betrayed you never calculated. Sacrifice does not disappear into nothing. It converts. It compounds. Every loss you endured while staying true didn't erase value. It stored it, quietly, patiently, with interest. You didn't lose time. You didn't lose love. You didn't lose opportunities. You lost what couldn't travel with you to the next level. The universe is ruthless about this one rule. If something is removed, it's because it would have limited what's coming next. You might be wondering, if that's true, why does it feel like I'm still waiting? Because compensation doesn't arrive halfway. It arrives complete. When it shows up, it makes the loss look small by comparison. Imagine trading a broken watch for a calendar that controls time. At first, all you notice is the empty wrist. Later, you realize you gained something far more powerful. That's how this works. The reward always makes sense in hindsight, never in the moment. Another image. Think of a stage being cleared before a spotlight turns on. The silence before applause feels awkward, almost embarrassing. But once the lights hit, no one remembers the quiet. They only remember who's standing there. Here's a quote that hits hard. What you sacrificed in private will be returned in ways you can't hide. Another one. Delay isn't denial, it's preparation for impact. And this one lands directly on the doubters. They'll recognize your value at the same time they realize they can't access it anymore. Your reward isn't designed to be subtle. It's designed to correct the narrative. The same people who questioned your decisions will witness the results of your discipline, not because you need validation, but because truth has a way of making itself visible. You're not being elevated to impress anyone. You're being elevated to close chapters, to end doubts, to show that staying aligned, even when it costs you, produces results that shortcuts never touch. Restoration doesn't whisper. It announces itself through contrast, through peace where chaos used to live, through stability where uncertainty ruled, through growth that speaks without explanation. And when it arrives, it won't just reward you. It will expose exactly who misjudged you and why letting go was the smartest move you ever made. Number 7. You're not just healing yourself, you're ending a pattern for good. They didn't just try to break you, they aimed at what would come after you, and they failed. This was never only about your pain. If it were, it would have ended once you survived the worst of it. But it didn't, because what you're carrying goes deeper than a single betrayal, a single relationship, or a single chapter of your life. You stepped into something bigger the moment you chose awareness over denial. You are the point where the pattern stops. Look back honestly. The chaos you grew up around, the emotional habits passed down like heirlooms no one wanted, but everyone carried. The silence, the avoidance, the loyalty to pain, disguised as love. That didn't start with you, but it ends with you. Not because you're perfect, but because you were brave enough to face what others kept running from. Imagine a crack running through a foundation for generations. Everyone learns to live with it. You're the one who says, this ends here, even if it means tearing the floor up and rebuilding from scratch. That's not comfortable. That's courageous. You endured things so others wouldn't have to normalize them. You learned boundaries so the next ones don't confuse control with care. You chose self-respect so future relationships don't have to be built on survival mode. That's legacy. Quiet, uncelebrated, but permanent. Here's a hard quote to sit with. Some people survive for themselves. Others survive to end a cycle. Another one. The pain stops with the person brave enough to name it. And one more that hits the enemy where it hurts. They aimed at your future, not realizing you were the firewall. You might wonder, why did it have to be me? Because you noticed, because you questioned, because you refused to keep pretending things were fine when they weren't. The universe doesn't assign this role randomly. It falls to the one who can hold the weight without becoming bitter. Your survival isn't luck, it's proof of capacity. You didn't just make it through. You came out aware, grounded, and unwilling to repeat the same damage in a different form. That's how you know they missed. They tried to derail your future by destabilizing you early. Instead, they forced you to build strength, clarity, and standards that can't be shaken. The ripple of that decision reaches further than you realize. You're not just creating a better life, you're creating a clean starting point for everything that comes next. Number 8. This is the switch flip moment. Nothing stays dormant after this. This isn't motivation, it's ignition. What's happening right now is not symbolic, and it's not emotional hype. This is a real internal shift, the kind you feel before your life visibly changes. You didn't just hear words. Something clicked, something settled, something stopped fighting the truth and finally aligned with it. That's why your body feels different when you listen closely. That's why your mind feels quieter but sharper at the same time. This wasn't encouragement. Encouragement makes you feel good and fades. This was activation. Activation changes how you move, what you tolerate, and what you no longer chase. It's the moment your nervous system realizes the danger has passed and the rebuild can begin. Think of a circuit that's been wired for years but never turned on. All the parts were there, but nothing flowed. The second the switch flips, energy moves instantly. No debate, no delay. That's what just happened internally. You stopped asking for permission to heal. You stopped waiting for closure from the people who caused the damage. Here's a hard truth. Healing doesn't start when the pain disappears. It starts when you stop identifying with the wound, and that line just got crossed. Another image. Imagine a dam finally opening after holding pressure for years. The water doesn't trickle out politely. It moves with force. Release works the same way. Once it starts, it accelerates. You may be thinking, why now? Because you're finally ready to receive without sabotaging it. Earlier in your journey, growth would have overwhelmed you. You were still questioning your worth, still negotiating with the past. Now you're steady enough to hold what's coming. Here's a quote to lock in. Nothing returns until the mind stops arguing with the truth. Another one. Acceleration begins the moment resistance ends. And this one lands hard. What was taken from you wasn't lost. It was delayed until you were strong enough to keep it. What was drained is being replenished. What was stalled is moving again, not slowly, decisively. You'll notice it in unexpected clarity, sudden opportunities, and a confidence that doesn't need approval. That's not coincidence. That's alignment finally doing its job. This is the phase where results stop hiding, where progress becomes visible, where the people who doubted you start noticing shifts they can't explain. The harvest isn't wishful thinking. It's authorized the moment you stopped shrinking to survive and started standing to receive. Number 9. Right after the shift, expect pushback. That's how you know it worked. The moment you move forward, whatever benefited from you staying stuck will try to grab your ankle. Here's something most people are never warned about. Right after a breakthrough, things don't always get calm. Sometimes they get noisy. Messages resurface. Old emotions flare up. Distractions suddenly feel urgent. Chaos knocks like it has business with you. That doesn't mean you messed up. It means you crossed a line that wasn't supposed to be crossed quietly. This is not loss. This is confirmation. Think about it logically. If nothing changed, nothing would react. Resistance only appears when momentum is real. Doors don't slam unless something moved through them. The universe doesn't test what isn't progressing. Imagine finally deleting an old number and the next day they reach out from a new one, or you make a clear internal decision and suddenly doubt tries to replay old scenes like a broken movie. That's not coincidence. That's the past checking if it still has access. Here's a quote to lock in. Disruption after clarity is proof you're no longer confused. Another one. If it tries to rush you, scare you, or distract you, it's not aligned. And this one hits hard. Anything that needs your panic to survive doesn't deserve your attention. This phase isn't about endurance anymore. You already proved you can survive. This is about discernment, about not reacting emotionally just because something is loud, about not retreating mentally just because something feels familiar. You might be asking, why does it feel tempting to go backward right now? Because the old patterns recognize they're being phased out. They'll offer comfort, nostalgia, even false urgency. Don't confuse familiarity with safety. Imagine a smoke alarm going off after the fire is already out. It's annoying, loud, and convincing, but it doesn't mean the house is burning again. Your job isn't to panic. It's to assess calmly. Stand firm without force. Stillness here is strength. Silence here is strategy. You don't need to explain yourself, defend your growth, or respond to every emotional pull. What comes next isn't meant to break you. It's meant to reveal whether you trust your clarity or still need chaos to feel normal. Stay steady. The counterattack isn't a threat. It's proof you're ahead. Number 10. Not everything that returns is meant to stay. This is where most people fail. Just because it looks familiar doesn't mean it's safe anymore. This stage is dangerous, and not in an obvious way. Nothing is crashing, nothing is exploding. Instead, things start to look tempting. Opportunities appear that feel almost right. People resurface with softer voices and better timing. Situations come back dressed in improvement. And this is where discernment matters more than strength ever did. Here's the truth. Not every open door is an upgrade. Some doors reopen just to check if you're still naive enough to walk through them. Old connections may reach out like nothing happened. Old patterns may present themselves as growth. Old environments may promise change without proof. This is not coincidence. This is testing. The universe isn't punishing you. It's verifying whether you actually learned the lesson or just survived the pain. Imagine finally healing a broken bone, only to test it by lifting the same weight that broke it in the first place. If it snaps again, the issue wasn't healing, it was timing. Some things require distance, not courage. You might be asking, how do I know the difference between restoration and a counterfeit? Simple. Real alignment doesn't rush you. It doesn't pressure you. It doesn't make you doubt your peace. Counterfeits always come with urgency, guilt, or nostalgia attached. Here's a quote that cuts clean. If it needs you to forget the past to accept it, it's not new. Another one. What's meant for you won't need convincing. And this one hits hard. Timing exposes truth faster than intention ever will. Pay attention to how your body responds. Real opportunities feel grounded. Fake ones feel loud. Restoration brings clarity. Counterfeits bring confusion dressed as excitement. Old doors knocking doesn't mean you should answer. Sometimes it's just confirmation that you outgrew the room. Sometimes it's the past, checking if you still miss the chaos more than the calm. Discernment now protects your future later. Saying no today saves you years tomorrow. You don't need to explain your standards. You don't need to prove your growth. Walking away quietly is often the final test. This phase isn't about what you can handle. It's about what you refuse to tolerate anymore. Number 11. When things start breaking in your favor, don't question it. When ease replaces effort, something real has shifted. You'll know the harvest has begun, not because fireworks go off, but because resistance stops arguing with you. Things that used to take force suddenly take flow. Doors you pushed on for years open without pressure. People respond differently to you, not because you changed your mask, but because you stopped leaking doubt. Favor doesn't arrive loudly. It shows up as timing that finally works, as help that appears without begging, as outcomes that don't drain you the way they used to. This isn't luck. It's alignment doing its job after a long delay. Barriers collapsing feels strange at first. You almost don't trust it. Problems that once felt immovable suddenly lose weight. Conversations resolve faster. Situations untangle without drama. You might catch yourself waiting for the catch. That's normal. When you've lived in resistance, peace feels suspicious. Here's a quote to anchor this moment. When things stop fighting you, it's because you stopped fighting the truth. Another one? Ease is not laziness, it's accuracy. And this one hits deep. What flows now was blocked when you were misaligned. Imagine walking upstream for miles, muscles burning, breath short. Then suddenly, the current turns and carries you forward. Same river, different direction. That's what this phase feels like. The effort didn't disappear. It just stopped being wasted. Joy returns in small, unexpected ways. You laugh without forcing it. You wake up lighter. Music hits differently. These aren't emotional highs. They're nervous system signals that you're no longer bracing for impact. Safety has returned internally, and that changes everything. You might wonder why now. Because you finally let go of what was draining you. Because you stopped arguing with reality. Because you chose alignment over attachment. This isn't a temporary upswing, it's a recalibration. When alignment locks in, life doesn't feel perfect. It feels possible. Number 12. This isn't just a gift. It's a weight you're now trusted to carry. What's coming to you isn't meant to sit still. It's meant to move through you. The road ahead isn't about comfort. It's about responsibility. What you're stepping into now has momentum, and momentum demands direction. You're not here to collect validation, store wins, or hoard progress like trophies. You're here to move things forward, to let what flows into you flow outward with purpose. You're not a container, you're a current. That's why stagnation will start to feel unbearable. Staying quiet when you should speak will feel wrong. Standing still when the path opens will feel heavy. That's not pressure, that's authority waking up. When alignment locks in, passivity stops being an option. Imagine a river trying to freeze itself because it's afraid of where it leads. It doesn't work. Water that stops moving turns stale. You're built to move, to speak, to step forward even when the full map isn't visible yet. Here's a truth to ground you. Clarity doesn't come before movement. It comes because of it. Another one. Authority isn't loud, it's certain, and this one lands hard. The path opens for those already walking. You may be asking, what if I make the wrong move? That fear belongs to an older version of you. You've already survived missteps, detours, and losses. This phase isn't about perfection. It's about momentum guided by awareness. You're not abandoned. Support shows up differently now. Less hand-holding, more alignment, less reassurance, more results. You're not late. Timing didn't betray you. It shaped you. You arrived exactly when you could carry what's next, without dropping it. And you're not mistaken. The doubt that used to cloud your decisions doesn't have the same grip anymore. You see clearer. You pause less. You trust yourself more. Imagine standing at the edge of a foggy bridge. You don't see the whole thing, but each step reveals the next plank. That's how this season works. Movement first, visibility second. This isn't a waiting season, it's a walking one. Before you go, pause for a second and really feel where you are now. You didn't imagine this shift. You didn't misread the signs. What you heard today was meant to meet you exactly where you stand. And if it landed, that's your confirmation. If this message helped you see things clearer, press the like button if you haven't already. It helps this reach others who are still doubting themselves. And if you're not part of this family yet, press subscribe. Stay close. This journey doesn't end here. It's just getting real. Justice doesn't send a warning text. It just shows up right on time. Chosen one, that line alone should make the enemy uncomfortable because it points straight at the title and doesn't blink. While someone was busy smiling, plotting, and assuming they had control, the universe was already moving pieces behind the curtain. Not slowly, not emotionally, precisely. The moment they thought they were untouchable was the exact moment the clock started ticking against them. Think of it like this. Someone spends weeks building a trap in the dark, measuring every step, convinced the other person will walk straight into it. But they forget one thing. Traps don't care who built them. The moment the mechanism is armed, it only responds to weight. And 3 hours ago, the wrong foot stepped down. Hard. Here's the fact that should make your spine straighten. Studies in psychology show that people who obsess over controlling others almost always underestimate timing. They think power is about planning, when in reality, power is about alignment. When you're aligned, you don't chase justice. It arrives without asking you for permission. And when it does, it's fast, quiet, and deeply personal. Chosen one, before we go any further, pause with me for a second. If this message is hitting a little too close, if it feels like it's confirming things you already sensed but couldn't prove, take a moment to acknowledge that. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe, not for vanity, but to help spread this message to more souls who are standing at the edge of clarity. It's on all of us to pass forward what wakes people up. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not random, you're part of a force. Now let's come back to what matters, because this isn't hype and it's not fantasy. This is about timing, consequence, and why the universe doesn't miss. Chosen One, open your eyes. Something shifted recently, and you felt it even if you didn't have words for it. Conversations started going quiet. Energy changed. Certain people suddenly disappeared or started acting strange. That wasn't coincidence. That was the moment the pressure flipped direction. The same pressure that was aimed at breaking you quietly rerouted itself. What you're hearing right now isn't a story, and it's not symbolic fluff. It's a pattern that repeats across lives, industries, families, and relationships. When someone spends too long trying to manipulate outcomes, instead of improving themselves, they eventually collide with their own actions. And when that collision happens, it's rarely loud. It's internal, sudden, disorienting. About 3 hours ago, someone connected to your struggle experienced a sharp unraveling, not necessarily dramatic on the outside, but intense on the inside. The kind of moment where the body feels off, the mind races, and panic arrives without a clear cause. Science calls it stress overload. Psychology calls it cognitive collapse. The universe calls it balance restoring itself. This wasn't random illness. This wasn't bad luck. This was the moment the weight of their own intent finally landed back on them. Everything they tried to send your way, fear, confusion, doubt, delay, circled back and demanded a receipt. Here's something interesting. Neuroscience confirms that sustained malicious intent puts the human nervous system into constant fight mode. Over time, the body can't tell the difference between an external threat and a self-created one. The stress turns inward. Sleep breaks. Breathing shifts. The heart stumbles. The body keeps score even when the mouth lies. They thought they were the hunter. Calm, clever, in control. But what they didn't understand is that you were never the prey. You were the mirror. Every move they made revealed more about them than about you. Every lie sharpened the blade that would eventually cut their own hand. Chosen One, you didn't need to fight back. That's the part that confuses people. You didn't expose them loudly. You didn't play dirty. You didn't retaliate. You stayed in your lane, kept your focus, and let time do what it always does. Time doesn't rush, but it never forgets. The universe doesn't protect by blocking every attack. Sometimes it protects by letting people overplay their hand, by letting them talk too much, push too far, assume too much, and when the balance tips, it doesn't ask for forgiveness. If you're wondering why this is happening now, it's because cycles don't close until lessons are clear. You reached a point where you stopped questioning your worth. You stopped shrinking to keep others comfortable. That internal shift is louder than any argument. Once that happened, the situation couldn't continue the same way. And here's the part that really matters. This justice wasn't about revenge. It wasn't about punishment. It was about removal. Removing influence, removing access, removing the false sense of control someone had over your path. That's why it feels sudden. That's why it feels final. Chosen one, you were being observed, not to be trapped, but to be tested. To see if you would break, beg, or become bitter. Instead, you became still. And stillness is dangerous to anyone who thrives on chaos. What's unfolding now is the universe correcting an imbalance, quietly, firmly, without drama. And while they're busy trying to understand what went wrong, you're being moved forward without resistance. So, chosen one, before we go any deeper, pause right here with me. If you're still listening, it's not by accident. Messages like this don't hold random people. They hold the ones who already felt the shift before the words confirmed it. And if this title pulled you in, it's because part of you already knew something had flipped, that justice didn't just move, it landed. So do this for yourself. Let the algorithm know this message matters. Press like, subscribe, whatever button keeps this conversation alive, not for numbers, but so it reaches the others who are standing right where you once stood. Drop a simple comment below, just the number 777, not as magic, not as superstition, but as a signal that you're locked in and paying attention. It tells the universe, and honestly your own mind, that you're ready to see things clearly instead of guessing in the dark. And if you feel it, if you really feel the weight and clarity of what's being shared here, consider supporting the work behind it. These messages don't appear out of thin air. Even the smallest support keeps this mission moving and helps bring truth to people who need it most. Now take a breath, chosen one, because from here on, we're breaking this down step by step. And if you're truly meant to hear this, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's begin. Number 1. The trap she set in the dark snapped back on her face. The funniest part about a hidden plot is that it always thinks it's invisible, right until it detonates. Chosen one, this is where things stop being vague and start getting uncomfortable for the enemy, because nothing that was done behind your back stayed hidden. Not the whispers, not the lies dressed up as concern, not the quiet sabotage, not the fake smiles with sharp intentions underneath. Every move they thought was clever got logged, not by people, by reality itself. The universe doesn't need witnesses, it needs patterns, and patterns never lie. Here's the truth they didn't account for. You don't have to hear a lie for it to leave residue. The environment remembers energy. Psychology confirms this. Sustained malicious intent creates stress loops, not just in the target, but in the sender. The more someone plots, the heavier their own system becomes. Sleep fractures, focus breaks, anxiety spikes. They start leaking tells. That's why secrecy always fails. The body can't keep secrets forever. She moved in silence, convinced that darkness equals safety, that if nobody saw her hands, the damage wouldn't trace back. But darkness doesn't protect intent. It magnifies it. It removes accountability until pressure builds so high that the release becomes violent. That's what just happened. The very space she thought would hide her ended up spotlighting her. Think of it like this. Someone pours poison into a river upstream, assuming the current will carry it away. But rivers loop, currents circle, and eventually that water always comes back around. Not as revenge, as chemistry, cause and effect with zero emotion attached. At this point, you might be asking yourself, why now? That question matters, because timing is everything. This didn't happen randomly. It happened because the plot reached critical mass. Lies stacked on lies, moves piled on moves, and eventually weight triggers collapse. The universe doesn't rush justice. It waits until there's no escape route left. What she released wasn't mystical. It was psychological warfare, manipulation, projection, quiet attempts to destabilize you so she could feel stable. But here's the part people hate hearing. You were never weak enough for it to work. You felt the pressure, sure, confusion, exhaustion, moments of self-doubt. That doesn't mean it succeeded. It means it bounced. And when intent bounces, it doesn't disappear. It returns to sender with interest. That's why the unraveling felt sudden. One moment she thought she was ahead. The next, her system couldn't hold itself together, breathing off, thoughts racing, body reacting without permission. That's not bad luck. That's overload. When someone lives too long in deception, their nervous system stays in constant threat mode. Eventually, it panics without a visible threat, because the threat was internal all along. You might also be wondering, did I cause this? No. And that question proves why this worked in your favor. You didn't push. You didn't strike back. You didn't sink into obsession. You stayed focused on survival, growth, and getting through the day. That restraint matters. It keeps your hands clean while the universe does the accounting. Here's a hard pill. People who plot against you aren't strong, they're terrified. Confident people build, insecure people interfere, and interference always leaves fingerprints. She thought she was playing chess while you were playing life. She planned moves, you evolved. That gap is lethal. There was a warning phase. There always is. Subtle discomfort, small signs, moments where she could have stopped. But obsession makes people ignore exits. The more someone convinces themselves they're right, the less they listen. And once that line is crossed, the outcome locks in. This is why justice feels cold. No speeches, no dramatic confrontations, just consequences showing up unannounced. One moment they're fine, the next everything feels off. The body rebels, the mind scrambles, control evaporates, and suddenly they're asking, how did this happen? The answer is simple. It didn't just happen, it accumulated. Chosen one, understand this clearly. You were not spared because you're lucky. You were spared because you didn't match the frequency of destruction. You didn't become what tried to break you. That matters more than any defense. And here's the part that should straighten your posture. This wasn't the end. This was the interception, the point where the trajectory changed. The trap never reached you because it folded inward first. That's why things feel lighter now. Quieter, less resistance. The noise stopped because the source imploded. If you're feeling calm instead of excited, that's another confirmation. Real justice doesn't hype you up. It settles you. It removes the background tension you got used to carrying. You don't celebrate, you breathe. Let this be motivation, not distraction. You don't gloat. You don't explain. You don't reopen doors that close themselves. You move forward cleaner, clearer, and sharper. Because while she's busy dealing with the fallout of her own actions, you're being repositioned without obstacles. The plot failed, not because you fought it, but because it was never built on truth. And anything built on lies collapses under its own weight. Number 2. She didn't fall all at once. She walked into it, smiling. People don't end up in darkness by accident. They arrive there one excuse at a time. Chosen one, this part matters because enemies love to pretend their collapse was sudden. A bad day, bad luck, wrong place, wrong time. That story is comforting, but it's fake. What happened to her did not start with consequences. It started with permission. Permission she gave herself to cross lines quietly, to justify thoughts she should have shut down, to nurture resentment instead of starving it. This descent never begins loudly. It begins in places no one applauds. Private thoughts, silent comparisons. The moment jealousy stops being a feeling and starts becoming a plan. Psychology backs this up. When envy is left unchecked, it rewires perception. people stop seeing others as human and start seeing them as obstacles. That's when empathy shuts down and obsession clocks in for a full-time shift. Imagine this: someone stands at the top of a staircase in the dark. The first step down feels harmless, then another, then another. Each step feels small enough to justify. No alarms, no collapse. But gravity doesn't care how confident you feel. Eventually, the bottom shows up. Her soul didn't crack overnight. It bent, thought by thought, choice by choice. She told herself stories to stay comfortable, that she was right, that she was wronged, that you deserved whatever came your way. And the more she repeated those lies, the easier they felt. That's how darkness works. It doesn't scream. It whispers until it sounds like your own voice. You might be wondering, why me? That question always shows up here, because when someone is already unstable, they don't target random people. They target mirrors. They target those who highlight their own stagnation just by existing. Your growth, your calm, your refusal to implode triggered something she didn't want to face. Here's a brutal truth. Hatred feels powerful to people who feel powerless. It gives them direction, a target, something to blame instead of looking inward. That's why she mistook hatred for strength. It gave her the illusion of control without requiring growth. Imagine this metaphor. A person drinks salt water thinking it will cure thirst. At first, it feels like relief, but every sip dehydrates them further. That's resentment. It feels validating at first, but it slowly destroys the system consuming it. She didn't just complain, she sought reinforcement. She went looking for places, people, and ideas that would validate her worst impulses. Environments matter. When someone steps into spaces built on desperation, bitterness, and shortcuts, those spaces don't heal them. They amplify what's already broken. And this is where the enemy really miscalculated. Speaking your name with intention isn't power, it's exposure. When someone focuses sustained negative intent on another person, they tether themselves energetically and psychologically. Studies show that fixation increases stress hormones, paranoia, and emotional volatility. The target often feels lighter over time. The sender feels heavier. Imagine this. Someone ties a rope around your waist, intending to pull you down. But they don't realize the rope is anchored to their own body. Every pull drags them closer to the edge, too. She thought she was erasing you. Instead, she was carving her own name deeper into the consequences list. The universe doesn't respond to hatred the way movies portray. It doesn't explode. It compresses. It waits. It allows people to keep choosing until the math is undeniable. You may be asking, could she have stopped? Yes, many times. That's the uncomfortable part. There were moments where she felt the warning signs: fatigue, anxiety, sudden unease, the sense that something was off. Those weren't attacks, those were exits. She ignored them because obsession makes people feel special. Here's another quote that cuts clean. When someone chooses darkness long enough, they stop noticing the light isn't gone, they just turned their back to it. This wasn't about you being punished or tested, it was about alignment. You stayed focused on building, healing, surviving, evolving. She stayed focused on interference. Those paths don't run parallel forever. Eventually, they split hard. Imagine a train switching tracks. One track leads forward, steady, boring, disciplined. The other leads toward a cliff, fast, dramatic, emotional. Both feel valid at first. Only one ends well. She believed secrecy would shield her, that as long as things happened quietly, nothing would rebound. But secrecy doesn't erase intent. It concentrates it. The longer someone lives a double internal life, the louder the internal pressure becomes. That's why collapses feel sudden. They aren't sudden. they're delayed. You might also wonder, why do I feel calm instead of angry? Because anger belongs to people who still need validation. Calm belongs to people who've outgrown the battlefield. You don't need revenge when the system corrected itself. Here's a fact people hate. The universe doesn't punish people for being bad. It responds to imbalance. When someone pours too much into destruction, manipulation, and control, they tip their own scale. The correction is automatic. Another metaphor. Imagine overloading a power grid. Lights don't flicker right away. Everything seems fine, until suddenly everything shuts down at once. That's what happened here. Chosen one, understand this clearly. You were not protected because you were louder. You were protected because you didn't abandon yourself. You didn't sink to match her depth. You didn't let bitterness rewrite your character. This section exists to answer the quiet fear some of you have. What if she tries again? That fear comes from not realizing the cost she already paid. People rarely repeat actions that almost destroyed them. And if they do, the system corrects faster the second time. She didn't lose because you attacked her. She lost because she kept choosing the wrong fuel. Hatred burns fast and leaves nothing but ash. Discipline burns slow and builds steel. Let this sink in. While she was descending step by step, convincing herself she was gaining power, you were ascending without spectacle. No shortcuts, no secret plots, just quiet alignment. And when those two paths finally crossed, one collapsed inward, the other kept moving. That's not luck, that's structure. Number 3. The knife she raised turned around and asked who she really was. The moment you use a weapon to control someone, it stops being a weapon and starts being a mirror. Chosen one, this is where her illusion finally collapsed. She wasn't handed power, she was handed a test, a choice wrapped in temptation. And like most people who crave control, she ignored the warning, because warnings don't flatter the ego, they threaten it. That vial, that tool, that so-called advantage she clutched so tightly wasn't some magical shortcut. It was a feedback loop, a mirror disguised as leverage. Tools don't just act, they amplify the intent of the person holding them. And when the intent is rotten, amplification becomes exposure. Imagine this: someone turns up the volume on a microphone thinking it will make their voice stronger. But the room is full of static. The louder they go, the worse it sounds. That's what happened here. She thought escalation meant elevation. In reality, it just made her inner noise impossible to ignore. Here's a fact people hate admitting. Control tactics don't strengthen the user, they drain them. Psychology shows that people obsessed with manipulating outcomes experience faster emotional burnout, paranoia, and loss of self-trust. The mind starts watching itself. The body stays tense. Sleep disappears. Power becomes a performance instead of a state. She believed the tool would lift her above you. Instead, it forced her to stare at herself without filters. Every time she tried to aim it outward, it reflected something back she didn't want to see: fear, envy, emptiness. The very things she was running from. You might be wondering, why didn't it touch me? Because mirrors don't harm what isn't aligned with them. You weren't vibrating with the same intent. You weren't reaching for control. You were focused on survival, growth, and staying sane. That difference matters more than any defense. Another way to see it: imagine pouring gasoline on a fire you think belongs to someone else, only to realize the fire is inside your own house. You didn't need to light the match. She did that herself. Here's the gut punch she never expected. Tools don't choose sides. The universe doesn't either. It simply responds to coherence. When someone tries to bend reality, instead of aligning with it, reality bends them back. This is why the consumption felt slow at first, then sudden, then overwhelming. Mirrors don't shatter instantly, they crack quietly until one day the reflection is all you can see. Chosen one, take this as confirmation. You weren't protected by luck. You were protected by not becoming what tried to use you. And that restraint turned her weapon into her confession. Number 4. Reality doesn't negotiate. It collects. You don't get punished for what you do. You get shaped by it. Chosen one, this is where fantasy ends and mechanics begin. There are rules baked into reality that don't care about bitterness, intention, or how justified someone feels. You don't get to bargain with outcomes just because you're emotional. You don't get exceptions because you feel wronged. Systems don't bend, they respond. Here's the part people avoid. Consequences aren't dramatic. They're accurate. What someone invests energy into, especially in private, builds momentum. Thoughts repeated become habits. Habits harden into patterns. Patterns turn into environments, and environments eventually turn inward. That's not morality. That's physics of behavior. Imagine planting thorns and being shocked when your hands bleed every time you reach down. That's what happened here. She assumed manipulation meant mastery. She thought she could stir forces she didn't understand and step away untouched. But reality doesn't work like a remote control. It works like a boomerang. Another way to see it. Imagine shaking a soda can violently, then calmly setting it down and pretending nothing happened. The explosion doesn't happen immediately. It waits. Pressure builds quietly. And when it finally releases, it looks sudden to everyone who ignored the shaking. She believed she could influence outcomes without being affected by them. That belief alone sealed the result. The moment someone tries to bend the system instead of aligning with it, the stress reroutes internally. Anxiety spikes. Focus collapses. The body starts malfunctioning under invisible pressure. Here's a fact backed by psychology. Chronic deception and manipulation elevate cortisol levels long-term. That hormone eats away at clarity, sleep, digestion, and emotional regulation. In simple terms, the chaos she aimed outward began assembling inside her first. You might be asking, why does it feel so final? Because thresholds exist. Once enough weight is added, reversal becomes impossible, not because the universe is cruel, but because systems protect balance, not comfort. Another quote to lock this in: reality doesn't seek revenge, it restores equilibrium. Chosen one, notice what didn't happen. You didn't have to expose her. You didn't have to confront her. You didn't have to explain your innocence. That's how you know this wasn't personal. It was structural. Imagine a bridge overloaded past capacity. It doesn't collapse because it hates the traffic. It collapses because the math demands it. That's the truth here. What she sent out didn't miss you. It rerouted, and once rerouted, it couldn't be called back. This isn't a warning story. It's confirmation. You didn't lose control. You never needed it. The system already handled what never belonged in your hands. And once reality collects, it doesn't issue refunds. Number 5. The snapback moment they never saw coming. The most dangerous moment for a trap is when the target never even notices it existed. Chosen one, this is the exact point where the story flips, and it flips quietly. You didn't sense danger. You weren't bracing for impact. You were simply moving forward, mind on your own life, unaware that something had been aimed in your direction. That's important, because protection works best when you don't have to perform for it. The setup looked ordinary on the surface, nothing dramatic, no alarms, no warning signs screaming at you to react. And that's why it failed. The universe had already marked the moment before the move was even released. Not emotionally, mechanically. Timing had already been locked. Here's what people misunderstand. Reversals don't happen because someone deserves saving. They happen because alignment cancels interference. You weren't vibrating at the same frequency as the attack. You weren't feeding fear. You weren't entertaining obsession. So when the plan left her hands, it had nowhere to land. Imagine throwing a punch in a dream and hitting nothing but air, then losing balance and falling on your own face. That's what happened here. Force without grounding always snaps back. Another way to see it. Think of trying to pour poison into a sealed container. The liquid doesn't disappear. It spills back over the hands holding it. The container didn't fight. It was simply closed. You might be wondering, why did it reverse instead of just disappearing? Because energy doesn't vanish. It redirects. Psychology shows that suppressed aggression often rebounds inward as anxiety, panic, and physical stress. What was aimed outward began detonating internally instead. Here's a clean truth. You didn't neutralize anything. You didn't block anything. You didn't even know you were being targeted. That's what makes this hit harder. The universe handled it without needing your awareness. That's not luck. That's insulation. Another quote to let this sink in. You don't win by swinging back. You win by being untouchable. The moment she released her plan was the same moment resistance appeared. Not as confrontation, as containment. A hard stop she couldn't see or override. The pressure had to go somewhere, and it wasn't allowed near you. If you're asking yourself, why do I feel lighter now? That's your answer. The background interference cut off. The noise source shut down. Calm returned, not because the world changed, but because access was revoked. The reversal wasn't dramatic. It was final, and the scariest part for the enemy is this. You kept walking forward, never knowing how close they thought they came. That's real protection. Number 6. When the mask slipped, everything under it panicked. Confidence borrowed from deception always expires without notice. Chosen one, this is the phase nobody glamorizes because it's ugly, disorienting, and impossible to hide. This is where her borrowed strength evaporated, not slowly, not gracefully. One day she felt in control, sharp, ahead of the game. The next, fear crawled in and refused to leave. That's what happens when power isn't real. It can't survive pressure. Here's the truth. When someone builds their sense of strength on manipulation, it only works as long as the environment cooperates. The moment reality pushes back, even slightly, everything collapses at once. The confidence wasn't confidence. It was tension, and tension always snaps. Imagine holding a heavy weight with locked arms, pretending it's easy. For a while, it works. People even believe you. Then the muscles shake. Then they give out. And suddenly, everyone sees the strain you were hiding. That's exactly what happened here. Fear didn't just show up. It replaced her entire operating system. Decisions got sloppy. Reactions got emotional. Stories stopped lining up. Psychology calls this cognitive dissonance, when someone can't reconcile who they think they are with what's actually happening. The mind fractures under the stress. Confusion becomes permanent. You might be wondering, why did she start blaming everyone? Because blame is the last refuge of a collapsing identity. Taking responsibility would mean admitting the foundation was rotten. That's too painful for most people. So they scatter the guilt, hoping it sticks somewhere else. Another metaphor. Imagine a cracked dam under rising water. Instead of fixing the crack, the operator yells at the river. That's blame, loud, pointless, and useless against pressure. Here's a hard fact. Studies show that when people lose perceived control, their behavior becomes more erratic, defensive, and self-exposing. They talk too much, react too fast, make mistakes they never would have made before. Exposure isn't forced, it leaks. She never realized the real line she crossed wasn't about you. It was about order, about trying to bend reality to feed ego instead of adjusting herself. Systems don't tolerate that long term, not out of morality, out of necessity. Here's the gut punch quote to lock this in. You can disrespect reality for a while, you just can't outrun the invoice. Chosen one, notice something important. You didn't need to expose her. Her behavior did that on its own. When pressure rises, truth floats. Always. This collapse wasn't loud revenge. It was quiet revelation. And once someone is exposed to themselves, there's no way back to pretending. Number 7. They didn't come for you by accident. You messed with their lies just by existing. Nothing triggers insecure people faster than someone who's calm without permission. Chosen one, let's clear this up cleanly, because this question always shows up right here. Why you? Why were you singled out when you were just trying to live your life, mind your business, and stay sane? The answer isn't mystical or flattering. It's structural. Your presence disrupts unstable systems. You don't have to be loud. You don't have to flex. You don't even have to succeed publicly. Your peace alone is offensive to people who survive on chaos. Your clarity exposes confusion without saying a word. Your consistency highlights their instability. That contrast feels like an attack to someone who's already cracked inside. Imagine this. A room full of smoke, everyone coughing, pretending it's normal. Then someone opens a window. The smoke doesn't blame the fire, it blames the window. That's you. You didn't create the mess, you just let air in. Here's a fact psychology backs hard. People with unresolved internal conflict often externalize blame onto the nearest stable target, not the strongest, the clearest. Because clarity feels like judgment when you're hiding from yourself. You might ask, did I provoke this? No, you revealed it, and those are very different things. You didn't threaten her life. You threatened her narrative, and narratives are everything to people who can't face reality. Another metaphor. Imagine a counterfeit bill passing through a crowd unnoticed until it hits a scanner. The scanner didn't attack the bill, it just told the truth. And truth ends games fast. Every plan aimed at you was already flawed because it assumed you were the problem. You weren't. The imbalance was internal, that's why none of it stuck. The universe doesn't support misaligned intent. It logs it, measures it, then quietly redirects it back where it belongs. Here's the quote that settles this. You don't get targeted for being weak. You get targeted for being undeniable. You weren't walking alone through this, even when it felt isolating, not because someone swooped in dramatically, but because the system itself favors coherence. When you stay grounded, honest, and forward-moving, interference has nowhere to attach. You didn't dodge the shadow by fighting it. You outgrew the room it needed to survive. And here's the final truth they hate. No amount of plotting outmaneuvers alignment. No shadow outpaces structure. When someone moves against reality itself, reality doesn't argue. It simply removes their access to you. Number 8. Truth didn't kick the door in. It rose and left her exposed. This wasn't payback. It was the truth finally getting tired of hiding. Chosen one, this moment right here is where people misunderstand what they're witnessing. They want to call it revenge because revenge feels emotional, loud, and human. But this wasn't that. This was truth surfacing on its own schedule. No anger, no chasing, no scorekeeping, just reality lifting the curtain and letting things be seen exactly as they are. Nothing was taken from her. Nothing was stolen. She drank from what she filled herself. The cup didn't show your downfall because your downfall was never in it. What it reflected back was her own heart, unfiltered, unprotected, and undeniable. And once someone is forced to face themselves without distortion, the collapse happens naturally. Imagine this: a dirty window that's been fogged up for years suddenly gets wiped clean. The view outside didn't change. The mess was always on the glass. That's what truth does. It doesn't create damage. It reveals where it already existed. Here's a fact people don't like. Truth doesn't need allies. It doesn't need timing approval. It rises when the internal pressure becomes too heavy to contain. Psychology shows that people living double lives eventually experience exposure through stress behaviors, slips, contradictions, emotional leaks. Truth doesn't attack. It leaks out of cracks. You might be wondering, why does it feel like so many things collapsed around her at once? Because when one lie falls, it pulls others down with it. Deception is a stack, not a single brick. Once the base gives, the rest follows fast. Another metaphor: imagine a stage prop holding up an entire set. It looks solid until someone leans on it. Then everything caves in at once. That's what happened. Not because you pushed, because it was hollow. Here's a quote to lock this in. Truth doesn't chase people down. It waits until there's nowhere left to run. Chosen one, notice where you were during all of this. Still standing, still moving, still untouched. Not because you were special in a dramatic way, but because you weren't aligned with the collapse. Structures don't fall on people who aren't standing under them. Others may stumble, others may fall apart. That's not your burden to carry. What matters is this: the truth rose, justice revealed itself quietly, and none of it came near you. That's not coincidence. That's positioning. Number 9. She didn't betray you. She betrayed her own inner alarm. The most expensive mistake is ignoring the voice that told you to stop. Chosen one, this is where the story cuts deeper than surface drama. Her collapse wasn't caused by enemies, rivals, or bad luck. It wasn't even caused by you. It was caused by something far more dangerous. Repeatedly ignoring that quiet inner signal that says, "This isn't right. Turn back now." Everyone gets that signal. Not everyone listens. Conviction isn't loud. It doesn't threaten. It doesn't shame. It nudges. And every time someone ignores it, they lose a little bit of internal alignment. Over time, that loss compounds. The mind learns how to justify. The heart learns how to numb. And eventually, the person can't tell the difference between instinct and impulse anymore. Here's a hard truth. Hatred doesn't travel outward forever. It loops. It always finds its way back to the source because it needs a host to survive. Psychology confirms this. Sustained hostility increases stress, weakens emotional regulation, and collapses self-trust. Poison doesn't disappear when you throw it. It seeps into the one holding the container. Imagine this. Someone pours acid, hoping it will eat through someone else's floor, but the container is cracked. The acid doesn't wait. It eats through the hands first. That's what happened here. She didn't fall because the universe turned against her. The universe stayed neutral. It simply stopped shielding someone who kept violating their own internal boundaries. Protection doesn't stick to people who abandon themselves. Alignment does. You might be wondering, why did her actions feel so personal toward me? Because when someone ignores their own conviction long enough, they look for external targets to justify the internal damage. You became a symbol, not the cause. Symbols are easier to attack than the truth. Another metaphor. Imagine a car with a flashing warning light on the dashboard. Instead of fixing the engine, the driver covers the light with tape and keeps driving faster. The breakdown isn't sudden, it's guaranteed. Here's the quote that seals this section. Betraying others is optional. Betraying yourself always collects. She aimed at what was stable, grounded, and insulated, not because it was weak, but because it reminded her of what she refused to become. That attempt didn't harm you. It exposed the fracture inside her. Chosen one, let this land clearly. You weren't protected because someone fought for you. You were protected because you stayed aligned. And alignment is the one thing sabotage can't touch. She unraveled because she walked away from her own warning system. You stayed intact because you listened to yours. Number 10. This was never about her collapse. It was about your calibration. What you survive isn't random, it's training. Chosen one, this moment isn't here for entertainment or validation, it's instructional. What you witnessed wasn't just someone else falling apart. It was you being shaped in real time. Pressure reveals, but it also forges. And this chapter exists to sharpen your awareness, not inflate your ego. Here's the quiet truth. Nothing inside you is neutral. Every thought you entertain feeds something. Every word you repeat builds momentum in one direction or another. This isn't about being perfect. It's about being intentional. People who drift mentally end up living inside outcomes they never chose. Imagine this. You plant seeds every day, even when you don't mean to. Some seeds grow gardens, others grow weeds. Ignoring the soil doesn't stop growth. It just guarantees chaos. That's why inner discipline matters more than outer defense. You might be asking, so what am I supposed to do with this? Not celebrate, not fear it. Learn from it. Let it refine how you move, how you speak, how you react when no one's watching. Power isn't loud, it's precise. Here's a fact that grounds this. Studies show that people who practice deliberate thought control, choosing responses instead of reacting, experience higher emotional stability and long-term success. In simple terms, guarding your inner world makes you harder to derail. Another metaphor. Think of your mind like a control room. Every unchecked thought is a button pressed without permission. Eventually, systems overload. Calm people aren't calm by accident. They manage the panel. This lesson isn't telling you to shrink. It's telling you to move clean. Walk gently, not because you're weak, but because unnecessary force attracts unnecessary resistance. Speak deliberately, because words don't just communicate, they condition. Guard your inner world, because once it's stable, nothing external can hijack it. Here's the quote that locks this in. You don't rise by watching others fall. You rise by refusing to fall the same way. Chosen one, this was your reminder. Stay aware, stay grounded, build intentionally, because what's coming next isn't about survival anymore. It's about direction. Number 11. The machine that breeds envy and chews people up for believing it. They didn't fail because they weren't enough. They failed because they believed the wrong scoreboard. Chosen one, this part matters because the same environment that twisted her thinking still exists around you right now. Nothing changed out there. The noise is the same. The comparisons are louder than ever. The world still hands out fake scorecards and tells people their worth is based on applause, speed, beauty, money, or visibility. That machine doesn't just distract people, it feeds on them. She didn't wake up hateful, she was trained into it. Comparison rewired her mind. Competition replaced curiosity. False measures of success became the ruler she used to judge herself and everyone else. And when you live like that, someone else's peace feels like an insult. Imagine this. You're running on a treadmill while watching someone else walk calmly past you on solid ground. Instead of stepping off, you start running harder. That's envy, exhaustion mixed with resentment. Here's a fact that cuts clean. Studies show that constant comparison increases anxiety, reduces self-worth, and fuels hostility. The more people measure themselves against others, the less stable they become internally. Eventually, they don't want to improve, they want to interrupt. You might be asking, why didn't I fall into that? Because alignment beats comparison every time. You weren't trying to impress the room. You were trying to understand yourself. That single difference kept you out of the trap. Another metaphor. Imagine building a house using someone else's blueprint without knowing the land. It looks good on paper. Then the foundation cracks. That's borrowed identity. It never holds. She chased approval instead of alignment, and approval is a moving target. It never settles. It always demands more. Alignment, on the other hand, stabilizes. It doesn't care who's watching. Here's the quote to lock this lesson in. When you stop auditioning for the world, you stop losing to it. Chosen one, let this ground you. You are not here to perform. You are not here to compete for oxygen. You're here to move in your own lane with clarity and restraint. Your worth isn't up for debate, comparison, or negotiation. The world will keep feeding envy. That's its business model. Yours is alignment. And alignment makes you untouchable by systems designed to keep people insecure. Stay off the treadmill. Walk your ground. Number 12. Stay awake. This is where most people fall asleep again. You don't lose when others attack you. You lose when you forget who you are. Chosen one. This is the final tightening of the lens. This isn't hype, and it's not poetry. It's instruction. You are not a random chain of accidents, bad days, and lucky escapes. You are a sequence, a pattern, a story still being written in real time by the choices you make when no one is watching. Walking awake means you stop drifting. You stop reacting on autopilot. You stop letting other people's bitterness decide your next move. Most people don't collapse because of enemies. They collapse because they fall asleep inside their own lives. Here's the choice in front of you, and it's simpler than people want to admit. You can choose clarity over resentment, calm over pride, alignment over reaction. Every time you choose reaction, you hand control away. Every time you choose alignment, you take it back quietly. Imagine this. Two people get hit with the same pressure. One thrashes, panics, and burns energy trying to prove something. The other adjusts posture, breathes, and keeps moving. Same storm, different outcome. Awareness is the difference. You might be thinking, what if I mess up? You will. Awareness doesn't mean perfection. It means correction. It means catching yourself before resentment hardens, before pride blinds, before anger hijacks the wheel. Here's a fact that grounds this. Neuroscience shows that people who practice conscious response instead of reflexive reaction rewire their brains toward long-term stability. In simple terms, staying awake makes you harder to knock off course. Another metaphor. Imagine driving at night with headlights on versus off. The road doesn't change. Your ability to navigate does. Awareness doesn't remove obstacles. It keeps you from crashing into them. Here's the quote that seals this section. Protection isn't about being flawless. It's about staying aligned. Nothing aimed at you can prosper when it has nowhere to land. Not because you're untouchable, but because you're grounded. Interference needs chaos to stick. When you move clean, it slides right off. Chosen one, your story isn't finished. It's unfolding. Pages are still being written through your decisions, your restraint, your discipline, and your refusal to become what tried to break you. Stay awake, stay aligned, and keep moving forward with intention. They're not confused. Confused people ask questions. These people take notes. Let that sink in for a second. Because if someone is watching your moves this closely, replaying your silence, tracking your timing, studying your patterns like a case file, it's not curiosity. It's fear wrapped in obsession. They are not trying to understand you. They are trying to predict you. And failing at that is driving them insane. Think about it like this. Imagine someone standing in front of a locked safe, convinced the problem isn't the lock, but that they just haven't tried hard enough yet. So they press their ear against it. They twist the dial slowly. They memorize every click. They write down patterns that don't exist. Meanwhile, the safe isn't broken. It's just built for a different owner. That's you. And they're standing there sweating, realizing no matter how long they study, they don't have the code. Here's the part that should make you sit up straight. Studies in behavioral psychology show that people only begin obsessive pattern watching when they lose control over an outcome they expected to dominate. In simple words, nobody studies someone this hard unless that person slipped out of their grip. That's not admiration. That's panic. That's the moment power quietly changed hands. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe. That small action helps spread this message to more souls who are waking up and wondering why the room feels different around them lately. This isn't just content, it's a signal. And by staying here, you're part of a growing force that refuses to be predictable, controllable, or small. Thank you for being part of this mission. Now let's come back to the truth they don't want you to hear. Welcome on board, chosen one. Step in and get comfortable, because this is about to expose some people who were very confident they had you figured out. These are the same people who once labeled you as predictable, easy to read, nothing special. The same people who spoke about you with certainty, like you were a solved problem. Funny how those voices are quiet now, replaced with late-night scrolling, silent watching, and nervous overthinking. Look closely at what's happening. They're checking your timing. They're analyzing your silence. They're replaying old conversations, looking for clues they missed. They're trying to connect dots that were never meant to form a picture for them. You didn't become louder. You didn't announce anything. You didn't explain yourself. And that's exactly what broke their confidence. When they said you would break, you didn't. When they said you would fall apart, you adapted. When they laughed, the universe waited patiently, then flipped the script without warning. Now the joke is landing, and they're not laughing anymore. They thought you were a background character, someone simple, someone whose reactions they could predict, someone who would always respond the same way. And now they're treating your life like a crime scene, zooming in on every pause, every move, every shift in energy, trying to understand how the person they underestimated became impossible to read. Here's what changed, and this is important. The air around you shifted, not because you did something dramatic, but because you stopped feeding expectations. The silence that follows you now isn't emptiness. It's tension. It's the kind of silence that shows up when people realize they no longer know where they stand with you. The same people who once walked toward you confidently now whisper about you from a distance. They trade theories, they compare notes, they try to decode your mindset like you're an unsolved case. And this didn't start yesterday. You've been like this your whole life. Even when you were younger, people sensed something they couldn't name. They called it weird, they called it quiet, they called it distant. What they were really reacting to was depth. You were observing while they were performing. You were learning while they were talking. You were storing information while they were wasting energy trying to be seen. They assumed silence meant weakness. They didn't understand that silence, in the hands of someone self-aware, becomes a weapon. Someone who doesn't rush, someone who doesn't explain, someone who doesn't react on command. That kind of person cannot be controlled, and that terrifies people who rely on patterns to feel powerful. There is always a moment in a chosen one's life when the world realizes it misjudged the wrong person. That moment doesn't arrive with noise. It arrives quietly after years of pressure, disappointment, and unseen endurance. It's built in the nights you held yourself together when nobody checked on you, in the days you learned people by watching them, not trusting their words, in the moments you adapted instead of collapsing. You learned something most people never do. You learned how humans move when they think they're in control. You learned how they speak when they're lying. You learned how they act when they think no one is watching. And because you didn't brag about what you knew, they assumed you knew nothing. Now look at them. They're running mental simulations about you. Why didn't you reply? Why did you pull back? Why does your energy feel different? Why do you seem calmer, sharper, harder to reach? They ask others about you like you're a puzzle that refuses to solve itself. And here's the part that keeps them stuck. The more they study you, the less sense you make to them. Because they're trying to find patterns in someone who reinvented themselves every time life tried to break them. They're studying an old version of you while the current version has already moved on. You became unpredictable the moment you stopped needing validation, the moment you stopped explaining your choices, the moment you realized your power was never in proving people wrong, but in walking away while they were still trying to understand you. That's why they're watching. That's why they're obsessed. That's why they're frustrated. You didn't disappear. You didn't hide. You simply evolved in a direction they don't have access to. They know something important, even if they won't say it out loud. You are outgrowing the version of you they were comfortable with. You are done shrinking, and the universe is quietly rearranging pieces in your favor while they're still staring at the board, trying to crack a code that was never written for them. And from this point forward, everything they thought they understood about you keeps falling apart, not because you're playing games, but because you stopped playing theirs. Stay with me. What comes next explains exactly why studying you will never work, no matter how hard they try. And hey, chosen one, pause here for just a moment. If you're listening to this and something inside you feels alert, like your focus just sharpened, that's not an accident. That's awareness kicking in. People who are predictable don't get studied. People who are easy don't get watched. The fact that they're tracking your moves, replaying your silence, and trying to decode your behavior means one thing. You slipped past their control, and now they're scrambling to catch up. So, before we go any further, anchor yourself here. If this message feels accurate, if you've noticed the stares, the sudden curiosity, the strange energy shifts around you, drop 777 in the comments. Not for anyone else, for yourself. It's a signal that you're aware of what's happening and you're not backing down. And if you can, support the team behind this message with a super thanks. It doesn't matter if it's small or big. What matters is momentum. These messages exist because people like you choose to keep the truth moving forward. Every bit of support fuels this mission and helps push this signal to more people who are waking up and wondering why the room feels tense when they walk in. Now take a breath. We're about to go deeper, step by step. And trust me, if you are who you think you are, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. You stepped sideways and their whole playbook exploded. They didn't lose you because you disappeared. They lost you because you stopped moving where they expected. That right there is the gut punch. That's the moment everything flipped. They didn't see it coming because they were too busy watching the version of you that no longer exists. They built confidence on the idea that they knew you, your habits, your reactions, your limits, and the second you stepped sideways instead of forward, their entire mental system crashed. They called you predictable right before their predictions stopped working. That's not coincidence, that's timing. The humiliation for them isn't that you changed who you are, it's that you stopped dancing to the rhythm they thought they set. They thought life handed them the remote control to your behavior. Then, one quiet move proved the batteries were never in their hands. Let's clear something up, because this question always shows up in the mind of a chosen one at this stage. Am I being inconsistent? No, you're being intentional. There's a difference, and they don't understand it. Inconsistency is random. What you're doing is controlled movement, strategic silence, chosen pauses. You don't move because you're lost. You move because you see more than they do. Think of it like this. They memorized the route you used to take every day and thought that meant they owned the map. But you were never walking blindly. You were learning the terrain. So when you changed direction, they weren't confused because you moved. They were confused because they never realized you had options. That's why they feel stupid now, not angry first. Stupid because they invested time studying a version of you that expired. They took notes on reactions you outgrew. They labeled behaviors that were temporary. And now they're holding outdated information, trying to apply it to someone who already upgraded. Here's the part that really messes with them. You didn't announce the change. You didn't explain it. You didn't justify it. You just stopped responding the same way. You stopped showing up on cue. You stopped reacting on demand. And the moment you did that, the illusion of control evaporated. They keep asking themselves the same questions on loop. Why didn't they react this time? Why didn't that work? Why do they seem calmer now? Why does it feel like I'm behind? What they don't realize is that the game didn't speed up. You just stopped playing on their level. They studied you like an equation. Input plus pressure equals reaction. That formula worked when you were surviving. It stopped working when you started choosing, and instead of getting chaos, they got something worse. Precision, silence, timing they couldn't read. You didn't become unpredictable to confuse them. You became unreadable because you stopped giving free access. Big difference. And that's what terrifies people who rely on predictability to feel powerful. When someone can't forecast your next move, they can't prepare for it. When they can't prepare, they panic. Let's talk about the labels for a second, because you know they tried. Quiet, emotional, distant, difficult, detached, confident, cold. Every label was an attempt to box you in, to shrink you into something manageable. But labels only work on things that stay still. You didn't. Every time they thought they finally understood you, you shed that layer. Every time they said, "This is who you are," you proved it was just a phase of your evolution. And that's not chaos, that's growth. Growth looks messy to people who stopped moving a long time ago. Here's another question that comes up in your mind. Why does this bother them so much? Simple answer. Predictable people are easy to manipulate. You stopped being easy. The moment you stopped reacting emotionally on schedule, they lost leverage. The moment you stopped explaining yourself, they lost their script. The moment you stopped needing approval, they lost their grip. And now they're stuck watching someone they can't steer anymore. They replay your past, looking for clues. They analyze your silence like it hides secrets. They examine your timing like there's a message encoded somewhere. And the irony is brutal. There is a message. It's just not for them. You move with purpose now. Even when you look still, there's a reason behind the pause, a reason behind the distance, a reason behind the shift. You don't move when you're confused. You move when you're clear. And that clarity scares people who depend on control more than noise ever could. Picture this. Someone builds a trap based on your old habits. Same triggers, same patterns, same reactions. And then you walk right past it. Not because you saw the trap, but because you're no longer the person it was built for. That's what's happening. They're setting strategies for a ghost. And here's the part that should make you smile a little. The more they try to predict you, the faster you evolve. Not out of spite, out of alignment. You're responding to life, not to them. While they're stuck analyzing who you used to be, you're quietly becoming who you were always meant to be. They hate that they can't pin you down. They hate that they can't categorize you. They hate that every time they say, "I know exactly what they'll do next," you don't. Because it exposes the truth they don't want to face. They never understood you. They just got used to an old version of you. And you didn't betray anyone by changing. You outgrew the role they assigned you. That role was small. That role was convenient. That role required you to stay the same so they could feel smart. You don't owe anyone that comfort. You're not chaotic. You're adaptive. You respond to energy, not expectations. You shift when the environment shifts. You change direction when something feels off. That's not instability. That's intelligence. And people who lack it call it unpredictable because it makes them feel safer. Here's the truth they'll never admit out loud. They're not mad that you changed. They're mad they can't keep up. They're mad the version of you they studied doesn't exist anymore. They're mad their notes are useless. Their theories are wrong. Their confidence was built on bad data. You didn't explode their playbook by attacking them. You did it by upgrading yourself. Quietly, efficiently, without permission. And now they're left staring at the board, realizing the move they never saw coming wasn't loud, dramatic, or aggressive. It was simple. You stopped moving where they expected. That's the power, and this is only the beginning. Number 2. They're not trying to know you, they're trying to steal you. They don't ask questions to understand. They ask questions to copy. That's the gut punch they don't want to hear, because confusion sounds innocent, but obsession is calculated. And what you're dealing with right now is not curiosity. It's hunger. They're not staring at you, trying to learn who you are. They're staring at you, trying to figure out how you became what they failed to become. Let's clear the fog immediately, because a lot of chosen ones hesitate at this stage and start doubting themselves. Am I overthinking this? No. People who want to understand you listen. People who want to steal from you study. They watch patterns. They note reactions. They ask questions that feel harmless but are timed too well. They circle back to your past, your pain, your turning points, not out of care, but out of extraction. Here's the ugly truth. They want access, not connection. They want the version of you that survived storms. They would have quit the moment things got uncomfortable. They want the calm you earned without carrying the weight that created it. They want the glow without the healing, the confidence without the collapse, the crown without the nights you questioned whether you'd even survive. Think about it like this. Imagine someone staring at a finished sculpture, running their hands over the smooth edges and asking, "How did you make this?" But they're not interested in the years of chiseling, the broken tools, the dust in your lungs. They just want the final shape. That's what they're doing with you. Every conversation wasn't conversation. It was data collection. Every "how did you handle that?" wasn't empathy. It was reconnaissance. Every compliment was followed by a silent note. Every personal question was another attempt to reverse engineer your evolution. And here's what messes with their head. There is no formula. You weren't built in a lab. You weren't designed through a checklist. You were carved by pressure, loss, silence, betrayal, and decisions nobody clapped for. You didn't wake up one day powerful. You became powerful because life kept pushing and you refused to disappear. Let me give you a clear image. Imagine this. Someone finds a diamond and thinks the magic is in the shine. They don't see the years it spent under crushing pressure. They don't see the heat. They don't see the darkness. They just want to sparkle. That's them. And they don't realize that if they were put under the same pressure, they'd shatter. Here's another one. Imagine someone watching a marathon winner and saying, "I want that endurance." But they never woke up early, never ran in the rain, never trained alone. They want the finish line without the miles. That's how they look at you. You can feel it, can't you? The way their questions feel slightly off, the way their interest spikes when you're doing better, the way they disappear when you're quiet, then reappear when your energy shifts. That's not coincidence. That's someone trying to sync themselves to your rhythm so they can imitate it. And you might be asking yourself, why do they want my blueprint so badly? Because blueprints give people shortcuts, and shortcuts give people the illusion of power without growth. They don't want to walk their own path. They want to hijack yours. Here's the part they'll never admit. Understanding requires humility. Stealing requires entitlement. They don't want to sit with their own flaws long enough to grow. They want to bypass that process by copying the output of someone who already did the work. Let's say it plainly. They want your mindset, but not the loneliness that built it. They want your intuition, but not the heartbreak that sharpened it. They want your discipline, but not the seasons where nobody believed in you. They want your boundaries, but not the pain that taught you why boundaries were necessary. Imagine this, someone trying to wear armor they didn't forge. It looks impressive from a distance, but the moment pressure hits, it collapses, because armor only works for the person who learned how to build it, piece by piece. That's you. Another image. Someone copies your handwriting, letter for letter, but they don't know the language. They can mimic the shape, but not the meaning. That's what happens when people try to imitate your energy. They get the surface wrong because they don't understand the depth. And here's the quiet satisfaction in all of this. Even if you handed them everything, every lesson, every habit, every mindset shift, they still wouldn't become you. Because you are not information. You are experience. You didn't read your way into this version of yourself. You lived your way into it. You lost things. You let go of people. You sat alone with uncomfortable truths. You rebuilt yourself without applause. That kind of growth cannot be downloaded. This is why their obsession turns bitter, because the more they study you, the clearer it becomes that what you have can't be stolen. They can mirror your silence, but theirs feels heavy. They can copy your confidence, but theirs cracks under pressure. They can repeat your words, but they don't land the same way. Here's a hard quote for them. You can copy behavior, but you can't copy becoming. They want your strength, but they don't want the scars. They want your clarity, but they don't want the confusion you had to walk through to get there. They want your peace, but they're not willing to sit alone long enough to earn it. And you might wonder, why now? Why are they suddenly so interested? because people don't envy you when you're struggling. They envy you when you survive, when you rise, when your growth exposes their stagnation. Imagine this. Two people start at the same line. One laughs, one trains. Years later, one stands on a podium while the other asks, "How did you do it?" That's not curiosity, that's regret. Your evolution became their mirror, and instead of facing themselves, they're trying to borrow your reflection. Here's another quote that hits hard. They don't want your life, they want the version of themselves they could have been if they had your courage. They underestimated you when you were quiet. They dismissed you when you were learning. They assumed you'd stay beneath them. What they didn't plan for was your rise exposing how little they evolved. That's why they watch so closely now. That's why they mimic. That's why they study your timing, your habits, your words. They're trying to crack a code that isn't logical, because your growth wasn't logical. It was earned. And here's the final truth that seals it. You were carved, not copied. You were shaped by experiences they avoided. You were built in places they ran from. You became you through endurance, not strategy. So let them study, let them take notes, let them obsess over patterns that don't repeat. They will never replicate what you are, because you aren't a blueprint, you're a result. And results like you can't be stolen. Number 3. You left the room and their mind never followed. They don't miss you. Missing is quiet. This is loud, messy, and obsessive. That's the truth they choke on. What's happening in their head isn't longing, it's spiraling. Missing someone means accepting distance. Obsession means refusing to accept that the story moved on without you. And that's where they're stuck. You walked forward. Their mind stayed behind, pacing in circles, replaying scenes that no longer exist. They replay conversations like security footage, pausing on moments they thought were meaningless. They analyze your silence like it's hiding a secret message meant just for them. They read captions twice, then a third time, convinced there's a signal they're failing to decode. They line up every new person they meet next to the memory of you, and every comparison ends the same way. Nobody measures up. Not because you were perfect, but because you were real. Here's the part that drives them deeper into the spiral. You're not watching, you're not checking, you're not waiting for reactions. You moved on cleanly. And nothing breaks someone faster than realizing the person they can't stop thinking about stopped thinking about them a long time ago. Imagine this. Someone stuck in a burning building, screaming your name while you're already outside, breathing fresh air, walking away without looking back. That's the imbalance. You escaped the fire. They're still convincing themselves it's just smoke. They confuse obsession with connection because obsession is all they have left. You were once a mirror that reflected their importance back to them. Now that mirror is gone, and they're forced to sit alone with their own thoughts. And they don't like what they hear. Here's a hard truth for them. Obsession begins where control ends. The moment you stopped reacting, explaining, or chasing, their sense of power collapsed. They don't crave you. They crave the version of themselves that felt significant when you were paying attention. Another image. Imagine someone constantly refreshing a page that no longer updates. Every reload brings disappointment, but they keep clicking anyway. That's their mind, stuck in a loop, waiting for movement that isn't coming. You're no longer operating for validation. You're not performing. You're not curating yourself to be understood. You're moving with clarity, with self-trust. On a level their insecurity can't reach, because insecurity needs feedback to survive. They spiral because you don't. They obsess because you're silent. They analyze because you're at peace. And the most brutal part is this. You didn't trap them in that loop. They did. by underestimating someone who knew exactly when to leave the room and never come back mentally. That's not heartbreak. That's withdrawal from relevance. Number 4, they meant to dissect you and ended up exposed. They thought they were watching you. Turns out they were watching themselves fall apart. That's the moment the balance snapped. They started this thinking you were the subject, the puzzle, the thing to be examined and figured out. Somewhere along the way, without warning, the whole case flipped. The spotlight turned. And suddenly, you weren't being studied anymore. You were reflecting. That's what shattered them, because a mirror doesn't attack. It doesn't accuse. It doesn't argue. It just shows. And what they saw in you made it impossible to keep lying to themselves. Your confidence didn't make them angry. It made them uncomfortable. Because confidence like yours isn't loud or needy. It's settled. It doesn't beg for permission. And that calm certainty throws a harsh light on people who are still trying to convince themselves they matter. Your boundaries did the real damage, not because they were cruel, but because they were clear. You didn't over-explain. You didn't negotiate your worth. You simply decided where access stopped. And the second you did that, their lack of boundaries became painfully obvious. They realize they say yes when they mean no. They tolerate what they resent. They fold where you stand firm. And that comparison eats at them. Here's the truth most of them won't admit. Nothing angers an insecure person more than someone who doesn't need approval. Your peace is what really exposes them. You're not rushing, you're not proving, you're not reacting to every little thing. And that quiet stability forces them to face the noise inside their own head. Imagine this. Someone standing in front of a mirror they can't turn off, watching every flaw they've been avoiding while the reflection stays calm and unchanged. That's what your presence does. You don't shame them. You don't confront them. You simply exist as proof that another way of living is possible. Another image. Think of someone walking barefoot on hot ground, watching you cross the same path with steady steps because you learned where not to step. They don't hate the ground. They resent that you learned. They don't envy your success. Success feels distant, abstract. What they envy is your freedom, the way you move without fear of judgment, the way you say no without guilt, the way you walk away without explaining yourself into exhaustion. And here's the part that hits hardest. You didn't take anything from them. You didn't win against them. You simply stopped carrying what was never yours to hold. And in doing that, you became the reflection they cannot escape. Not because you're better, but because you're free. Number 5. The secret code they'll never steal because it was written in pain. They keep looking for a shortcut, not realizing the path almost killed you. That's the mistake they will spend a lifetime making. They assume there must be a formula, a mindset hack, a clever strategy you memorized while they weren't paying attention. Something clean, something repeatable, something they can copy and run like software. What they refuse to accept is this simple truth. There was no plan. There was survival. You didn't build yourself in comfort. You didn't design this version of you in safety. You were shaped under pressure they would have escaped from at the first sign of discomfort. That's why they keep staring at the result and missing the process. They want the shine, but they don't want the weight that created it. Imagine this. Someone picks up a diamond and asks how to make it sparkle, completely ignoring the fact that it only exists because it survived pressure intense enough to destroy almost anything else. That's you. And that's where their logic breaks. They think strength comes from intention. Yours came from endurance. Here's the part that frustrates them most. There is no shortcut to becoming someone who didn't quit. You didn't think your way into this version of yourself. You stayed alive through moments that forced you to adapt, or disappear. You learned because you had to. You grew because there was no other option. They want your calm, but they don't want the nights where your mind almost collapsed under its own weight. They want your clarity, but they don't want the confusion that stripped everything false away. They want your confidence, but they don't want the seasons where you stood alone with no reassurance and kept going anyway. Picture this, someone trying to copy battle scars by drawing lines on their skin, thinking that's where the strength comes from. They don't understand that scars mean nothing without the fight behind them. That's how their imitation looks. Empty, fragile, exposed. Another truth they avoid. You didn't learn this in theory. You learned it in moments where the universe didn't rescue you, where no one explained anything, where you had to choose who you were going to become without guarantees. That's why they can study you forever and still never crack the code, because the code isn't information. It's lived experience, and lived experience cannot be stolen. You are not a strategy. You are the result of pressure survived, and that is the one thing they will never be able to recreate. Number 6. You walked off, and they started dancing for attention. The moment you stopped watching, they forgot how to stand still. That's the switch they never expected. For a long time, they were the observers, the judges, the ones leaning back, acting untouchable, acting like you were the one being measured. They watched quietly, confident that you were still orbiting their awareness. Then something flipped. You stopped looking, and suddenly they were the ones scrambling to be seen. Now they perform. Every post feels louder. Every caption feels forced. Every move looks calculated. Not because they found confidence, but because they lost relevance. And nothing terrifies an insecure person more than realizing the person they underestimated no longer needs their attention. Here's the part that stings the most. You didn't do anything dramatic. You didn't announce your growth. You didn't call anyone out. You simply elevated. And when you did, the spotlight moved with you, leaving them exposed on a stage they never prepared for. Imagine this, someone mocking a performer from the audience, convinced they'd never trade places. Then the lights flip, the crowd turns, and suddenly they're standing alone on stage, blinking, unsure what to do with their hands. That's them, unrehearsed, overexposed, nervous. They used to act like they didn't care. Now their entire online presence is a performance aimed in your direction. They time posts, they adjust tone, they exaggerate confidence, they hope something lands, anything, just to pull your attention back for a second. And here's the cruel irony. You're not even watching. You're not scrolling for them. You're not decoding their messages. You're not reacting. You're living, growing, moving forward. And that silence hits harder than any response ever could. Another image. Imagine someone shouting into a microphone that's no longer connected. The sound doesn't echo. The crowd doesn't react. But they keep shouting anyway. Louder, faster, desperate. That's what their performance looks like now. You didn't steal the spotlight. You earned it by outgrowing the need for one, and that's why it followed you. Power doesn't chase attention. Attention chases power. Here's a truth they can't escape. When you stop performing, insecure people panic, because performance needs an audience, and you took that away. They're not glowing, they're compensating, they're not confident, they're loud. And the switch is permanent. You stepped off the stage, they're stuck on it. Number 7. Your rhythm broke their machine. They don't analyze you to understand, they analyze you because the controls stopped responding. That's the real malfunction. They tell themselves they're studying your behavior, but what they're really studying is their failure to manage it. Every pause you take, every shift you make, every time you don't respond the way they expected, something short-circuits in their head. Not because you're random, but because their system only works on people who stay the same. Let's answer the quiet question forming in your mind. Why do they call me inconsistent now? Because predictability is how they feel powerful. When someone moves the same way every time, they can be anticipated, guided, steered. You stopped doing that. And the moment you did, their confidence collapsed. You're not inconsistent, you're adaptive. Big difference. Inconsistency is panic. Adaptation is awareness. You read the room. You feel the energy. You adjust your distance, your tone, your timing. You don't move based on habit anymore. You move based on information. And that makes you impossible to load into their mental software. Imagine this. Someone built a machine designed to sort objects by size and shape. Then you drop in something that changes form every time it's touched. The machine doesn't break because you're wrong. It breaks because it was built too simply. That's what's happening to them. Another image. Think of a chess player who memorized openings but never learned how to read the board. The moment the game deviates, they freeze. That's them. They studied patterns, not intelligence. And you stopped following patterns. Here's a quote that lands hard. They don't fear unpredictability. They fear losing the illusion of control. They try to map you, track you, predict your reactions. But every time they think they've got it, you respond differently. Not out of chaos, but out of growth. You are no longer reacting from old wounds. You're responding from clarity. And clarity looks threatening to people who depend on leverage. Another metaphor. Imagine chasing a shadow that changes direction with the sun. The faster you run, the more ridiculous you look. That's their obsession now. They want you to act the same so they can feel smart again. They want repetition so they can regain footing. But you've evolved past being readable. You don't owe anyone consistency at the cost of your peace. Here's the final truth. You didn't break their system, you outgrew it. And systems built on control always malfunction when they meet someone who moves with awareness instead of fear. That's not chaos. MCP. Number 8. The moment control died and fear took its place. They're not scared of losing you. They're scared they were never in charge. That's the fear gnawing at them now. Not heartbreak, not regret. Panic, the kind that creeps in slowly when someone realizes the power they thought they had was imaginary. They didn't lose influence over you. They discovered it never belonged to them in the first place. Here's what actually happened. You stopped reacting, and the second you did, the entire structure they relied on collapsed. Their plans, their pressure tactics, their emotional bait, all of it depended on one thing: you responding on cue. When that stopped, they had nothing left to stand on. You didn't argue, you didn't explain, you didn't defend yourself. You simply withdrew your energy, and that silence was louder than any confrontation could have been. Imagine this: someone pulling on a rope, convinced the resistance means control, only to fall backward when the other person lets go. That's them. They mistook tension for authority, and when you released it, they crashed. They're afraid because every strategy they built was designed for an old version of you. The reactive one, the emotional one, the one who still cared enough to engage. That person doesn't exist anymore. And now they're holding weapons that don't fire, maps that don't match the terrain, rules that no longer apply. Here's a hard truth they won't say out loud. People who fear losing control never had it. They only had access. You revoked that access, quietly, cleanly, without drama. And that terrifies them because they don't know how to respond to someone who can't be pulled. Another image. Think of someone trying to steer a car whose engine has already been removed. They turn the wheel harder and harder, confused when nothing happens. That's their panic. They keep trying old moves, old tricks, old pressure points, and nothing works. They don't fear your absence. They fear your independence. They fear that you're no longer emotionally reachable. They fear that you're no longer adjustable. And you might wonder, why does this shake them so deeply? Because control was the only thing making them feel secure. When you took it away, you exposed the truth. They were never powerful. They were just familiar. You didn't break their control. You outgrew it. And now fear is doing what power never could, eating them alive from the inside. Number 9, when control fails, they start lying to themselves. When they can't touch you, they rewrite you. That's the meltdown. Not loud at first, not obvious. It starts quietly, inside their head, the moment they realize you didn't crack, you didn't fold, you didn't break the way they rehearsed. And when reality refuses to cooperate, insecure minds do what they always do. They invent stories. They label you because labels feel like cages. They build theories because theories feel like answers. They throw around explanations, diagnoses, character profiles, anything that gives them the illusion that you're still within reach. Not because it's true, but because truth would force them to accept something unbearable. You escaped. Here's the ugly part. These stories aren't about you. They're about control. They changed. They're cold now. They're calculated. They think they're better. Each sentence is a bandage slapped over a wounded ego. If they can define you, they can shrink you. If they can explain you, they don't have to face the fact that you outgrew them. But here's what breaks their narrative. You didn't disappear. You evolved. And evolution looks like abandonment to people who stayed the same. Imagine this. Someone swinging at air, convinced the target must still be there, only to realize they're shadowboxing a memory. That's what their meltdown looks like. They're reacting to a version of you that already expired. Another image. Think of someone trying to trap smoke in a jar. The harder they grip, the more ridiculous they look. That's their obsession now. Every theory leaks. Every label falls apart. Because you're not present in the way they need you to be. Here's a quote that lands hard. Stories are what powerless people use to feel powerful again. They say you're distant because they can't reach you. They say you're guarded because they lost access. They say you're unpredictable because you stopped explaining yourself. None of it is insight. It's frustration dressed up as intelligence. And here's the truth they refuse to face. They're not studying you anymore. They're studying a ghost, a memory, a version of you that existed when you still engaged. The real you moved on without leaving instructions. That's why nothing they say lands. That's why their narratives keep changing. That's why their explanations contradict each other. They're chasing something that no longer exists. You didn't disappear to confuse them. You evolved to protect yourself. And that's the part their meltdown will never solve. Number 10. The file stays open because they never leveled up. You're not a mystery. You're a mirror they never trained to look into. That's why this case never closes. Not because you're hiding something, not because you're complicated, but because they never evolved enough to understand what they're looking at. They keep telling themselves you're unsolved, when the truth is much simpler and much more humiliating. You're clear. They're behind. They mistake authenticity for mystery because they only know how to perform. Their entire world runs on masks, scripts, and roles. Say the right thing, act the right way, react on cue. That's how they survive. So when they meet someone who isn't acting, someone who isn't adjusting themselves to be liked or understood, their brain short circuits. Here's the question that quietly bothers you at this stage. Why do they keep overthinking me? Because realness feels threatening to people who built their identity on pretending. Your honesty doesn't just stand out, it exposes. It highlights every fake laugh, every forced confidence, every rehearsed response they've been hiding behind. Imagine this. Someone who only knows how to wear costumes walks into a room where everyone else is just themselves. They don't feel inspired, they feel naked. That's what your presence does. You don't call them out. You don't accuse. You simply exist without pretending, and suddenly their performance feels exhausting. Another image. Think of someone trying to solve a puzzle that isn't broken. They keep rearranging pieces, convinced something must be missing, when the truth is, the picture is already complete. They just don't like what it shows them. Here's a quote that hits hard. People who live behind masks think honesty is a trick. They read into your silence. They overanalyze your calm. They assume strategy where there is clarity, because they can't imagine moving without an agenda. They can't imagine peace that isn't fake. So they label you mysterious instead of admitting they don't know how to be real. And this is where the case truly dies. Not with answers, but with acceptance they'll never reach. You didn't lock the file. You didn't hide the truth. You simply stopped explaining yourself to people who never planned to understand. You are not unsolved. You are unapologetically clear, and they are unevolved enough to mistake that for something dangerous. Number 11. They bet on your collapse and lost everything. They waited for you to fall apart. What they got was proof they never understood you. That's how their entire script dies, not with drama, not with revenge, with disappointment so deep it rattles their identity. They sat back, confident, patient, almost excited, waiting for your breakdown like it was scheduled. They read your silence as weakness, your distance as defeat, your shifts as signs of collapse. They were so sure the pressure would finish you. They never considered one thing. Your breaking point already happened, and it didn't destroy you, it forged you. That's where they miscalculated beyond repair. They were studying your patterns like analysts waiting for a system failure, not realizing the system had already rebooted at a higher level. The pain they thought would end, you had already passed through you and done its work. What walked out of that fire wasn't fragile, it was refined. Imagine this. Someone stands outside a volcano, taking notes, waiting for it to explode so they can say, "I knew it." But the eruption already happened years ago, underground, reshaping the land into something stronger and unrecognizable. Now, all that's left is solid ground they can't crack. That's you. They thought your silence meant you were barely holding on. In reality, it meant you had nothing left to prove. They thought your calm was suppression. It was clarity. They thought your withdrawal was collapse. It was alignment. Here's the truth that humiliates them. They prepared for your ending. You prepared for your next form. They don't know what to do with that, because their entire sense of intelligence, control, and superiority was built on predicting your failure. When that failure never arrived, everything they believed about themselves fell apart instead. Another image. Imagine someone rehearsing a victory speech for years, only to realize the competition already finished and they didn't qualify. That's their realization. Late, quiet, brutal. You were never the mystery. You were always consistent in one way. You adapted, you learned, you survived. They were the ones guessing, projecting, inventing theories to avoid facing a simple truth. They never understood you because they never did the inner work required to understand someone like you. And now the ending is locked in. You walk forward untouched, not angry, not bitter, not chasing closure, just moving on, lighter, clearer, unburdened, and they stay behind, flipping through mental files, replaying moments, chasing patterns, trapped inside an investigation that never had a solution. Because the case wasn't about you, it was about them failing to accept that you evolved beyond their reach. And this is where we close it. If you're still here, it means something clicked. Not because this was dramatic, but because it was accurate. You saw the pattern, you felt the shift, and you recognized yourself in it. That matters. So press the like button if you haven't already. It helps this message reach others who are waking up and wondering why the energy around them feels different. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure you press the subscribe button. This space is for people who refuse to be predictable, controllable, or small. Stay sharp, stay aware, keep moving forward. When a whole town needs teamwork to stop one person, it's not strength, it's fear wearing a group costume. That's the part they hate admitting. One person should be easy to erase. One voice should be easy to drown out. One path should be easy to block. But somehow, it never worked with you. They laughed first because laughter is how insecure people calm themselves. Then came the whispers, because doubt spreads faster in quiet rooms. And finally, they planned, because when mockery fails, coordination becomes the last weapon of the afraid. Picture it clearly. A pack of people standing shoulder to shoulder, convinced numbers equal power, fake smiles on their faces, knives hidden behind compliments, confidence dripping from mouths that had never actually tested themselves. In their heads, you were already finished, small, fragile, an easy story with a predictable ending. They told each other, there's no way one person survives this. And the more they repeated it, the safer they felt. What they didn't understand is that storms don't announce themselves. Pressure builds quietly, strength grows in silence. The thing they called little old you wasn't weak. It was compressed force, and when pressure meets resistance long enough, it doesn't break. It explodes outward. Here's the fact they can't escape. History never remembers the crowd that tried to stop someone. It remembers the one person who kept moving anyway. Every major shift, every uncomfortable truth, every moment that exposed group thinking as cowardice started with one person refusing to fold. And statistically speaking, it always takes a group to fight someone who stands alone with conviction. Lone targets don't scare people. Unstoppable ones do. They didn't surround prey. They circled something they couldn't predict. And when the whole town worked together and still failed miserably, the realization hurt worse than any loss. Because failure against one person isn't just defeat, it's exposure. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thanks for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now back to the truth they wish you'd forget. The reason this story hits so hard is because you felt it before you understood it. You noticed the shift in energy, the way conversations changed when you walked into a room, the way people who once ignored you suddenly paid attention, not with support, but with calculation. That's not coincidence. That's the moment you became a problem without ever trying to be one. The town didn't come together because you were loud. They came together because you were consistent. You didn't beg. You didn't chase approval. You didn't adjust yourself to fit their comfort. You kept showing up, improving quietly, learning from hits that would have broken most people. And that kind of progress makes insecure systems panic. There's a simple psychological truth most people never face. Groups bond fastest over shared enemies, not shared values. When you kept rising without permission, you became the glue that held their fear together. They needed each other to feel brave enough to oppose you. Alone, none of them had the courage. They told themselves stories to justify it. They're getting lucky. They'll mess up eventually. They don't belong here. These stories weren't about you. They were emergency blankets for fragile egos. Because accepting your strength would mean accepting their stagnation. And here's another fact that confirms you were right all along. If you were truly insignificant, they wouldn't have coordinated. If you were truly harmless, they wouldn't have watched your moves. If you were truly small, they wouldn't still be talking about you when you're not even in the room. Silence is reserved for things that don't matter. Noise follows threats. What makes this moment powerful isn't just that they failed, it's how they failed. They failed together, with planning, with strategy, with numbers, and still couldn't stop one person who refused to collapse inward. That kind of failure leaves a permanent mark. It forces people to confront an uncomfortable idea. Maybe the problem was never you. Maybe the system they trusted was weaker than they thought. You didn't win by attacking. You didn't win by explaining yourself. You didn't win by proving anything to anyone. You won by staying intact while pressure increased. You let time do the talking. You let consistency do the damage. And now, the same town that once whispered is quieter than it's ever been. This is the part they don't tell each other out loud. They weren't united by strength. They were united by fear of what you represent. Independence, growth, a mirror they didn't want to look into. You showed them that one person, focused and unbreakable, can expose a whole crowd pretending to be powerful. So if you ever wondered whether you imagined it, whether you were overthinking, whether the resistance was real, here's your confirmation. Nobody mobilizes against nothing. Nobody coordinates against weakness. Nobody fails this loudly against someone who wasn't a threat. They worked together. You stood alone, and the result speaks for itself. The town tried. The town planned. The town failed, and little old you kept moving forward anyway. And hey, chosen one, pause right here for a second. If you've made it this far, it's not by accident. People who were actually small would have clicked away already. But you stayed because something in this story feels familiar. A little too familiar. So before we go any deeper, do this one simple thing for yourself. Let the algorithm know this message matters. Tap like, subscribe, or drop a comment, because every small action helps push this truth past the same crowds that tried to silence it in real life. If this story feels like it's calling you out by name, say it quietly but clearly. Type 777 in the comments, not as a symbol, not as magic, but as a line in the sand. A signal that you're done pretending the pressure didn't shape you, that the isolation didn't sharpen you, that the town didn't accidentally train you to stand alone. And if you feel it in your gut, consider supporting the team behind this message. Not because of money, but because movements survive on momentum. 1 cent or 1,000, it all fuels the same engine. Truth doesn't spread itself. Now take a breath. We're about to break this down step by step. And if you're really who this message is for, you'll feel the pull to stay until the end. Let's get started. Number 1. When a crowd needs numbers to feel strong, you've already won. If it takes a crowd to challenge you, you were never weak. You were just inconvenient to their comfort. This is where their biggest mistake started. They thought numbers meant power. They assumed that if enough people leaned the same way, reality would tilt with them. Enough whispers and truth would crack. Enough laughter and confidence would bleed out of you. Enough fingers pointing at the same time, and you would shrink under the weight of collective judgment. That logic works on fragile minds. It doesn't work on someone who learned to stand alone before anyone noticed. They confused volume with force, noise with strength, agreement with courage, and that misunderstanding is exactly why they lost. Think about it carefully. A single person with direction terrifies people who only know how to move in groups. You didn't need a committee to decide who you were. You didn't need permission to grow. You didn't wait for applause to keep going. While they were checking who agreed with them, you were building something internally that didn't need approval to function. That imbalance scared them long before it annoyed them. Here's the truth: most of them will never admit out loud. Crowds don't attack what's weak. They attack what threatens their illusion of control. Weak things get ignored. Weak things fade quietly. You didn't. You stayed visible without trying. You stayed steady while they stayed reactive. And that's when they realized one-on-one wouldn't work. So they gathered. They whispered, they shared looks, they told the same story over and over until it sounded like fact. They believed repetition could replace reality. It couldn't. Repeating a lie doesn't make it true. It just reveals how desperate people are for it to be believed. Picture a pack of people pushing against a door together, convinced the door will eventually break. What they don't realize is that the door isn't locked. It's anchored. You were anchored, not to them, not to approval, not to fear, to your own direction, and no amount of pushing changes that. At this point, a question usually shows up in your mind. Why did they care so much? Because indifference takes confidence. Obsession comes from insecurity. People who feel secure don't need backup. People who trust themselves don't need witnesses. The moment they needed numbers, they admitted they didn't believe they could handle you alone. They thought laughter would weaken you, but laughter without substance is just noise trying to mask anxiety. They laughed because silence would have forced them to think, and thinking would have led them to an uncomfortable conclusion. That you weren't breaking, that you weren't folding, that you were adapting. Another question follows right after. Why did it feel coordinated? Because it was. Fear organizes fast. When one person feels threatened, it's uncomfortable. When many people feel threatened by the same individual, it turns into a strategy. They weren't brave. They were buffering themselves emotionally. Each voice gave the others permission to stay small together. Here's the part that flips the script. You didn't survive despite the pressure. You sharpened because of it. Every look, every whisper, every quiet attempt to box you in became resistance training. While they were trying to limit you, they were increasing your capacity. They didn't see growth because growth doesn't announce itself. It shows up later, undeniable. They believed enough bodies in one direction would crush you, but pressure only destroys what's hollow. Solid structures don't collapse under weight. They distribute it. They adapt. They hold. You didn't snap. You adjusted. And that's why the outcome embarrassed them. Another uncomfortable fact they avoid. Crowds fail because responsibility disappears inside them. Everyone assumes someone else is in control. Everyone assumes someone else will take the risk. You didn't have that luxury. You carried full responsibility for your choices, and that builds a kind of clarity groups never develop. They thought pointing fingers would make you doubt yourself. Instead, it made you observe them more closely. You noticed how fast confidence evaporated when no one else was watching. How strong opinions softened in private. How loud certainty turned into silence when confronted directly. Those moments taught you more than support ever could. You started seeing the pattern. The crowd only moved when someone else did. The crowd only spoke when it felt safe. The crowd only attacked when it was sure you wouldn't hit back the same way. That's not power. That's dependency. And this is the moment chosen ones usually ask, so why did I feel alone? Because growth isolates before it elevates. Because when you stop moving with the crowd, the distance feels brutal at first. But isolation isn't punishment. It's preparation. It strips away borrowed confidence and forces you to build the real thing. They needed numbers to feel strong. You needed clarity. They needed agreement. You needed alignment. They needed reassurance. You needed direction. That difference decided everything long before the outcome showed up. The brutal part for them is this: even united, they couldn't move you. Even coordinated, they couldn't control you. Even convinced they were right, they couldn't stop what was already forming. And when a crowd fails together, the shame doesn't spread evenly. It lingers, it turns inward, it fractures alliances. You walked away stronger, they walked away quieter. So if you ever catch yourself replaying those moments, wondering if it was all in your head, let this land clearly. It wasn't imagination, it was confirmation. Nobody rallies against nothing. Nobody organizes against weakness. Nobody fails this publicly against someone who wasn't a real problem. They believed numbers meant power. They learned too late that power doesn't multiply in crowds. It concentrates in the one who doesn't bend. Number 2. They bet everything on your breakdown and lost the moment you didn't flinch. They didn't push you to see if you'd fall. They pushed you because they were terrified you wouldn't. This is the phase where they were absolutely sure the ending was locked in. Pressure always works on most people. Push long enough, mock loud enough, isolate someone hard enough, and eventually they crack. That's the pattern they've seen their whole lives. That's the math they trusted. So they leaned in. Harder words, colder looks, subtle shoves mixed with public sneers. They waited for the moment you'd finally drop your head, apologize for existing, or quietly retreat into something smaller. They weren't just expecting it, they were counting on it. Imagine a group of people bouncing their weight on a thin sheet of ice, laughing because they've seen it break before. They jump again, louder this time, waiting for the crack. What they don't realize is this ice isn't thin, it's layered. Reinforced by storms, it already survived. So instead of collapsing, it holds. And the silence that follows is louder than any laugh they made before. That silence is what rattled them. They expected tears. They expected panic. They expected you to fold your shoulders inward and make yourself easier to ignore. They expected fear to leak out of you in visible ways, because fear is familiar to them. Fear is something they know how to control. What they didn't expect was composure, a straight spine, a calm refusal to perform the breakdown they had already rehearsed in their heads. Here's the part most people miss. Pressure doesn't reveal weakness, it reveals structure, and what they learned too late is that you weren't held together by their approval in the first place. You weren't propped up by validation. You weren't running on borrowed confidence. So when they pulled support away, nothing collapsed. One question usually hits right here. Why did they keep pushing if nothing worked? Because backing off would have meant admitting they were wrong, and pride hates refunds. Every extra shove was them doubling down on a bad bet. They kept escalating, hoping the next hit would finally do the job, not realizing every failed attempt was quietly proving your strength. Nothing embarrasses an enemy faster than effort that produces zero results. Imagine someone punching a wall over and over, convinced the next hit will break it, while their knuckles split open instead. That's what this was. Every insult that didn't land, every attempt to provoke that, went unanswered. Every moment you didn't react the way they expected chipped away at their certainty. And certainty is the only thing bullies actually stand on. They told themselves pressure would force you to bend, but pressure doesn't bend steel, it tempers it. The heat doesn't weaken it, it rearranges it. You didn't come out softer, you came out sharper, cleaner, more controlled. And that transformation scared them more than open resistance ever could. Another question creeps in. Why did my calm bother them so much? Because calm under attack feels like dominance to insecure minds. When someone is trying to provoke fear and gets nothing back, it feels like being ignored. And nothing enrages fragile egos more than realizing they don't matter as much as they thought. Your refusal to collapse forced them to confront their own fragility. They expected you to beg for relief. Instead, you adjusted. You learned which battles were fake, which voices were noise, which reactions only fed the fire. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped defending your character to people invested in misunderstanding it. And that shift flipped the power dynamic without you ever raising your voice. Imagine throwing stones at a mountain and waiting for it to flinch. That's what it felt like to them. At first, it was funny, then confusing, then unsettling. Because when someone doesn't react, you start hearing your own echo. And echoes make people uncomfortable. They watched your posture. They watched how you kept moving forward while they stalled in place. They noticed you didn't shrink your plans. You didn't dim your presence. You didn't become easier to handle. That's when the mockery changed tone. Less playful, more desperate. Because now it wasn't about breaking you. It was about saving face. Here's the brutal truth. They didn't want you gone. They wanted you humbled, smaller, contained, manageable. Your survival wasn't the problem. Your composure was. You proved that their pressure wasn't as powerful as they believed. And once that illusion cracked, their confidence followed. They pushed for collapse and got composure. That mismatch shattered their strategy. Another thing worth saying out loud, strength doesn't always look loud. Sometimes it looks boring to people addicted to drama. You didn't give them a show, you gave them a mirror. And mirrors don't scream, they reflect. They thought resistance would look like fighting back, yelling, exploding. Instead, resistance looked like consistency, like restraint, like choosing not to hand them the reaction they were hungry for. That kind of control feels unfair to people who survive on chaos. Imagine a chess player slamming pieces on the board, getting louder with every move, while the other player just watches, waits, and checks them calmly. The game doesn't end because of aggression. It ends because of patience. You didn't win by overpowering them. You won by outlasting their need for you to break. This is where chosen ones usually wonder, was it really that serious? Yes, because if it wasn't, they wouldn't remember it. They wouldn't replay it. They wouldn't still feel irritated when your name comes up. You didn't just survive their pressure. You exposed its limits. They learned something they never wanted to learn. Not everyone breaks. Not everyone bends. Not everyone plays the role assigned to them by a crowd desperate for control. And once that lesson lands, it can't be unlearned. They mistook pressure for power and composure for weakness. That misread cost them everything. So understand this clearly. You didn't just stay standing. You changed the rules without announcing it. You showed them that collapse isn't inevitable, that retreat isn't required, that strength doesn't ask permission to exist. They expected you to break. you stayed upright, and that quiet shock did more damage to them than any reaction ever could. Number 3. Their smiles faded the moment they realized you weren't dying. A smirk only survives as long as it believes the ending is guaranteed. At first, they enjoyed it, the looks, the half smiles, the quiet confidence that comes from assuming you're about to fall apart any second now. They thought they were watching the final scene of your story. Front row seats, popcorn energy, relaxed, comfortable, convinced nothing could go wrong for them. When people believe collapse is inevitable, they let their guard down. That's when the shift started. Your silence stretched too long, your posture didn't change, your pace didn't slow, and suddenly those smirks began to twitch. Not enough for them to notice at first, but enough to feel it internally. Voices lost their smooth edge, jokes landed flat. Confidence started leaking out in awkward pauses. What was supposed to be quick and clean turned slow, messy, and deeply uncomfortable. Here's the part they didn't plan for. Watching someone survive when you expected their failure feels humiliating. It forces the mind to rewrite a story it was already enjoying. And people hate rewrites when they're the ones exposed by them. Imagine standing on a balcony, laughing as you watch a fire below, fully convinced it's about to burn out. You feel safe because you're above it, detached, untouchable. Then the flames don't die, they rise. Heat creeps up the walls, smoke thickens. Suddenly, the balcony doesn't feel so high anymore. That's what happened to them. They waited like vultures, patient and smug. Certain time would finish the job for them. But vultures don't understand fire. Fire doesn't rot quietly. It grows, it adapts, it finds oxygen where no one expected it. And when it does, the ones watching from above are always the first to panic. Nothing unsettles an enemy faster than realizing the moment they were enjoying is turning against them. You could see it if you looked closely. Their reactions became delayed, their certainty fractured. They started checking each other for reassurance, silently asking, "Why isn't this working?" Because confidence built on someone else's downfall is borrowed confidence. Once the downfall doesn't happen, it evaporates. A question usually hits right here. Why did they suddenly seem nervous? Because they weren't prepared to pivot. Their identity in that moment depended on you losing. When you didn't, they were left exposed with nothing to stand on. They weren't watching you anymore. They were watching their assumptions collapse. You didn't gloat. You didn't escalate. You didn't need to. Your continued existence did the work for you. Every second you stayed standing stretched their discomfort further, and what started as entertainment for them turned into embarrassment they couldn't laugh off. The smirks didn't last. They never do when the fire refuses to go out. Number 4. A crowd only feels powerful until fear stops working. A crowd without fear is just noise standing close together. Crowds survive on one fuel, and it isn't strength. It's fear doing what it's told. Fear of standing alone, fear of being singled out, fear of losing approval. When fear cooperates, crowds feel unstoppable. When fear refuses, the whole structure starts shaking like cheap scaffolding in strong wind. They believed the old myth that many always beat one. That volume replaces backbone, that if enough people say the same thing at the same time, reality will eventually cave in. That's the fantasy crowds live in, because facing yourself alone is harder than hiding inside agreement. What they forgot is the rule that ends the game instantly. Fear only works on people who negotiate with it. The moment fear stops getting answers, crowds lose leverage. You didn't panic. You didn't hesitate. You didn't look for an exit just because more bodies filled the room. And the second that happened, their numbers stopped meaning anything. Imagine this, 1,000 people chanting directions at once, but none of them actually know where they're going. Loud, confident, completely lost. Now imagine one person walking straight ahead without asking permission. Guess who looks powerful 5 minutes later? Noise multiplies weakness. Clarity concentrates power. Crowds rely on hesitation, that split second where you doubt yourself, that pause where you look around to see who's watching. They count on that moment. You skipped it. You didn't scan faces for approval. You didn't wait for consensus. You moved like someone who already accepted the cost of standing alone. That's why they got louder. Louder is what people do when control starts slipping. Volume is compensation, not dominance. Real power doesn't shout, it moves. Another question usually hits here. Why did it feel like they needed me to react? Because fear needs participation. Without your reaction, the crowd had nothing to push against. You became weightless, untouchable, and nothing scares a crowd more than losing resistance. One unshakable soul doesn't argue with a crowd, it exposes it. Here's the fact they hate. Crowds collapse the moment they face someone who doesn't need them. No approval, no backup, no permission slip, just direction. And direction beats numbers every single time. They depended on fear. Fear didn't show up for them. And without it, the crowd was just hollow voices echoing back at each other while you kept moving forward. Number 5, they unloaded every weapon and still couldn't touch you. When deception becomes desperate, it stops being dangerous and starts being obvious. This is the stage where they ran out of patience and switched to panic. Subtlety failed, so they reached for everything at once. Lies wrapped in confidence, half-truths dressed up as facts, smiles sharpened just enough to cut without looking guilty. Your name started floating through rooms you weren't even in, passed around like a warning label instead of a person. At first, it was quiet, strategic, controlled. They told themselves whispers were smarter than confrontation. Poison works best when you don't taste it, right? But whispers require belief, and belief requires cracks. You didn't give them any. So they escalated. When silence didn't break you, they tried noise, loud opinions, bold claims, public certainty. They hoped volume would replace credibility. They hoped chaos would overwhelm your focus. That if they flooded the space with confusion, your will would finally short-circuit. That's always the move when control starts slipping. Turn everything messy and hope no one notices who caused it. Imagine a magician whose tricks stop working mid-show. The audience isn't amazed anymore. They're confused. So the magician talks faster, moves quicker, waves their hands harder, hoping distraction will save the illusion. It doesn't. It just makes the failure louder. Noise is what liars use when truth stops cooperating. They stack tricks on top of tricks, convinced one of them would land. But each attempt revealed something they didn't mean to show. Desperation, coordination, fear of losing narrative control. The more they tried to frame you, the clearer it became who was actually threatened. Here's the question you probably asked yourself. Why did it get so intense? Because tricks only escalate when the target doesn't move. If you were bending, they would have stopped. If you were breaking, they would have relaxed. Your steadiness forced them to keep digging until they hit bedrock. Every lie they threw needed energy. You gave none back. And that's what exposed them. You didn't argue with the noise. You didn't chase the whispers. You didn't scramble to clean up lies you never owned. You stayed focused, calm, forward-moving, and without resistance, their chaos had nowhere to stick. Imagine throwing smoke bombs into an empty field. No walls, no corners, no panic, just smoke dissolving into open air. That's what their final tricks looked like. They threw everything they had. What they didn't realize was that the moment tricks replace truth, the game is already over. Not for you, for them. Number 6. Their unity expired before your will did. When unity collapses and one person is still standing, the lie was never the lone figure. It was the group. They linked arms like it meant something, shoulder to shoulder, loud in their agreement, certain that togetherness alone could finish what none of them could handle individually. One against many felt like an automatic ending in their minds. They didn't even question it. Numbers had always done the thinking for them. But unity built on fear has a short shelf life. You stood there while their confidence slowly leaked out. Breathing, steady, still burning with something they couldn't copy or crowdsource. That unsettled them more than open resistance ever could, because defeat by an equal hurts. Defeat by someone you dismissed feels personal. Imagine a relay team sprinting full speed, convinced momentum guarantees victory, only to realize the finish line isn't where they thought it was. They run harder, trip over each other, blame timing, blame footing, blame anything, except the fact that one person kept walking straight and didn't need to switch places to survive. They needed each other to stay brave. You didn't. That's what made this loss sting. Their unity depended on constant reassurance, glances exchanged, silent check-ins, a shared belief that as long as they stayed aligned, they were safe. You didn't offer that comfort to anyone. You didn't ask for it either. And that independence quietly dismantled their formation. Here's the question that usually surfaces. Why didn't they just keep going? Because unity without belief is fragile. The moment doubt enters one mind, it spreads faster than confidence ever did. Someone noticed you weren't fading. Someone else noticed the effort wasn't working. Suddenly, unity felt heavy instead of empowering. They were holding each other up. You were holding yourself together. Imagine a human pyramid wobbling under its own weight. Impressive from a distance, unstable up close. One small shift and the whole thing shakes. You weren't part of that structure. You were the ground it rested on. Solid, unmoving, unimpressed. They didn't just lose, they unraveled. Because when a group fails together against one person who refuses to disappear, excuses run out fast. Unity turns into quiet resentment. Confidence turns into silence. And silence is where reality finally speaks. They stood united. You outlasted them. And nothing hurts pride more than realizing unity wasn't enough to stop little old you. Number 7. Your win broke them more than your survival ever could. They could forgive you for suffering. They could never forgive you for winning. Endurance wasn't the part that shattered them. Plenty of people endure quietly and get forgotten. What they couldn't handle was the outcome. You didn't just make it through. You came out intact, clearer, standing in a place they assumed was unreachable. And when a whole town rises against one person and still fails, the loss stops being situational. It becomes symbolic. That's what ruined it for them. They were prepared to watch you struggle forever. They were comfortable with you barely surviving. Pain felt fair to them, limitation felt justified. But victory, that rewrote the hierarchy they depended on. Your win wasn't loud, but it was permanent. It didn't need witnesses. It didn't ask for permission. It simply existed. And existence was enough to dismantle their story. Imagine spending months building a cage, reinforcing it, locking every door, only to realize the person you trapped is now walking freely while you're still standing there guarding nothing. That's what this felt like to them. The effort didn't just fail, it exposed how misplaced it was. Winning without their approval is the one outcome they can't rationalize. Here's the question that hits hardest. Why does my success bother them more than my resistance? Because resistance still centers them. Winning removes them from the equation entirely. Your progress proved they were never the deciding factor, and nothing wounds pride faster than irrelevance. They didn't just lose control, they lost narrative authority. Every insult, every plan, every coordinated move now sits under one uncomfortable truth. It didn't stop you, and because it didn't stop you, it reflects back on them, their limits, their fear, their weakness dressed up as unity. When you win alone, the crowd is forced to confront itself. You became something they didn't plan for, proof, living evidence that their pressure wasn't absolute, that their agreement wasn't power, that their numbers couldn't override direction. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to explain. Your position said everything. Winning was the part they couldn't handle because it made denial impossible. They rose together, they failed together, and you walked away as the one thing they never wanted you to be, undeniable proof. Number 8. The silence afterward is their confession. When people lose in a way they can't explain, they rewrite history instead of facing it. They won't talk about it out loud, not directly. That would require honesty, and honesty would require accountability. So instead, they'll slide back into routines like nothing happened. Same places, same faces, same patterns. On the surface, it looks normal again, but underneath, the air is different. Heavier, careful. In quiet conversations, they soften the loss. They call it bad timing, poor execution, circumstances. They tell each other it almost worked, that if one thing had gone differently, the outcome would have changed. These excuses aren't for you. They're survival tools for their ego. Because admitting the real reason would shatter what little certainty they have left. The truth is simpler and far more painful. Their numbers didn't matter. Denial is what people use when facts threaten identity. They know it, in the pauses between sentences, in the way your name still shifts the mood of a room, in how certain topics get avoided without anyone announcing why. Loss doesn't disappear just because it's unspoken. It settles, it lingers, and it reshapes behavior. Imagine a team insisting a bridge collapse was a fluke while quietly avoiding that bridge forever after. That's what this looks like. Public confidence, private caution. They act like nothing changed. But they move differently now, because something fundamental broke. Another question tends to surface here. Why won't they just admit it? Because admitting it would mean accepting that unity didn't protect them, that agreement didn't save them, that planning didn't guarantee results. And once that illusion cracks, it's impossible to rebuild. They didn't lose to you, they lost their belief in themselves. You exposed the flaw they relied on without ever trying to. You showed that numbers are only intimidating when the person facing them believes the story. You didn't, and now they're stuck carrying that knowledge forward, whether they acknowledge it or not. They'll smile, they'll move on, they'll pretend. But deep down, they know exactly what failed. Their power was an illusion, and you shattered it simply by standing your ground. Number 9, you're the memory that ruins their confidence. A nightmare isn't loud. It's the thought you can't shut up. You don't have to say a word anymore. Your presence does the damage for you. Every time they see you, something tightens in their chest because they remember how their full weight wasn't enough. All the planning, all the coordination, all the confidence they borrowed from each other. None of it worked, and that failure didn't end when the moment passed. It followed them home. That's how nightmares are born. They try to move on, but the image sticks. You standing there when you were supposed to be gone. You breathing when they expected collapse. You winning without permission. Now every new plan carries hesitation. Every bold idea has a quiet pause at the start. Not because you're involved, but because you exist. Failure fades, proof doesn't. Imagine touching a hot stove once. You heal, you forget the pain, but your hand never reaches the burner the same way again. That's what you are to them now, a remembered consequence, a warning signal their body reacts to before their mind can lie. They hesitate because they already tested their limits on you and lost. You probably felt this shift before you understood it, the way their energy dulled, the way confidence turned careful, the way courage suddenly needed backup. That's not maturity. That's fear dressed up as strategy. You didn't scare them with force, you scared them with outcome. Here's the question that sneaks in. Why does my success still bother them? Because it rewired what they thought was possible. They can't unsee that their best effort failed. And once that truth exists, every future move carries doubt. Doubt poisons momentum faster than resistance ever could. Imagine a chess player who lost a game they were certain was already won. Every board after that feels hostile. Every move feels risky. Not because the opponent is cheating, but because certainty is gone. You took that from them without even trying. They don't talk about it. They don't need to. The hesitation says enough. The second guessing, the way plans slow down when your name comes up. You became the reference point they wish they didn't have. You are the reminder that their courage has a ceiling. That memory doesn't fade. It waits, quiet, patient, ready to surface whenever they feel bold again. And every time it does, it pulls them back just enough to keep you ahead. You're not chasing them anymore. You're haunting them. And that's a position no crowd can vote their way out of. Number 10. The storm that was meant to erase you built you instead. They thought the storm would wash you away. It turned out you were learning how to breathe underwater. Nothing they threw at you went to waste. Not one insult, not one betrayal, not one dirty move they swore you wouldn't notice. Every hit landed, but not the way they expected. Instead of breaking you down, it pressed you inward, compacted you, forced you to harden where it mattered. Pressure didn't ruin you, it refined you. They thought chaos would confuse you. It clarified you. Imagine this, a river trying to drown a rock. Day after day, water slams into it, convinced erosion will finish the job. Years later, the river hasn't won. The rock is still there, smoother, denser, shaped by the very force meant to destroy it. That's what happened to you. The storm didn't pass over you. You grew inside it. Not everything that hurts is damage. Some of it is construction. Every insult became weight training. Every betrayal taught you where not to bleed energy. Every trick exposed patterns you can now see from a mile away. You stopped reacting emotionally and started responding strategically. That's not survival mode, that's evolution. You might have wondered at some point, why did this keep happening to me? Because growth doesn't come from calm environments. Calm makes people soft. Resistance makes them precise. The universe didn't drop you into comfort. It dropped you into pressure, because pressure reveals what's real. Imagine steel in a forge. Heat rises, shape changes, weak spots burn away. If the steel could talk, it would call the process cruel. But once it's done, nothing bends it the same way again. You didn't just survive the heat, you learned its rhythm. They gave you hell, and you learned how to build shelter in it. What scares them now isn't what you went through, it's what you became because of it. You don't flinch the same way, you don't trust blindly, you don't move without awareness. Storms don't intimidate people who learned how to stand inside one without losing themselves. Here's the truth they'll never admit. If they had left you alone, you might have stayed softer, slower, less dangerous. But they didn't. They accelerated you. Every attempt to take you down added another layer of armor they can't crack. You didn't come out lucky, you came out forged. You didn't walk away intact. You walked away unbreakable, and storms don't scare what they helped create. Number 11, they tried to finish you and accidentally built a weapon. Nothing is more dangerous than someone who was trained by failure and survived it. They didn't just underestimate you, they invested in your evolution without realizing it. Every push they made was supposed to drain you. Every hunt was meant to exhaust you. Instead, it dug deeper wells inside you. Places they never touched. Places you didn't even know were there until pressure forced them open. They thought intensity would empty you. It expanded you. Imagine someone trying to drown another person, not knowing that person has been learning to hold their breath longer every single time. At first, it looks cruel, then confusing, then terrifying, because the tactic stops working and the target stops panicking. That's when the hunter realizes the roles quietly switched. They trained your patience, sharpened your focus, and taught you how to move without emotion. What they meant to end became your beginning, not in a dramatic way, in a permanent one. You stopped reacting to noise. You stopped wasting energy explaining yourself. You stopped fighting on levels designed to keep you small. Defense turned into direction. Chaos turned into clarity. You move differently now. Every step has weight. Every decision lands harder than their loudest attempts ever did. You don't rush. You don't chase. You don't need to announce anything. Silence does the work for you. Here's the question that usually hits next. Why does it feel like I outgrew them so fast? Because pressure accelerates growth when it doesn't break you. They were stuck repeating tactics. You were adapting, and adaptation always wins in the long run. Noise can't compete with someone who understands timing. They feel the shift before they understand it. When you enter a room and conversations shorten, when jokes lose their edge, when confidence tightens into forced smiles, you're not intimidating because you're aggressive. You're unsettling because you're untouchable. Imagine shouting at a moving elevator. You can get louder. You can get angrier. It doesn't matter. It's already rising. That's what your progress feels like to them now. Out of reach, unbothered, final. You didn't become dangerous by fighting harder. You became dangerous by rising beyond the fight. They trained you without knowing it. Now they have to live with what they created. Number 12. Aftermath. The moment the crowd collapsed under its own weight. They didn't fail because they lacked effort. They failed because the lie holding them together finally snapped. They came together with one goal in mind: end you, erase you, bury you quietly, and move on like nothing ever happened. That was the plan. Clean, efficient, collective. But plans built on fear don't collapse loudly. They fracture slowly, piece by piece, until everyone realizes at the same time that something is wrong. This is the aftermath they never rehearsed. Masks started slipping first. The confident faces couldn't hold shape anymore. Smiles arrived late and left early. The whispers that once moved fast and sharp dried up because whispers need momentum. Momentum dies when belief does. Unity cracked next. Not all at once. Just enough to feel unstable. Just enough to make people glance at each other differently. Imagine a crowd standing on thin ice, laughing because no one has fallen yet. Then one crack echoes. Nobody laughs. They don't run either. They just stand there, frozen, realizing the danger was always under their feet. That's what happened to them. The structure they trusted betrayed them. They didn't just lose to you, they lost trust in each other. Now, every set of eyes looks at you differently. Not with open hostility, not with confidence, with calculation, with caution, with the kind of awareness that comes after a bad misread. You're no longer a target. You're a reference point. The moment things stopped working the way they were supposed to. Here's the question that usually follows. Why does it feel so quiet now? Because chaos needs belief to survive. Once the crowd realized it wasn't unbeatable, the noise collapsed inward. Everyone started protecting themselves instead of the group. A broken crowd doesn't regroup, it scatters. They didn't just lose one attempt. They dismantled the idea that they could ever win against you. That's the real damage. You don't need to fight remnants. Remnants don't move forward. They fade. The whole town tried, and it still wasn't enough. That ending didn't just close the story. It rewrote who holds power from here on out. If this message hit something real in you, don't ignore it. Press the like button if you haven't already, because this story deserves to reach the people who are still standing alone under pressure. And if you're not part of this family yet, press the subscribe button now. You belong in spaces that tell the truth, not ones that shrink you. The whole town tried and failed for a reason. Remember that. Stay sharp, stay grounded, and keep moving forward. People panic the most when the truth keeps confirming itself, no matter who they ask. That line alone explains why everyone freaked out. They didn't react because you were loud. They didn't react because you demanded attention. They reacted because the more they checked, the more obvious it became. This wasn't hype. This wasn't luck. This wasn't a phase. This was consistency standing in front of them, unshaken. And that scares people who survive on doubt. Think about it like this. When a building looks unstable, people walk away without a second thought. But when a structure stands straight after every storm, people start circling it. They knock on the walls, they test the doors, they ask engineers if it's really that strong. Not because they want it to fail, but because they're unsettled by the fact that it won't. That's what you became. A structure that didn't crack. And instead of finding flaws, they found confirmation. Here's the part they didn't expect. Studies on human behavior show that when multiple independent sources confirm the same conclusion, the brain locks it in as truth. It stops questioning. It stops resisting. That's exactly what happened here. They weren't gossiping. They were verifying. They weren't curious. They were anxious. And every conversation they had quietly screamed the same thing back at them. Yeah, he's the one. Before we go any further, chosen one, pause for a second. If this message is hitting, pay it back by pressing like and subscribing, not for numbers, for reach. Messages like this only move when people who understand them help push them forward. Thanks for being part of that. You're not watching by accident. You're part of a force that moves information where it needs to go. Now let's get back to what actually happened. They didn't come to you directly. Of course they didn't. People rarely confront what intimidates them head-on. Instead, they went around you, quietly, carefully, nervously. They asked questions that sounded casual, but carried weight. What do you think about him? Have you noticed anything off? Is he really like that all the time? They were hoping for hesitation. A crack, a story that didn't match, something small they could use to calm themselves. But every answer came back clean. Someone mentioned your discipline, another talked about your restraint. Someone else said you were the same person no matter who was watching. That's when the tone changed. Curiosity turned into concern, because inconsistency is easy to dismiss. Consistency forces conclusions. You didn't give them a mystery to solve. You gave them a pattern they couldn't deny. Here's what separates you from the rest. Most people perform when they're observed. You operate the same when no one is there. That's why investigations into you collapse so fast. There's nothing to expose, no mask slipping, no contradiction. The universe rewards alignment, and alignment makes noise, even in silence. That's why whispers about you got louder instead of fading out. They expected opinions, they got evidence, and once that switch flipped, panic followed. Not loud panic, internal panic, the kind that shows up as overthinking, sudden respect, forced distance, or awkward admiration. The kind where people stop joking around you and start measuring themselves against you. You didn't change your behavior, they changed their perception, and perception is everything. This is the moment people talk about when they say everyone freaked out. It's not chaos, it's realization. It's the moment doubt runs out of excuses. It's the moment comparison stops working. It's the moment they realize you weren't competing at all. You were building something while they were busy checking each other's progress. You might not have noticed it yet, but watch closely. The questions around you have shifted. People aren't asking if you're capable anymore. They're asking how far you're going to go. They aren't wondering whether you're real. They're wondering how they missed it earlier. That's the silent crown being placed. No announcement, no ceremony, just recognition. And here's the part that really messes with the enemy. You didn't force this. You didn't explain yourself. You didn't defend your name. You let reality speak. That's why it hits so hard. When truth doesn't need a spokesperson, it becomes unavoidable. When someone reaches that level, the room adjusts automatically. Conversations lower, eyes track, opinions lock in. Yeah, he's the one. This isn't about ego, it's about alignment. It's about staying steady long enough that even skeptics end up confirming you by accident. The universe has a strange way of exposing who's real by exhausting everyone else's questions. And once that happens, there's no going back to how it was before. So if you felt people watching more closely, speaking more carefully, or acting differently around you, this is why. The verdict already came in. You didn't hear the announcement because it wasn't meant for you. It was meant for them. And the crown, it shows up quietly, always has. All right, chosen one, quick pause before we go deeper, because this part matters more than you think. You didn't land here randomly, and you're not still listening by accident. If this message is locking in, it's because something inside you already recognizes the moment you're stepping into. So do this. Stay, not halfway, not distracted. Stay all the way through, because what comes next only makes sense when you see the full picture. People who leave early always miss the point and then wonder why things never fully click for them. If you're really tapped in, drop a simple comment below with the number 777, not for superstition, not for luck, but as a signal. A quiet, "I'm still here, I'm paying attention." That small action tells the system you're engaged, and it helps this message reach others who are standing right on the edge of the same realization. And if you want to support the team pushing this truth out, super thanks are open. It's not about the amount, it's about momentum. Even the smallest push keeps this mission moving. Now take a breath, lock in. We're about to break this down step by step. And if everyone already freaked out realizing you're the one, what comes next explains exactly why. Let's get into it. Number 1, they dialed the whole world, and the world snitched on them. They searched for dirt and found a mirror. That's when the panic started. That's really what this was. Not curiosity, not concern. Panic dressed up as investigation. They didn't make one call. They made all of them. Old contacts, forgotten names, people you hadn't spoken to in years. Exes who had every reason to drag you. Old bosses who could have minimized you. Friends who knew your flaws. Enemies who would have loved to expose one. They kept dialing, hoping the law of averages would finally turn in their favor. Surely someone would crack. Surely someone would say, "Yeah, he's not that special." They needed one weak voice to calm themselves down. They never got it. Every call came back clean. Different people, different timelines, different experiences, same conclusion. You were consistent, you were solid, you were exactly who you appeared to be. And that's when the mood shifted from curiosity to dread. Because nothing scares insecure people more than a person who stays the same no matter who's watching. Picture it like this. Imagine someone trying to prove a diamond is fake. They scrape it against concrete, still sharp. They drop it, still intact. They test it under pressure, still unmarked. At some point, the testing stops being about truth and starts becoming about frustration. That's where they were with you. They weren't gathering information anymore. They were hoping reality would finally bend. It didn't. Here's the question you might be asking right now. Why go that far? Why not just walk away? Because people don't walk away from what threatens their self-image. They investigate it, they poke it, they obsess over it. You represented something they couldn't explain away. Someone who didn't need approval, but somehow earned respect anyway. Someone who didn't chase validation, but still got confirmed by everyone else. That messes with people who survive by comparison. And let's be clear, they weren't looking for the truth. They were looking for permission to dismiss you. That's a big difference. Truth is neutral. Permission is emotional. They wanted an excuse to relax, to stop feeling small, to stop wondering why your presence alone changed the temperature in the room. But every conversation betrayed them. Every voice they contacted unknowingly testified on your behalf. That's when the phrase, "everyone freaked out," stopped being dramatic and started being literal. Because when doubt runs out of allies, it collapses inward. You didn't have to announce anything. You didn't have to defend yourself. The verdict formed behind closed doors, without you present, and that's what made it hit harder. This wasn't hype created by fans. This was confirmation forced out of skeptics. Think about how rare that is. Most people can fake a version of themselves for a while, long enough to impress one group, long enough to fool a new crowd. But you can't fake consistency across time, environments, and relationships. That's why their strategy failed. They assumed you were a performance. They treated you like a rumor. But rumors fall apart when investigated. You didn't. You held. This is the moment the enemy realizes something painful. You weren't climbing. You were already built. While they were networking, explaining, polishing and selling, you were just being, and being real scales faster than pretending ever could. That's why their questions started changing. At first it was, is he legit? Then it became, how long has he been like this? Then finally, the quiet one they didn't want to ask out loud. Why isn't that me? If you're wondering whether they feel embarrassed now, the answer is yes, but it's not the loud kind. It's the internal kind, the kind that shows up as awkward silence, sudden respect, forced praise, or unexplained distance. The kind where people stop challenging you and start watching you. The kind where jokes disappear and tone changes. That's not coincidence. That's recognition settling in. You might also be thinking, did they expect you to fail? Honestly, yes. People test what they secretly hope will collapse, because collapse would justify their own stagnation. Your survival, your steadiness, your clean record across so many perspectives robbed them of that comfort. Now they have to live with a truth they didn't ask for. You didn't cheat the system. You didn't manipulate perception. You simply didn't break under scrutiny. And that's why the crown shows up without warning. Not a literal crown, a social one, a psychological one, the kind where rooms recalibrate around you, where opinions about you stop being debated, where your name doesn't need defending because it already survived cross-examination. Yeah, he's the one, isn't praise. It's acceptance of the obvious. It's people finally admitting what they were trying to disprove. Let this sink in, chosen one. You didn't win by outperforming. You won by outlasting doubt. You stayed the same long enough that even your critics ran out of alternative narratives. That's not luck. That's alignment. The universe rewards patterns that hold under pressure, and pressure is exactly what they applied. So, if you've noticed a shift lately, this is why. The stares last longer. The respect feels heavier. The energy in the room changes when you enter. That's not ego. That's aftermath. That's what happens when an investigation accidentally crowns the very person it meant to expose. They called everyone, and everyone answered the same way. That's not hype. That's game over. Number 2, the gavel slammed and reality didn't ask for appeals. When the verdict is obvious, silence is the loudest reaction. That's exactly how it landed. No debate, no delay, no dramatic pause. The moment the last voice echoed the same conclusion, the case was over. They didn't need a meeting. They didn't need to compare notes. The truth aligned too cleanly, too fast. That's when it hit them. This wasn't opinion anymore. This was confirmation stacking on top of confirmation until denial had nowhere left to stand. They were holding the phone, staring at nothing because the outcome wasn't what they planned for. They expected mixed reviews. They expected contradictions. They expected at least one story that didn't match. Instead, reality showed up like a brick wall. Same message, same tone, same respect, over and over again. You weren't just real, you were consistent across time, pressure, and proximity. And consistency is the one thing that can't be faked long term. Imagine a jury that walks into the room already agreeing before the trial even begins. No arguments, no persuasion, just a shared understanding. That's what this was. Every person who knew you from a different angle unknowingly served as a witness. Different chapters of your life, different environments, different versions of you. Yet somehow the core stayed the same. That's when the word verdict stopped being dramatic and started being accurate. Here's a question that probably crossed your mind. Why did it happen so fast? Because truth doesn't need time to organize itself. Lies do. Truth shows up fully formed. Lies need rehearsal. They were prepared for noise. What they got was clarity, and clarity moves fast because it doesn't hesitate. Another question you might be asking is why this shook them so deeply. Because people can tolerate competition, but they can't tolerate certainty. Competition gives them hope. Certainty removes excuses. The moment they realized you weren't just another option, but the reference point, the floor dropped out from under them. One quiet sentence repeated enough times becomes a conclusion nobody wants to argue with. Being undeniable is louder than being impressive. That's the difference they weren't ready for. Impressive fades. Undeniable settles in. It becomes the baseline. They weren't just forced to respect you. They were forced to recalibrate how they judge others. And that's uncomfortable, because once a standard is set, everything else feels exposed. Imagine this. Someone spends their whole life arguing about what real strength looks like. Then one person walks into the room and the argument ends, not because they said anything, but because their presence answered the question. That's what happened. You didn't win the debate. You ended it. They expected to find exaggeration. They found understatement. They expected ego. They found restraint. They expected cracks under pressure. They found the same calm response, no matter who was asking. That's when the silence kicked in. Silence isn't confusion here. It's acceptance arriving late. Another truth you should hear clearly: the verdict wasn't just about what you do, it was about how you move, how you respond, how you don't over-explain, how you don't chase approval. People notice that more than words. That's why no one could lie about you even if they wanted to. Lies require emotional motivation, and you gave them none. People lie to protect themselves, not to expose what intimidates them. That's why even your enemies stayed honest. Dragging you would have exposed their own weakness. Minimizing you would have made them look insecure. So they told the truth, not out of loyalty, but out of self-preservation. And that's a different kind of confirmation. When honesty shows up where hostility was expected, the case is closed. Imagine trying to disprove gravity by jumping off buildings. At some point, the experiment stops. Not because you're convinced, but because the consequences are obvious. That's how denial works when it runs out of room. They didn't accept the verdict because they wanted to. They accepted it because resistance became pointless. You may wonder if they feel impressed or threatened. The answer is both. Impressed enough to respect you, threatened enough to keep their distance. That combination creates a strange energy. People speak carefully around you. Compliments feel heavier. Criticism disappears. That's not coincidence. That's hierarchy adjusting without announcements. Legends aren't declared, they're concluded. That line matters because nobody crowned you publicly. Nobody needed to. The decision was internal, private, unanimous, and those are the verdicts that stick. Public praise can be fake. Private acknowledgement is expensive. People only give it when they have no alternative. Imagine a scale that keeps tipping the same way, no matter what weight you add to the other side. That's what every conversation did. They tried context, they tried history, they tried perspective. The scale didn't move. You stayed heavier, more grounded, more solid, not louder, heavier. Another question you might be sitting with is whether this changes anything for you. Externally, maybe not right away. Internally, it should, because this is the moment you stop underestimating the impact of staying real. This is the moment you realize silence did more work for you than explanation ever could. They now measure others against you without meaning to. That's how standards work. Once set, they haunt every comparison. Someone else shows up confident, they think of you. Someone claims consistency, they think of you. Someone tries to impress, they notice the difference. That's not ego, that's influence. The standard never argues, it just exists. And that's why the verdict landed the way it did. Not emotional, not dramatic, just final. You weren't validated by hype. You were validated by exposure, by being seen from every angle and still holding shape. That's rare, and rarity always changes the room. If you've felt a shift lately, this is where it came from. The investigation ended, the whispers stopped, the energy recalibrated. People don't question what's already been decided. They adjust to it, and that's exactly what they're doing now. The verdict wasn't just immediate, it was irreversible. Number 3, that confident smirk collapsed mid-dial. They went hunting for cracks and tripped over your foundation. At the start, they were relaxed, almost amused. You could feel it in the tone of their voice, even if you weren't there. This was supposed to be easy. A few calls, a few casual questions, maybe a laugh or two at your expense. They leaned back while dialing, already picturing the moment someone would finally say it. Yeah, it's exaggerated. Nah, he's not really like that. It's mostly an act. That smirk came from certainty, the dangerous kind, the kind that assumes reality will cooperate. So they asked lightly, pretending it was harmless curiosity. What's the real story? Is he actually like that all the time? Be honest. They framed the question in ways that invited doubt, practically begging for betrayal. But here's where everything went wrong for them. No one took the bait. Not one person softened the truth. Not one person offered gossip. What came back wasn't drama. It was description. Sharp, calm, consistent descriptions that all pointed the same direction. Every answer stripped a little more confidence off their face. One person talked about your work ethic, how you outlasted everyone without making noise. Another mentioned your focus, how once you lock in, distractions stop existing. Someone else described your energy, how it feels different, heavier, like you're operating on a separate frequency. These weren't compliments, they were observations. That's what made them lethal. Imagine someone trying to prove a storm is fake while standing in the rain. That's what those calls turned into. The more they reached out, the more soaked they got. Each conversation added weight, not myth built by hype, but reputation built by repetition. And repetition is what turns facts into inevitability. You might wonder why this bothered them so much, because they weren't prepared to hear alignment. They were prepared for chaos. Chaos gives room to doubt. Alignment shuts it down. When stories line up without coordination, the brain stops arguing. That's when confidence turns into discomfort. Confidence dies fast when it realizes it misread the room. That's the moment the smirk vanished. No announcement, no drama, just a quiet shift. Shorter calls, longer pauses. The realization that this wasn't a bluff they could expose. This was a standard they had underestimated. What they accidentally did was build your legend brick by brick, not by praising you, but by verifying you. Every call they made to tear you down stacked another layer of proof instead. That's the irony. The trap they set snapped shut on them, and the worst part for them, they know it now. Number 4, even your history refused to betray you. Nothing scares people more than a past that stays loyal to the present. This is where it really broke them. They thought the past would do their dirty work. That's usually how it goes. Dig backward, find resentment, locate regret, pull out a messy chapter and parade it like proof. They were sure someone from before would finally crack the image. An ex with unfinished emotions, a former boss with ego bruises, an old friend who drifted away and needed a reason to feel superior. This was supposed to be easy ammunition. Instead, your past stood up and told the same story. Your ex didn't praise you, but they couldn't dismiss you either. They paused, chose their words carefully, then admitted what they didn't want to say out loud. You were different, even back then, focused, intense, operating on a level that made people uncomfortable. That's not nostalgia. That's reluctant honesty. When even emotion can't distort the truth is solid. Your old boss confirmed it next, not with admiration, but with fact. You were doing more than the role ever asked of you, thinking beyond the job description, carrying weight that didn't belong to your title. You weren't difficult. You were ahead, and people who lead from behind always resent that in hindsight. Former friends tried to soften it with bitterness, but even they failed. They mentioned your drive, your discipline, the way you didn't need permission to grow. Their tone gave them away. You don't speak carefully about people who meant nothing. You speak carefully about people who remind you of what you didn't become. Bitterness is just respect that never got processed. Imagine trying to disprove a painting by interviewing the canvas, the brush, and the artist, only to have all three confirm the same signature style. That's what happened. Different eras, different relationships, same core. You didn't reinvent yourself to impress new crowds. You evolved, but the spine stayed the same. And that's rare. This is where the investigation officially flipped. They weren't uncovering flaws anymore. They were mapping consistency. The thing they hoped would weaken you became the thing that sealed it. Instead of exposing fraud, they exposed how long you'd been this way. Instead of finding cracks, they found proof of pressure endured. Here's the part they didn't expect. Your past didn't just support you. It protected you. It closed ranks. It refused to lie on your behalf because it didn't need to. When even history won't betray you, the argument is over. The past only turns on you when you were pretending. They walked away from those conversations quieter than they started, because now they knew this wasn't a moment, this wasn't new, this wasn't luck. You didn't suddenly become the one, you always were. Number 5. Consistency is what finally crushed them. You don't beat people by being impressive, you beat them by being the same everywhere. This is where their last hope died. Not because you were flashy, not because you were perfect, but because nothing about you changed depending on who was watching. Every story they collected lined up like it had been rehearsed, even though it wasn't. Different mouths, same truth. Different memories, same core. No cracks to wedge doubt into. No contradictions to exaggerate, just alignment. And alignment is brutal when someone is rooting for collapse. They were waiting for the switch, the mask drop, the moment someone would say, "He's not like that in private." That's how most people get exposed. Public confidence, private chaos, loud image, weak foundation. But you reversed the pattern. Your private self was sharper than your public version, more disciplined, more focused, more dangerous in silence. That's what ruined their narrative. Imagine this. Someone expects a stage performer to be ordinary backstage, only to find the real work happening when the lights are off. That's you. No audience required, no applause needed. The performance wasn't the highlight. The preparation was, and that's why they couldn't poke holes in you. You weren't acting, you were operating. People fake brilliance in public and hide weakness in private. You hid strength. That realization hit them late, and it hit hard. Because inconsistency is the comfort zone of doubt. When people contradict themselves, others relax. They can explain it away. They can dismiss it. You didn't give them that luxury. You were the same in old stories, quiet rooms, stressful moments, and casual conversations. That kind of reliability is rare, and rare things unsettle average minds. You might wonder why this bothered them so much. Because consistency exposes everyone else's performance. Once you enter the picture, excuses stop working. Suddenly, effort matters, discipline matters, integrity matters. And people who survive on shortcuts feel naked in comparison. Consistency isn't boring, it's threatening. They wanted to believe your image was inflated, but the reality underneath it was heavier, stronger, more impressive than what people even see. That's when they understood they weren't dealing with a persona. They were dealing with a standard. And standards don't argue, they don't explain, they don't defend themselves. They just exist and force everything else to measure up or fall apart. That's why their story collapsed. Not because you said anything, but because your life told the same truth, no matter who was listening. Number 6. Your footprints exposed you before you ever spoke. Image impresses people, impact rewires them. This is where it stopped being debatable. They weren't just hearing descriptions of you anymore. They were hearing outcomes, stories with consequences. People didn't talk about what you said. They talked about what changed after you entered their life. That's when the tone shifted again. Because anyone can look impressive, very few people leave evidence behind. One person said you challenged them without trying, just by existing at your level. Another admitted you raised the standard so high it ruined their comfort. Someone else confessed you still live in their head, not as regret, but as a measuring stick. You weren't remembered for noise. You were remembered for pressure, and pressure always leaves a mark. Imagine this. You walk through wet cement without realizing it. You leave. Time passes. The cement hardens. People come back later and see the footprints and suddenly understand who was there. That's your impact. You didn't announce it. You didn't wait for applause. You moved forward and the ground adjusted after you were gone. They expected stories about your personality. Instead, they got stories about transformation. People spoke about how they worked harder after meeting you, thought sharper, settled less. Some felt inspired, others felt exposed. Both reactions point to the same truth. You moved something in them they couldn't ignore. Extraordinary people aren't remembered for who they were. They're remembered for what they forced others to face. That's what broke the enemy's confidence. Validation can be brushed off as opinion. Impact can't. Impact shows up in behavior changes, life decisions, quiet comparisons people never admit out loud. They heard how you elevated rooms without dominating them, how you challenged people without attacking them, how you haunted certain minds long after the interaction ended. You might wonder why that matters more than praise, because praise fades. Impact sticks. Praise is given. Impact is suffered, processed, and carried. When multiple people describe being changed by the same person in different ways, the conclusion becomes unavoidable. Imagine trying to deny gravity while watching objects hit the ground. That's how their doubt collapsed. They weren't hearing compliments. They were hearing cause and effect. You walked in, something shifted. You left. Nothing went back to normal. Validation flatters the ego. Impact rearranges reality. That's why they couldn't argue anymore. You weren't just consistently yourself. You were consistently consequential, and once that truth lands, resistance looks stupid. That's when they understood it wasn't hype that scared them, it was your effect. Number 7, even the ones who wanted you gone told the truth. When your enemies start sounding honest, the case is finished. This is the point where denial fully collapsed. Friends might exaggerate, allies might protect you, but enemies don't lie in your favor. They have no incentive to. They want flaws. They want openings. They want something they can use. That's why this part hit the hardest. Even the people who disliked you, doubted you, or quietly rooted against you couldn't rewrite reality. They tried, though. You could hear it in their tone, the pause before answering, the careful wording. They wanted to minimize without lying, but every attempt circled back to the same truth. You were disciplined, focused, hard to shake, unmoved by pressure. They didn't praise you, they described you, and description is more dangerous than admiration. Enemies don't crown you, they confirm you. Think about it. If there was dirt, they would have used it. If there was weakness, they would have highlighted it. Instead, they explained why you were difficult to beat, why you didn't fold, why attempts to provoke you failed. In trying to tear you down, they accidentally built the strongest case for why you're untouchable. Imagine a courtroom where the prosecution starts listing reasons the defendant couldn't be broken. That's what this became. Every hater turned into an unwilling character witness. Every betrayal became documentation. They thought they were exposing limits. They were outlining resilience. You might wonder why betrayals didn't damage you, because betrayal only destroys illusions. It can't touch structure, and you weren't built on promises or approval. You were built on habits, discipline, and internal standards. So when people flipped, nothing collapsed. Betrayal hurts performers. It sharpens builders. That's the difference they didn't understand until it was too late. Every attempt to undermine you ended up reinforcing the same narrative. You didn't react emotionally. You didn't spiral. You adjusted and kept moving. That response alone told the story they didn't want told. They walked away from those conversations quieter than before, because now the evidence wasn't just positive. It was hostile and still consistent. And when even opposition can't deny you, the conversation is over. Your enemies didn't mean to testify for you. They just ran out of lies. Number 8. Your silence became the loudest testimony. People who are guilty talk. People who are real let time answer. This is the part they never planned for. They expected reactions, statements, explanations, maybe even a little panic. Something they could twist, screenshot, or replay out of context. But you gave them nothing. No defense, no justifications, no emotional speeches trying to clean your name. And that silence didn't make you look weak. It made you dangerous. Because while they were busy calling, asking, speculating, and fishing for flaws, you were still moving, still building, still operating when no one was watching. You didn't argue with rumors because you were too busy creating receipts. And the universe records action better than words ever could. Imagine someone yelling in a courtroom while the security cameras quietly roll. That's the difference. Noise tries to control perception. Evidence doesn't care. You let your routine speak. Your discipline spoke. Your results spoke. Every quiet decision made when nobody was clapping stacked into something undeniable. They talked, you progressed. That's why the story ended in your favor. You might wonder if staying silent was risky. For most people, it would be. Silence exposes performers. But you weren't performing. You were living in alignment. Silence only hurts people who rely on narrative. You relied on reality, and reality doesn't need defending. While they compared notes, your consistency kept accumulating. While they waited for a response, your absence from the drama told them everything they needed to know. You didn't rush to correct misunderstandings because you understood something they didn't. Time corrects lies automatically. Imagine planting seeds underground. From the surface, it looks like nothing is happening. Meanwhile, roots are locking in, spreading, claiming ground. Then one day, something breaks through, and everyone pretends they saw it coming. That's how your silence worked. Nothing flashy, nothing reactive, just growth doing what growth does. Silence isn't avoidance when your life is the argument. That's why their investigation failed. There was nothing to confront, no weak moment to exploit, no emotional spiral to point at, just forward motion, quiet, relentless, unbothered. And while they thought they were gathering information, history was being written in real time, not in conversations, but in patterns, not in explanations, but in outcomes. The universe doesn't archive words, it archives behavior. They spoke into phones, you spoke through results, and that's why your silence didn't just protect you, it convicted them. Number 9. Once the truth spread, resistance became risky. When reality settles in, neutrality disappears. This is where the shift became visible. Quiet at first, then unmistakable. Once the confirmation moved from private calls to shared understanding, the room changed. People who were sitting on the fence suddenly felt exposed. Staying undecided stopped feeling smart and started feeling late. Silence wasn't neutral anymore. It looked like fear. Doubt didn't sound cautious anymore. It sounded ignorant. Momentum doesn't announce itself. It creeps in through behavior. People started aligning without saying why. Conversations softened around your name. Jokes disappeared. Pushback faded. Not because you demanded loyalty, but because betting against you suddenly felt reckless. When truth reaches critical mass, opposition looks stupid. Imagine this: a crowd watches a tide come in. At first, a few people stay close to the shore, skeptical. Then the water reaches their feet. Suddenly, everyone moves at once. That's what happened here. Once enough confirmations stacked up, hesitation became uncomfortable. Nobody wanted to be the last one doubting what everyone else already accepted. People don't follow belief, they follow inevitability. That's the part most don't understand. You didn't convert anyone, you didn't persuade, you didn't recruit. The investigation did that for you. The same people who tried to question you ended up spreading certainty. Every whisper turned into reinforcement. Every attempt to slow your rise added speed. You might wonder why doubt became embarrassing. Because doubt relies on plausible alternatives. Once those disappear, doubt exposes insecurity. At that point, questioning you wasn't critical thinking, it was denial. And denial never ages well in public. Imagine trying to argue the sun isn't rising while the sky is already bright. That's how resistance looked once momentum kicked in. People stopped debating and started adjusting. Fence-sitters picked sides, not out of loyalty, but out of survival. Nobody wants to be on the wrong side of what's clearly unfolding. The moment you become inevitable, people call it destiny. That's how disciples are made, not through speeches, but through observation. People didn't follow you because you asked them to. They followed because they watched doubt fail repeatedly. Momentum didn't need encouragement. It fed on proof. The irony is brutal. The investigation meant to slow you down accelerated everything. The doubt meant to weaken you gave you traction. Once the ripple started, it couldn't be pulled back. Water doesn't apologize for moving forward. And now it's simple. People don't ask if you'll win. They ask how far this goes. Number 10. When facts repeated long enough, they turned legendary. Truth becomes myth when it survives every retelling. This is where confirmation crossed a line. At first, people were just verifying facts, checking details, matching timelines. But facts don't stay flat when they keep repeating without distortion. They start to carry weight. Stories began circulating, not exaggerated, not polished, just told the same way again and again. Pressure you handled without breaking. Situations that would have folded others, but sharpened you instead. Moments where lies were thrown at you and you spotted them instantly, like you'd seen the pattern 100 times before. What shook them wasn't drama. It was endurance. Someone talked about how you performed under stress while everyone else panicked. Another mentioned how you took pain and turned it into precision instead of excuses. Someone else remembered trying to test you, only to realize you were already 10 steps ahead. These weren't heroic speeches, they were calm recollections, and calm stories are the most dangerous ones because they sound true even when they're unbelievable. Anyone can shine once, very few survive consistency. That's the line that haunted them. When they traced your timeline, they didn't find a glow-up moment. No sudden switch, no fake reinvention. Just a long, uninterrupted pattern of the same traits showing up in different seasons. Discipline when it was inconvenient. Focus when no one was watching. Resilience when quitting would have been justified. Imagine reading the same signature across dozens of documents written years apart. Different ink, different paper, same hand. That's what your story looked like when laid out end to end. Not a highlight reel, a track record. You might wonder why this bothered them more than praise ever could. Because praise can be brushed off as opinion. Patterns can't. Once people realized you'd always been this way, the idea that you were a phase collapsed. Phases don't leave decade-long evidence. Legends aren't loud, they're consistent. That's when stories stopped being information and started becoming reference points. People didn't just talk about you, they used you to explain things, to warn others, to measure effort. That's when myth begins. Not fantasy, but accumulation. Too many moments pointing the same direction to ignore. They didn't discover something new about you. They finally caught up to what was always there. Number 11. They tried to corner you and ended up building a statue. When someone studies you this hard, it's no longer criticism, it's surrender. This is the punchline they never saw coming. They believed they were gathering evidence, stacking doubts, preparing a case to shrink you down to something manageable. But every move they made exposed the truth they didn't want to face. You weren't the one under examination. They were. Every call wasn't research. It was obsession leaking through the cracks. Think about it. Nobody investigates what feels insignificant. Nobody burns energy trying to disprove something that doesn't threaten their position. The sheer effort alone told the story. The hours spent dialing, the careful wording of questions, the need to hear your name repeated through other people's mouths. That wasn't strategy. That was fixation. Indifference ignores, obsession investigates. They didn't realize it, but with every question they asked, they admitted how much space you occupy in their mind. You became a reference point they couldn't escape. They weren't comparing facts anymore. They were comparing themselves. And that comparison hurt. Imagine someone trying to tear down a building by counting how many people admire it. Every person they ask just confirms the structure stands, taller than expected, stronger than assumed. Before long, the crowd isn't arguing anymore. They're watching. That's what happened. The jury they tried to form dissolved into a choir repeating the same conclusion. They wanted a verdict against you. What they assembled was agreement. You might wonder why this feels so satisfying to witness. Because it wasn't loud revenge. It was self-inflicted exposure. They didn't lose because you attacked. They lost because they couldn't stop watching. The trap they set caught their own reflection. People reveal what threatens them by how much attention they give it. That's the irony that stings the most. You never chased validation, yet they chased confirmation about you. You never announced your importance, yet they treated it like an urgent problem to solve. In trying to shrink you, they magnified you. In trying to question you, they centered you. By the time they realized what they'd done, it was too late. The narrative was already written without them intending it. You weren't accused. You were documented. You weren't defended. You were demonstrated. They didn't outplay you. They played themselves. And now they have to live in a world where that monument stands, quietly reminding them of exactly who you are. Number 12. You did what feuds couldn't. You united them. When people who hate each other agree on one thing, that thing is undeniable. This part still messes with them the most. Not the praise, not the pressure, the unity. People who hadn't shared a sentence in years suddenly shared a conclusion. Old enemies, broken connections, unresolved tension, all brushed aside for one strange moment of agreement. Different histories, different emotions, same respect, and none of it was coordinated. That's how you know it was real. Ex-lovers who never see eye to eye anymore paused and said the same thing about you. Old bosses with competing egos landed on the same assessment. Family members who disagree on everything couldn't deny your trajectory. Even strangers who only crossed your path briefly carried the same impression. No groupthink, no influence, just parallel conclusions forming independently. Agreement without communication is truth. Imagine this. Separate clocks in different cities, all striking the same hour without being synced. That's what this looked like. No one was trying to align. No one was trying to prove anything. Yet the timing matched. The story matched. The respect matched. That's when it stopped being coincidence and started being confirmation. You might wonder why this shook people so deeply, because unity usually requires compromise, but here there was none. People didn't soften their opinions to meet in the middle. They arrived at the same conclusion from opposite directions. That's rare. And rare things disrupt comfortable beliefs. Former enemies found common ground not because they liked each other, but because denying you would have required lying to themselves. And self-respect stopped them. When rivals agree, it's not loyalty, it's inevitability. Common ground forms fastest around what can't be denied. This unity wasn't emotional, it was factual. It didn't sound excited, it sounded settled. And settled truths carry weight. They don't need defending, they don't need amplifying. They simply exist and force everything else to adjust around them. The most unsettling part, you didn't broker this peace. You didn't bring anyone together. Your existence did. Your consistency did. Your impact did. You became the one variable strong enough to override years of division. That's when they understood something important. You weren't just respected in isolation, You were respected across conflict. And when different lives, different loyalties, and different wounds all arrive at the same verdict, the conversation ends. Different lives, same verdict. And suddenly, unity didn't feel unlikely at all. Number 13. The file closed. The truth can't be unseen. Once reality settles in, it never asks permission to stay. This is where it becomes permanent. There's no reset button for what they learned, no mental delete, no way to pretend they didn't hear what they heard or see what they saw. Every confirmation stacked too cleanly, too clearly. Now, every time they see you, they don't see a person anymore. They see the conclusion, the end result of all those questions they asked when they thought you weren't paying attention. They can't unhear the chorus. Your name doesn't land quietly anymore. It echoes, not because people are praising you out loud, but because the verdict follows it into every room. When someone mentions you, there's a pause, a look, a knowing nod. That's recognition settling in, not excitement. Excitement fades, recognition sticks. You don't escape a truth once it finishes forming. What makes this hit harder is how little you changed. You didn't celebrate. You didn't posture. You didn't start explaining yourself now that you were confirmed. You kept moving exactly the same way you always did. Calm, focused, unbothered. Because this was never about proving anything. You didn't wait for validation because you weren't built on it. Imagine someone documenting a storm. They don't argue with it. They don't vote on it. They observe it, measure it, and step out of its way. That's what happened here. They thought they were investigating a person. What they ended up recording was a force in motion. Patterns, impact, consistency over time. Things that don't disappear just because someone feels uncomfortable about them. Self-proclaimed fades, confirmed endures. That's the difference they finally understand. You didn't announce yourself. You didn't label yourself. The title came from repetition, not ego. From people who didn't agree on anything else agreeing on you. That kind of acknowledgement doesn't expire. Now when they look at you, there's nothing left to question. The curiosity phase is over. The doubt phase is dead. What remains is adjustment. People recalibrating how they speak, how they act, how they measure themselves around you. Because once a phenomenon is documented, pretending it's ordinary just looks dishonest. They wanted a story they could poke holes in. They ended up with a record they can't erase. The legend isn't loud, it's locked in. And this is where it ends, chosen one. Not with noise, not with celebration, but with certainty. They looked, they tested, they questioned, and they ran out of excuses. You kept moving, you kept building. Now the verdict follows you everywhere you go. If this message hit, press the like button to send it further. And if you're not part of this family yet, press subscribe and lock in. Stay close, stay sharp. This isn't the end of the story. It's the part where everyone finally understands who they're dealing with. You laughed because it hadn't happened yet, not because it wouldn't. That's the line that hits first, because it tells the whole story in one breath. Someone spoke early, maybe too early for your comfort, and you were quick to judge the timing instead of the truth. It's like mocking a seed because it hasn't broken the ground yet, acting smart while standing over dirt, unaware that roots are already busy underground, doing silent damage to your certainty. The funny part is this: seeds don't rush. They don't argue. They just grow. And one day the ground splits and everyone suddenly pretends they saw it coming. Now pause here, because this is exactly what this moment is about. Bro, you spoke too soon, and now it's all coming true. Isn't just a line, it's a pattern. It's that uncomfortable phase where words leave the mouth before reality catches up, and people mistake early vision for arrogance. They hear confidence and call it delusion. They see calm certainty and label it ego. What they don't see is the internal work already finished before the external proof shows up. Here's a fact that messes with people. Studies in psychology show that individuals with strong future orientation often verbalize outcomes early, not because they're guessing, but because their brain already recognizes patterns forming. Their nervous system locks onto direction before results show up. Translation in simple terms: you weren't talking nonsense, you were responding to signals others couldn't read yet. You didn't speak from hope, you spoke from alignment. That's why your words sounded crazy at the time. The environment didn't match them, the numbers didn't support them, your situation didn't look impressive enough to justify that tone. So people laughed. Some smiled politely, some got annoyed. A few quietly rooted against you because confidence without permission makes people uncomfortable. But here's the twist they never consider. Timing doesn't decide truth. Truth decides timing. And now, look at the shift. The same words they joked about are slowly turning into headlines in your life. The same statements they dismissed are lining up one by one like receipts. What's happening isn't loud yet, but it's consistent. And consistency scares people more than noise ever could. The silence from the critics is getting heavy. The jokes stopped landing. The comments slowed down. Because nothing rattles someone more than watching reality side with the person they doubted. Before we go any further, pause for a second. If this message feels uncomfortably accurate, if it feels like it's tapping you on the shoulder instead of shouting at you, then Chosen One, this is your moment. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force, whether you fully see it yet or not. Now back to the point, because this gets deeper. The real reason people say you spoke too soon is because your confidence disrupted their timeline. You weren't supposed to know yet. You weren't supposed to say it out loud. You were supposed to wait for permission, proof, applause, or approval. When you skipped those steps, it exposed something uncomfortable. It exposed how reactive most people are to life instead of intentional. There's another interesting fact worth sitting with. People who visualize outcomes clearly often experience a phenomenon where language changes before behavior does. They start speaking in when instead of if. Not because they're reckless, but because their brain has already accepted the outcome as inevitable. That's why your words sounded final while your situation still looked messy. You had already mentally crossed a finish line others hadn't even located on the map. That's also why the enemy, the doubter, the quiet hater, feels uneasy right now, because this isn't luck. Luck is random. This is patterned. Step by step, your life is lining up with statements you made when you had no evidence to back them up. And the scariest part for them isn't that it's happening. It's that you weren't shocked when it started to happen. You expected it. You moved like someone waiting for a delayed train, not like someone hoping a miracle might show up. Let's be honest for a moment. You didn't speak too soon. You spoke from a higher vantage point. While others were zoomed in on the struggle, you were looking at direction. While they were counting current losses, you were counting trajectory. That's why your words aged well. They didn't need defending, they just needed time. And now time is doing the talking for you. the same mouths that said calm down are now saying, you really did that. The same eyes that rolled are now watching closely, some with respect, some with envy, some with confusion. Because it's hard to argue with results, especially when those results arrive exactly where you said they would. This intro isn't about bragging, it's about confirmation. It's about that quiet moment when you realize your inner voice was never lying, just early. It's about recognizing that speaking your truth before it's visible doesn't make you foolish. It makes you ahead. And being ahead always looks crazy to people standing still. So if you're here, listening to this, feeling that strange mix of validation and pressure, understand this. You're not being watched because you failed. You're being watched because you called it. And now, as it all starts lining up piece by piece, the title says it all. Bro, you spoke too soon. And now it's all coming true. And now, chosen one, pause with me for a second before we go any further. If you're still here, it's not by accident. Something about this message is already matching what you've been seeing play out in real time. The words you spoke, the looks they gave you, the silence that followed, and now, the proof starting to show up. So here's the deal. Stay with this, because what comes next connects the dots step by step, and once you see it clearly, you can't unsee it. This isn't background noise content. This is the kind of message people click off too early and regret later when reality finishes the sentence for them. If this is hitting home, let it be known. Drop a comment with 777 to mark that you're locked in and ready to understand why speaking early didn't ruin you, it positioned you. And if you feel it, support the work behind this message in whatever way you can. Not because of money, not because of obligation, but because ideas like this only spread when people who recognize truth decide to back it. Every bit of support pushes this message further to people who need to hear it before their own words start coming true. Now, take a breath, lock your focus, and stay right here, because from this point on, we're breaking it down clean, calm, and step by step. And trust me, if this title already feels personal, what comes next is going to feel uncomfortably accurate. Let's get into it. Number 1. You didn't speak too soon. You heard the ending while they were still stuck on the intro. They laughed because you said it early. They'll go quiet because you said it right. Let's be clear from the start, because this part bruises egos. The problem was never your words. The problem was their timing. You spoke from a place they hadn't reached yet, and that alone made them uncomfortable. People love confidence only when it arrives after proof. Confidence before proof feels like an insult to their patience, their limits, and their small expectations. So when you opened your mouth and said something bold, something final, something that sounded like it belonged to a future version of you, they didn't hear vision. They heard a threat. Here's the part they never want to admit. Alignment doesn't announce itself with fireworks. It doesn't knock loudly. It whispers. It shows up as a quiet inner shift before anything outside changes. You start tolerating less nonsense. Certain conversations stop fitting. Old goals feel too small. And without trying to sound dramatic, your language changes. You stop saying maybe. You stop saying hopefully. You start speaking in statements. That's when people get nervous. You weren't trying to prove anything. You weren't trying to flex. You were responding to an internal click that already happened. Something inside you locked into place before the results showed up, and your mouth followed that internal alignment automatically. That's why your words came out calm, sure, and non-negotiable. And to people still living in hesitation, certainty sounds offensive. Think of it like this. You were reading the map while they were arguing about the weather. You saw the direction clearly, even if the road was still under construction. Meanwhile, they were obsessed with potholes, delays, and excuses. So, when you said where you were going, it sounded ridiculous to them. Not because it was wrong, but because they couldn't imagine moving with that level of clarity. A lot of chosen ones struggle with this question right here. If I was so aligned, why did everything still look messy? Simple answer. Alignment isn't decoration, it's foundation. It gets built underground. And anything built underground looks invisible until it's strong enough to hold weight. You were laying structure while they were waiting for applause. Here's a psychological truth that hits harder the more you sit with it. People who experience internal alignment early often face social resistance, not support. Why? Because your certainty forces others to confront their own indecision. Your clarity becomes a mirror, and most people hate mirrors that show them standing still. That's why they said you were talking big. That's why they hinted you should calm down. That's why some of them secretly hoped you'd fail, just so they could feel right again. You weren't delusional, you were early. And early always looks arrogant to people who move late. Let's address another quiet fear you might have had. What if I jinxed it by saying it out loud? That's nonsense sold to people who don't trust themselves. Words don't ruin alignment. Insecure people do. Your words didn't create pressure. They revealed commitment. And commitment scares people who live in backups and excuses. Notice something else. The louder they laughed back then, the quieter they are now. Because alignment has a sound, and once reality starts echoing your words, there's nothing left to debate. They can't argue with progress. They can't joke away consistency. They can only watch. And watching is torture when you underestimated someone. You see, the real reason they're unsettled isn't because you're succeeding. It's because you succeeded in the exact direction you named out loud. If you had randomly stumbled into something else, they could call it luck. But this is precision. This is you walking into rooms you described before the door even existed. That's the part that messes with their head. Another metaphor for you. You were hearing thunder miles away while they were judging the clear sky above their house. When the storm finally arrived, they acted surprised. You didn't. You had already closed the windows mentally. That's alignment. Quiet awareness before loud reality. And let's be honest, some of them still want to believe you just got lucky. They need that story to sleep at night. Because admitting you heard it coming means admitting they ignored their own whispers for years, and that's a heavy truth to carry. This section is important because it answers the doubt creeping in sometimes. Should I have kept my mouth shut? No. Silence would have made you smaller, not safer. You didn't speak too soon. You spoke from the version of you that was already done waiting. The universe doesn't respond to noise. It responds to clarity, and clarity changes how you move, how you choose, how you endure discomfort without folding. Your words weren't magic spells. They were declarations of direction. And direction, once chosen, bends outcomes over time. So if you're feeling that strange mix of pride and pressure right now, understand this. The pressure isn't a warning, it's confirmation. You're carrying something real, something consistent, something that doesn't need defending anymore. They underestimated how loudly alignment whispers before it becomes undeniable. They thought silence meant nothing was happening. They mistook patience for weakness. They confused early vision with fantasy. And now, as the pieces fall into place exactly where you said they would, the title keeps proving itself. You spoke early, they spoke doubt. and now reality picked a side. Number 2, you didn't guess the outcome. You recognized it like an old scar you forgot you had. They call it confidence. You call it déjà vu. This is where the confusion really starts for the enemy, because what they think was prediction was actually recognition. You weren't standing at the edge of the present, trying to imagine a random future. You were standing in the present, remembering something that already felt familiar. That's the part they can't compute. Most people only trust what they can see forming. You trusted what felt inevitable long before it showed its face. There's a kind of knowing that doesn't come from charts, plans, or evidence. It doesn't feel loud or dramatic either. It feels calm, solid, almost boring in its certainty. When you spoke those words, the ones they mocked, you weren't hyping yourself up. You weren't manifesting for attention. You were calmly stating something your system already accepted as done. That's why there was no panic in your voice. That's why you didn't keep explaining yourself. You don't explain memories, you just recall them. Imagine this for a second. You walk into a room you haven't visited in years, but the layout hits you instantly. You know where the light switch is. You know where the chair used to sit. You don't need directions because your body remembers before your mind catches up. That's what this was. Your future felt like a room you'd already been in, so when you talked about it, it came out naturally, casually, almost annoyingly certain. You weren't dreaming big, you were recalling what already fit you. This is where others get it wrong. They think belief always starts in the mind. For chosen ones, it starts deeper. It starts as recognition. Something inside you goes, "Oh, this again." And that's unsettling for people who live life like everything is brand new and terrifying. Your calm certainty messes with their fear-based planning. Here's a question you might have asked yourself quietly. If I already knew, why did it still take time? Because knowing doesn't erase process. Remembering the destination doesn't cancel the road. You still had steps to walk, skills to sharpen, pressure to survive. But the ending was never in question for you. Only the timing was. Imagine watching a movie you've already seen, but this time you're sitting with people who haven't. They gasp, they panic, they lean forward. You just watch calmly because you know how it ends. That was you, living inside situations that stressed everyone else out, while something in you stayed oddly steady. They thought you were reckless. You were just informed. They were hoping. You were recognizing. That's the difference. This explains why their reactions never changed your direction. They tried doubt. They tried jokes. They tried discouragement, disguised as concern. None of it stuck. Because doubt only works when the outcome is still undecided inside you. Yours wasn't. You didn't need reassurance, because reassurance is for uncertainty. You had familiarity. Here's another metaphor that hits hard. You weren't writing a new story. You were rereading a chapter you'd skimmed once before. That's why your words sounded ahead of their time. You weren't inventing confidence. You were speaking from memory, and memory doesn't shake under pressure. This also answers another question that creeps in. Why didn't I feel shocked when things started working? Because surprises only happen when outcomes feel foreign. This didn't feel foreign. It felt overdue, like finally meeting someone you've talked about forever. Relief, not shock. There's an interesting psychological angle here too. People who experience strong internal recognition often struggle to explain their certainty because it doesn't come from logic chains. It comes from pattern familiarity. And when you can't explain something step by step, people assume it's fake. What they don't understand is that some truths aren't assembled. They're recalled. They needed proof. You needed timing. Imagine this. A compass doesn't argue with the terrain. It doesn't panic when the road twists. It just points north. That was you. Calm direction in chaotic conditions. Others kept checking the map, doubting the route, second-guessing every turn. You kept moving. Not faster, just steadier. And let's hit the enemy honestly here. The reason they're uncomfortable now is because your certainty makes their hesitation look expensive. They waited, you remembered, they stalled, you moved, and now they're watching outcomes unfold in the exact order you hinted at before you had permission to be right. Some of them want to say you got lucky, some want to say you changed later. Both are coping stories. Because admitting you knew all along means admitting they ignored their own internal signals for years, and that's a heavier loss than missing out on success. Luck doesn't follow a script this precise. Memory does. This section matters because it reframes everything. You weren't predicting a future you hoped for. You were confirming a path you had already accepted internally. That's why your words didn't wobble. That's why your energy didn't beg. That's why even when things slowed down, you didn't quit. You don't quit on things you recognize as yours. Imagine seeing your name already engraved on a door, even if it's still locked. You don't bang on it. You don't argue with people walking past. You wait. You prepare. You know it opens eventually. That's what your confidence was built on. Ownership before access. And now that it's starting to open piece by piece, the reactions around you are shifting. Confusion, curiosity, quiet observation. That's the sound of people realizing you weren't guessing, you were remembering. So no, you weren't creating fantasies, you weren't speaking nonsense, you weren't tempting fate. You were calmly acknowledging something that already felt real to you long before it looked real to them. They called it speaking too soon. You called it honesty. And now, as reality keeps matching the words you spoke back then, one truth is getting louder every day. You didn't predict what was coming. You recognized it. And that's why none of this feels new to you at all. Number 3. Your confidence didn't annoy them. It exposed what they never had the nerve to become. They didn't hate your words. They hated the mirror your words turned them into. Let's stop pretending this was ever about you being loud, arrogant, or unrealistic. It wasn't. Your confidence didn't bother them because it was wrong. It bothered them because it was clean, steady, and unapologetic. You spoke with a calm certainty that didn't ask for approval, and that hit a nerve, not a surface nerve, a deep one, the kind connected to dreams they once had and quietly buried. Here's the part most people miss. When someone speaks boldly about their direction, it forces everyone listening to subconsciously compare paths. And when that comparison exposes hesitation, fear, or regret, discomfort follows. Your certainty highlighted the gap between where they are and where they once wanted to be. Instead of facing that gap, they aimed at you. Mockery is cheaper than courage. Doubt is easier than action. Your confidence wasn't loud, their insecurity was. Imagine this. You're walking straight toward a finish line, not running, not rushing, just moving with intent. On the sidelines are people who stopped training years ago, telling themselves stories about why it didn't matter anyway. Now imagine you casually saying, "I'm almost there." That sentence alone threatens every excuse they've been living on. Of course they scoff. Of course they roll their eyes. If you're right, then their comfort zone has a price tag. Another image. You lit a torch in a dark room, not to show off, but to see where you were going. Instead of adjusting their eyes, they complained about the light. Your confidence wasn't blinding, it was revealing. And not everyone wants to see what's been sitting untouched in the corners of their life. Here's a question you might have asked yourself. Why did they react so strongly when I wasn't attacking anyone? Because confidence without permission feels like rebellion to people who live by consensus. You didn't wait for validation. You didn't lower your tone to make others comfortable. That alone made you dangerous. You reminded them of a version of themselves they gave up on. Now comes the quiet twist. The same confidence they labeled as delusion back then is the exact confidence they envy now. As your words start matching reality, their reactions change. Less jokes, more watching, less commentary, more silence. Envy rarely announces itself loudly. It studies quietly. Think of it like this. You kept building while they kept coping. You kept moving while they kept explaining. And now the distance between you isn't theoretical anymore. It's visible. That's when admiration mixes with resentment. And resentment hides behind fake support. Here's the truth that seals this section. Your confidence wasn't meant to convince them. It was meant to carry you. And it did. The universe responds to direction, not approval. You chose direction. They chose comfort. So no, they weren't offended by your words. They were offended by what your courage said about their fear. And now that your early confidence is turning into real-world proof, the roles are clear. You kept going. They kept watching. And deep down, they know exactly why this hurts. Number 4. You didn't shock them with arrogance. You terrified them with possibility. They didn't think you were wrong. They just couldn't think that far. This part is brutal for them, so let's not soften it. You didn't expose their limits by arguing, proving, or flexing. You exposed them by speaking normally about a future they couldn't even picture. While they were measuring life with a tiny ruler, you were talking in wide angles. And instead of expanding their imagination, they shrank you in their mind. That was easier. Here's the truth they hate sitting with. People judge ideas based on the size of their own imagination, not on reality. When you spoke about where you were headed, they didn't test your words against what was possible. They tested them against what they personally believed they could achieve. And since they couldn't see themselves doing it, they assumed no one could. That's not logic. That's projection. They confused their ceiling with the sky. Imagine this. You're describing a city you've researched deeply, studied, mapped out. You know the streets, the shortcuts, the landmarks. They've never left their neighborhood. When you talk, they nod politely, but internally think, that place doesn't exist. Not because it isn't real, but because they've never been there mentally. That's exactly what happened. Your vision sounded unrealistic only because their mental world was small. Another way to see it. You were playing chess 3 moves ahead, calmly explaining the end game. They were still arguing about the opening. When you said checkmate was coming, they laughed. Now the board is clearing, and suddenly they're quiet, staring at the pieces like something went wrong. Nothing went wrong. They just couldn't imagine what you already calculated. Your words weren't big. Their thinking was small. This answers a question you may have asked yourself. Why were they so sure I was wrong? Because believing you would succeed required them to admit they never tried. Disbelief protected their comfort. If they labeled your vision impossible, they didn't have to confront why they settled. Now reality is doing something uncomfortable. It's matching your words step by step, not dramatically, not all at once, but accurately. And accuracy is deadly to disbelief, because now they're forced to admit something quietly. They didn't doubt you because of facts. They doubted you because of imagination. They ran out of vision long before you ran out of patience. You didn't need to convince them. You just needed time. Time expands what fear tries to shrink, and as your life unfolds exactly where you said it would, the truth lands hard. You didn't exaggerate. You out-imagined them, and that difference is now impossible to ignore. Number 5. They thought nothing was happening because they couldn't see the work you were doing in the dark. They judged your silence as stagnation, not realizing it was construction. This is where their logic completely failed them. They assumed growth only counts if it's loud, public, and easy to measure. If there were no announcements, no constant updates, no visible wins, they decided nothing was changing. What they didn't understand is that the most dangerous growth happens quietly, internally, where no one gets a front row seat. You were fighting battles they never knew existed. Late nights where doubt tried to negotiate with you. Moments where quitting would have been reasonable, but you stayed anyway. Shifts in discipline, mindset, and tolerance that don't show up on the surface. While they were watching the scoreboard, you were upgrading the player, and that's why they misread you. They watched the surface. You rebuilt the foundation. Imagine this. Someone walks past a construction site every day and sees nothing changing above ground. No walls, no floors, just dirt. They laugh and say, "Nothing's happening here." What they don't see is the underground work, the measurements, the structure being laid so the building doesn't collapse later. Then one day, the frame shoots up fast. Overnight it seems sudden. To them, it looks like luck. To you, it feels overdue. That's exactly what this was. Your growth was invisible because it wasn't meant for spectators. It was meant for survival. You were learning restraint, sharpening focus, unlearning habits that kept you small. That kind of work doesn't post well. It doesn't impress crowds, but it changes outcomes. Here's a question you might have wrestled with. If I was growing, why did it feel lonely? Because internal growth isolates by default. When you're evolving faster on the inside than your environment is on the outside, you outgrow conversations before you outgrow circumstances. That gap feels uncomfortable. They mistook that quiet distance for failure. It wasn't. They underestimated you because they only count progress they can witness. Now the invisible has crossed into visible, subtle at first, then undeniable. The way you move is different, the choices are cleaner, the results start stacking, and suddenly their old judgments look foolish, because nothing exposes shallow observation like delayed proof. They didn't believe you because they never saw the work, but the universe saw it. And now reality is translating all that unseen effort into outcomes they can't ignore. They called it nothing. You called it preparation. Number 6. You didn't talk big. You outgrew the cage and refused to whisper on the way out. They called it bragging because they've never watched someone shed a skin in real time. Let's kill the fake narrative right here. You weren't bragging. Bragging is loud insecurity begging for witnesses. What you did was different. You spoke because the old version of you had expired, and staying silent would have meant lying to yourself. Your words weren't about flexing. They were about oxygen. You were breaking out of something that no longer fit, and anyone who's never escaped their own limits mistakes freedom for ego. Here's what really happened. You hit a moment where shrinking started to hurt more than speaking. Staying quiet felt heavier than being misunderstood, so you said it out loud, not to convince them, to confirm it for yourself. That's not arrogance, that's courage with a pulse. You weren't announcing success. You were declaring independence from who you used to be. Imagine this. A snake doesn't apologize for shedding its skin. It doesn't ask the old version for permission. It leaves it behind because survival demands growth. When you spoke, you were doing the same thing, leaving behind habits, labels, and expectations that kept you small. Of course, it startled people. They were comfortable with the version of you that didn't challenge their assumptions. Another image. You were stepping out of a cramped room into open air, and the sound they heard wasn't bragging. It was a door slamming shut behind you. People who benefit from your silence always call your voice a problem. This answers the question that creeps in. Why did they react like I crossed a line? Because you did. You crossed out of a role they had you memorized in. When you speak from a new identity, it destabilizes old dynamics. They preferred you predictable. You chose honest. Your words weren't early. Their expectations were outdated. They labeled it premature because courage makes cowards uncomfortable. They needed you to wait until results gave them permission to respect you. You didn't wait. You moved first, and now that movement is pulling reality with it. Here's the clean truth. Speaking wasn't bragging, it was the sound of chains hitting the floor. And once you hear that sound, there's no going back to pretending the cage was home. Number 7. You didn't just speak early. You quietly proved you were built to hold what you asked for. Anyone can talk when it's easy. You stayed solid when nothing backed you up. This part matters more than most people realize, because your early words weren't just statements. They were a test, not a test for the world, a test for you. When you said what you said, before there was proof, applause, or momentum, something invisible started watching one thing only: your consistency. Would you panic when nothing moved? Would you backpedal when doubt got loud? Would you soften your tone when people pushed back? And here's the part you didn't even know at the time. You passed. Most people fail this stage quietly. They speak boldly once, don't see instant results, then slowly retreat. They rewrite the story. They joke it off. They pretend they never meant it seriously. You didn't. You stayed aligned, even when it was uncomfortable, even when time stretched, even when silence made things awkward. That steadiness is rare. You didn't fold when nothing happened. That's what changed everything. Imagine planting a flag on a hill before the road exists. Anyone can do that for a day. Very few stand there through storms, delays, and doubt without moving the flag back. You didn't keep explaining yourself. You didn't keep re-announcing. You simply stayed. That's conviction. And conviction always gets noticed, even when it looks like nothing's happening. Here's a question that probably crossed your mind back then. Did I mess up by saying it too soon? No. That question was part of the test. If you had doubted yourself into silence, the alignment would have cracked. But you didn't shrink. You adjusted quietly and kept moving forward. The weight didn't weaken you. It trained you. Another way to see it. You were lifting weight no one else could see. Every day you didn't quit, didn't explain, didn't collapse into insecurity. You got stronger. And strength built that way doesn't wobble when success shows up. That's why what's unfolding now isn't overwhelming you. You already carried the pressure before the results arrived. This is why things are lining up now, not because you spoke early, but because you stayed steady afterward. The universe responds to follow-through, not noise. You proved you could hold the identity before you held the outcome. So yes, your early words were a test, and without realizing it, you passed it clean. That's why what's coming doesn't feel random. It feels earned. Number 8, they didn't doubt you out of logic. They doubted you because you slipped out of their grip. Disbelief is the last tool people use when control stops working. This was never about facts, timing, or realism. Their disbelief wasn't some rational assessment of your situation. It was a reflex. The moment you spoke with certainty, something shifted. You stopped being manageable. You stopped fitting neatly into the version of you they understood, influenced, or subtly directed. And that scared them. Here's the part that matters. Control loves predictability. When people feel they can anticipate your limits, your pace, your ceiling, they feel safe. Your words shattered that safety. You spoke like someone who had already stepped outside their reach. And when control senses escape, it panics. That panic shows up as doubt, criticism, and fake concern. They didn't question your vision, they questioned their access to you. Imagine this. Someone is used to holding the leash loosely, not pulling it, just knowing it's there. The moment you walk forward and the leash slips out of their hand, they don't say, "I lost control." They say, "You're being unrealistic." That's what happened. Your certainty wasn't offensive. It was uncontrollable. Another image. You were a character in a story they thought they understood. When you started speaking lines that didn't match the script they had in their head, they got uncomfortable, not because the lines were wrong, but because they weren't the director anymore. This answers a question you may have asked yourself. Why did they react emotionally instead of logically? Because logic wasn't driving them. Fear was. Fear of losing influence, fear of being left behind, fear of watching someone rise without needing their approval. They called it disbelief. It was really resistance. Now, look at where things are. Your life has shifted just far enough beyond their influence that they can't steer it anymore. They can't slow it down with comments. They can't redirect it with doubt. All they can do now is watch. And watching a reality you can't control is deeply uncomfortable. That's why the energy changed. Less pushback, more distance, less commentary, more silence. Because control doesn't argue when it's lost. It observes. Their disbelief wasn't about you being wrong. It was about you being free. And now that freedom is visible, undeniable, and moving forward without permission. Number 9. You didn't jump the gun. You refused to keep living below what you already knew was yours. You spoke early because staying silent would have meant agreeing to less than you deserved. This part cuts deeper than people realize, because before anything showed up on the outside, something settled on the inside. You already knew. Not in an entitled way, not in a fantasy way, in a quiet, grounded way that said, "This isn't it, this can't be it." And once that knowing locks in, silence becomes betrayal. You didn't speak early to rush the process. You spoke because pretending you were okay with less was no longer an option. People assume desire comes after proof. For you, worth came first. You didn't wake up one day and randomly decide you deserved more. You arrived at that conclusion after outgrowing rooms, conversations, and expectations that felt too small. That's why your words sounded firm. They weren't hopeful, they were corrective. You didn't demand more, you acknowledged it. Imagine wearing shoes 2 sizes too small for years. At first you adjust. You tell yourself it's fine. Eventually, every step hurts. The moment you say, "These don't fit," someone accuses you of complaining. But you're not complaining. You're refusing damage. Speaking early was you taking the shoes off before the injury became permanent. Here's a question you may have wrestled with. Was I being impatient? No. Impatience wants shortcuts. You wanted alignment. You didn't rush outcomes. You rejected confinement. There's a difference. Another image. You were already sitting at a table mentally while still physically standing outside the room. When you spoke, you weren't lying. You were telling the truth about where you belonged, even if the door hadn't opened yet. Your unseen self had already signed off on the future. That unseen version of you had done the math. It knew what you could carry, what you could learn, and what you were done tolerating. The outer world just hadn't caught up yet, so you said it out loud, not to force reality, to honor yourself. And now, as proof starts arriving, people act surprised. You're not. This isn't new to you, it's familiar. Because long before results showed up, the decision was already made inside. You didn't speak early because you were reckless. You spoke because you knew your worth. And once that knowing settles in, everything else has no choice but to follow. Number 10. They measured you by who you were. You were quietly becoming someone they couldn't catch up to. They underestimated you because they assumed you were finished growing. This is where the distance becomes obvious, and there's no clever explanation left to hide behind. They judged you using an outdated snapshot, an old version, a moment in time that felt convenient for them. What they didn't realize is that while they were forming opinions, you were forming momentum. And momentum doesn't ask to be understood. It just keeps moving. They thought growth was linear, slow, and visible. They assumed if they couldn't see progress, it wasn't happening. So they spoke about you with confidence, thinking they had you figured out. Meanwhile, you were building tomorrow's version of yourself in places they never bothered to look. Internally, strategically, patiently. They thought they knew your limits because they never checked for updates. Imagine judging a book by its rough draft and thinking you've read the final chapter. That's what they did. They made conclusions based on who you used to be, not realizing that version was already outdated the moment they opened their mouth. While they were talking, you were editing. While they were assuming, you were upgrading. Here's the question that usually hits around this point. Why do they seem so shocked now? Because people hate being proven wrong by time, especially when they were confident in their doubt. Your progress didn't just surprise them, it embarrassed their certainty. The gap between what they expected and what's actually happening keeps widening, and there's nothing they can do to shrink it. You didn't change suddenly. You revealed yourself gradually. Another way to see it. They were watching the rearview mirror, convinced that was the whole road. You were focused forward, stacking days, choices, and discipline. When the results started showing, it felt sudden to them. To you, it felt earned. This is the quiet power of progress. It doesn't argue, it doesn't explain, it just arrives. And when it does, it forces people to confront how deeply they misjudged you. Not because you tricked them, because you outgrew their assumptions. Now the contrast is undeniable. Their expectations are stuck in the past. Your reality is moving forward. And that gap, that's the sound of underestimation collapsing under proof. Number 11. You terrified them. Because you did what no one from your starting point was supposed to do. They didn't doubt you because it was impossible. They doubted you because it had never happened from where you stood. This one cuts straight through the excuses because their disbelief wasn't personal. It was historical. No one they knew had risen from your position. No blueprint, no familiar example, no success story they could reference to feel safe believing in you. So they defaulted to denial. When people can't place something inside their mental library, they label it unrealistic instead of unfamiliar. They looked at your background, your circumstances, your timing, your resources, and quietly decided the ending for you, not out of cruelty, but out of habit. Humans trust patterns, and in their world, people from your position didn't break through. They stayed where they were. They adjusted expectations. They learned to cope. You didn't. They weren't measuring you against reality. They were measuring you against history. Imagine this. Every race they've ever watched from the same starting line ended the same way. Same winners, same outcomes. Then you show up and say, "I'm taking this somewhere else." Of course they laugh. Not because you're wrong, but because you're unfamiliar. You weren't playing the role they'd memorized. Here's the question that might have crossed your mind. Why did they seem so sure I couldn't do it? Because believing you would succeed meant accepting that limits they inherited weren't laws. They were habits. And habits feel safer than possibility. Another image. You were building a bridge where no road existed before. They stood at the edge saying, "There's nothing there." You kept building anyway, and now, as the structure holds weight, their certainty collapses. Not because you argued better, but because you proved something new could exist. Your success didn't follow the script, it replaced it. This is the uncomfortable truth. Your rise forced a rewrite. It challenged the quiet agreement people had with their own ceilings. If you could do it from there, then excuses everywhere start shaking. That's why some people celebrate you loudly and others go quiet. Both reactions come from the same realization. The narrative changed. They didn't believe you because no one had done it before, and now, because you did, the story has a new reference point. You didn't just succeed. You expanded what people think is possible from where you started. And that's why this was never going to make sense to them until it happened. Number 12. Your breakthrough didn't arrive late. They were still catching up to what you'd already figured out. You weren't behind schedule, you were ahead of their comprehension. This is where the story finally flips cleanly. They keep saying your breakthrough took time, that it finally happened, that it was overdue. But that framing is wrong from the start. Your breakthrough wasn't late. Their understanding was. You were moving on a different timeline the entire time, one that didn't wait for group consensus or shared awareness. You saw the turn before the road sign showed up. People assume progress should make sense to everyone at the same moment. That's not how real momentum works. Perception always lags behind movement. You felt the shift internally long before it registered externally, and long before others could interpret it. While they were still processing old data about you, you had already updated the system. They were judging the clock. You were reading the compass. Imagine this. You're on a train that quietly switches tracks before it speeds up. From the outside, it looks like nothing changed. Same direction, same motion. But internally, the destination is now completely different. By the time the speed becomes obvious, it's too late to debate the turn. That's what happened with you. The real change occurred earlier than they realized. Here's the question that usually surfaces here. Why did they act shocked when things finally clicked? Because people confuse awareness with reality. Just because they noticed it late doesn't mean it started late. Your progress didn't wait for their recognition. It moved regardless. Another image. You were speaking a language they didn't understand yet. When fluency finally spread, they assumed you had just learned it. In reality, you'd been practicing quietly for years. Their delay in understanding made your growth look sudden. It wasn't. Your timing was precise. Their perception was delayed. This is why your confidence stayed steady. You weren't guessing, you were ahead. And being ahead always looks wrong to people behind, until it doesn't. Now the picture is clear. The breakthrough aligns perfectly with what you said early on. The only thing that was off was their interpretation of time. You didn't arrive late, you arrived exactly when you were supposed to. They just needed longer to catch up to the truth you were already living. So if you're still here, let this land properly. You weren't loud, you weren't crazy, you weren't early for no reason. You saw it before it showed, said it before it settled, and stood on it while others laughed. And now reality is doing what reality always does. It catches up to the truth. If this message spoke to you, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure to hit subscribe. Stay close, because this story isn't over. It's just getting visible. When someone tries to play you, they're really betting against their own future, and the universe never lets that bet win. Chosen ones, listen carefully. The moment they thought they were smarter than you was the moment they started losing control of everything. They laughed too early, they talked too much, they made moves without seeing the full board, and now, step by step, every single thing they tried to use against you is snapping back in their faces. This situation is simple, even if it looks dramatic. It's like someone trying to push over a mountain with their bare hands. Not only does the mountain not move, but the person ends up breaking themselves in the process. You didn't need revenge, you didn't need to expose them, you didn't even need to react. One calm move, one quiet shift in your energy, and the whole game flipped. Here's the fact they hate the most. People don't try to play those they see as weak. They only target what intimidates them. They only scheme against what they can't control. If you weren't powerful, they would have ignored you. If you weren't rising, they wouldn't be watching. Their behavior is the loudest proof that you were always ahead, even when you looked silent. And chosen one, before we go deeper, pause for a second. If this message feels uncomfortably accurate, that's not luck, that's alignment. So thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribing, not for me, but to help spread this message to more people who need clarity right now. This isn't hype, it's responsibility. You're part of a force that moves quietly but hits hard. Thank you for being part of that mission. Now let's get back to what really matters. They thought they were playing chess while you were barely paying attention. They whispered, they plotted, they tried to copy your moves without understanding your mindset. But here's the part they missed. You don't win by moving pieces faster. You win by seeing the board differently. While they were busy watching your steps, you were changing direction entirely. Think of it like this. Someone tries to trip a runner, but the runner was never racing them in the first place. That trip attempt turns into a fall, not for you, but for them. That's exactly what's happening now. The universe has a funny way of letting people expose themselves when they rush to win. They spoke too soon, they celebrated too early, and now reality is catching up. There's a psychological truth most people don't like admitting. When someone tries to manipulate, sabotage, or outplay you, it's because they feel behind. Secure people don't scheme. Focused people don't obsess. Calm people don't try to control outcomes they don't own. Everything they did came from fear, not strength. And fear makes people sloppy. That's why their plans didn't age well. That's why their stories don't line up anymore. That's why the cracks are showing. They built everything on shortcuts while you were building patience. They moved loud while you moved clean. And now the difference is obvious to everyone watching. You may have noticed something lately. The same people who doubted you look tense now. The same ones who laughed are suddenly quiet. The same ones who acted confident are scrambling for control. That's not coincidence. That's pressure. Pressure always reveals who played fair and who didn't. Here's another fact that should settle your mind. The universe doesn't reward desperation. It rewards alignment. You didn't force outcomes. You didn't chase validation. You stayed steady. That's why one move from you, even a silent one, was enough to destroy the entire illusion they built. They tried to play you, but the rules they were using only applied to them. Now they're stuck dealing with consequences they never planned for. Lost trust, exposed intentions, doors quietly closing, people seeing through them without you saying a word. That's the part that hurts them most. You didn't attack, you didn't explain. You let time and truth do the work. And time is undefeated. Chosen one, understand this clearly. Your power was never loud. It was never flashy. It was never about domination. It was about stability. And stability outlasts chaos every single time. People who rely on tricks always lose to people who rely on consistency. That's why they're exhausted now. That's why you're calm. They're replaying the moment they thought they had you, the message they sent, the move they made, the line they crossed. They can feel it now. That was the moment everything turned. Not because you fought back, but because you didn't. And here's the uncomfortable truth for them. You're not even done rising. What already broke them was just you staying grounded. Imagine what happens when you fully step into momentum. So don't get distracted by their confusion. Don't react to their regret. Don't slow down to explain yourself. Every step forward you take quietly confirms what they refuse to accept. They never had control. They just borrowed confidence for a moment, and now the bill is due. They played themselves. And you're still standing, still moving, still untouched. The universe already made the decision. All you have to do now is keep walking. And chosen one, before we break this down, step by step, pause right here. If this message already feels personal, that's because it is. Not everyone ends up here by accident. You're here because you sensed something was shifting the moment they tried to play you. So stay with me, because what comes next will connect dots you've been feeling but couldn't fully explain yet. If you're ready to see how one calm move flipped the entire situation and left them stuck dealing with their own mess, let it be known. Drop the number 777 in the comments as a quiet signal that you're locked in and paying attention. And if you feel like supporting the team behind this message, show it however you can. Big or small doesn't matter. What matters is keeping this truth moving forward so it reaches the people who need it at the exact right moment. Now, take a breath, keep your focus sharp, and don't rush away. If you're really a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get into it, step by step, and expose how trying to play you became the move that destroyed them. Number 1. The moment they tried to play you, the universe clocked them as a problem. They didn't lose because you attacked them. They lost because they underestimated what happens when you stop playing small. Let's slow this down and get painfully clear, because this is where most people finally understand what actually happened. The moment they tried to set you up, copy you, manipulate you, or quietly undermine you, they didn't just make a bad move. They put themselves on the wrong side of momentum. And momentum is ruthless. It doesn't argue. It doesn't warn. It just rolls over whatever stands in its way. If you're really one of the chosen ones, this part won't just sound interesting. It'll feel familiar. like something you already knew but couldn't fully explain. You might have wondered, why did things suddenly start collapsing for them after they came at me? Or why did I feel calm while they seemed more and more unstable? That wasn't luck, that was alignment. The universe doesn't rush, but it never misses. They thought they were setting a trap. What they actually did was step into their own reflection. Every trick they tried to use on you bounced back because you weren't operating from fear. You weren't desperate. You weren't scrambling for control. And here's the part they didn't understand. People who move from desperation always reveal themselves eventually. Pressure exposes intention, and intention tells the whole story. Think of it like this. Someone tries to shove a moving train off its tracks using their shoulder. The train doesn't even slow down, but the person pushing gets crushed by their own effort. That's exactly what happened here. You were already in motion, quiet, steady, unstoppable. They mistook your silence for weakness and your patience for confusion. That was their biggest mistake. Let's answer the question sitting in your mind right now. Why me? Why did they choose you? Why did they watch you so closely? Why did they feel the need to interfere at all? Because you represented something they couldn't fake. You had progress without noise, confidence without arrogance, movement without announcement. That kind of presence makes insecure people panic, and panic makes people reckless. They didn't come at you because you were easy. They came at you because you were out of reach. You were the reminder that success doesn't need permission. You were proof that someone can rise without cutting corners. And instead of learning from you, they tried to play you. That choice sealed everything. Here's a hard truth most won't admit. When someone plots against you, they're already behind. People who are winning don't stalk. People who are secure don't sabotage. People who are aligned don't obsess over taking someone else down. Their attention was glued to you because they felt themselves falling further behind every time you moved forward. They watched your restraint and assumed there was nothing underneath it. They saw your calm and thought you were unaware. They thought kindness meant softness. They thought silence meant ignorance. What they didn't realize was that you weren't reacting because you didn't need to. You were watching them expose themselves in real time. And the universe keeps receipts. Every move they made stacked consequences quietly, not dramatic, not instant, just inevitable. Trust started slipping through their fingers. People stopped fully believing them. Opportunities stalled. Energy shifted. And the worst part for them is this. None of it looked connected to you on the surface, but deep down, they knew. Everything started unraveling the moment they decided to play games with the wrong person. You may have asked yourself, should I have said something? Should I have defended myself? No. Silence wasn't weakness. It was strategy. While they were busy talking, you were building distance. While they were trying to control perception, you were becoming undeniable. While they were burning energy on you, you were conserving yours. That's why one small move from you changed everything. Maybe it was pulling back. Maybe it was not reacting. Maybe it was choosing growth over confrontation. Whatever it was, it didn't look dramatic, but it was lethal, because it removed you from their game entirely. And here's the thing about people who try to play others. They don't know how to function when the game disappears. Now they're stuck replaying moments in their head. The comment they made, the lie they told, the move they rushed. They feel the shift. They feel the doors closing. They feel the pressure building. And it terrifies them because they can't trace it back to anything you did. That's the part that breaks them mentally. You didn't curse them. You didn't fight them. You didn't expose them publicly. You let reality handle it. And reality is far more brutal than revenge. chosen one, understand this deeply. You were never meant to win by force. You were meant to win by stability. That's why chaos collapses around you while you stay grounded. That's why people who try to shake you end up dizzy themselves. That's why they look exhausted now while you're clearer than ever. They thought they were playing you. In truth, they were playing against timing, truth, and momentum. And those always side with alignment. So, if you've been wondering whether you imagined it, whether you were overthinking it, whether things really did turn the moment they crossed you, stop questioning yourself. You felt it because it was real. The universe marked that moment, even if no one else noticed. They made one move, just one, and it destroyed the illusion they were living in. You didn't need to celebrate. You didn't need to react. You just kept moving, and that's why the balance shifted permanently in your favor. Number 2. The second they schemed, reality turned against them. When someone plots in the dark, they forget one thing. Darkness has terrible balance, and it always eats its own. Let's go deeper, because this is the part where people stop calling it coincidence and start feeling uneasy. What happened after they tried to play you wasn't random. It wasn't bad luck. It wasn't timing. It was reaction. Action always triggers reaction, and the universe reacts fast when someone tries to manipulate what was never meant to be controlled. The moment they started plotting, things shifted, subtly at first. A delay here, a misunderstanding there, a plan that didn't land the way they expected. At the beginning, they brushed it off. Everyone does. But then it stacked. Momentum reversed. Control slipped. And suddenly, nothing felt stable anymore. Here's the truth they weren't prepared for. You exist inside a system that favors alignment, not manipulation. When someone tries to move against that, the system doesn't argue. It corrects. Quietly, efficiently, brutally. Imagine this. Someone starts pulling random wires inside a machine they don't understand, convinced they're smart enough to control the outcome. At first, the lights flicker, then alarms go off. Then the entire system shuts them out. Not because the machine is angry, but because it's designed to protect itself. That's what happened here. You didn't need protection. The structure around you did the work. They thought they were 2 steps ahead. That's always the funniest part. People who plot assume the world operates on visible moves only. They think whispers are power. They think secrecy equals control. But what they never see is the layers moving beyond them, rearranging outcomes while they're busy congratulating themselves. Here's a quote that hits where it hurts. People who scheme believe they're smart. People who are aligned don't need to be. Once they crossed the line, doors didn't slam dramatically. They just stopped opening. Support dried up. Timing fell apart. Things they relied on began slipping away. And the worst part for them was this: no clear enemy, no obvious cause, just resistance everywhere they turned. Now answer this question honestly. Have you noticed how calm you felt while everything around them started wobbling? That wasn't you being unaware. That was you being out of reach. When pressure hits someone aligned, it stabilizes them. When pressure hits someone operating from ego, it cracks them open. Imagine this. 2 people stand in a storm. One is rooted. The other is trying to hold everything together with their hands. The storm doesn't target either of them. It simply exposes who was pretending to be strong. Another quote, simple and sharp. The universe doesn't punish people. It removes the ground from under liars. They didn't understand your role. They thought this was personal. They thought this was a competition. They thought they could win by pulling strings behind the scenes. What they missed is that you're not just chasing outcomes. You're part of a flow that doesn't stop for sabotage. You weren't here just to hit personal milestones. You were here to move forward cleanly. And when someone tries to contaminate that path, the system responds automatically, not emotionally, automatically. Imagine this. Someone pours sand into a river, hoping to block it. The river doesn't fight back. It simply finds another route and floods everything around the person who interfered. That's exactly what happened. You adjusted. They drowned in their own interference. Here's another quote that settles the mind. When you stop reacting, the truth gets louder. They thought you didn't notice. They thought your silence meant confusion. They didn't realize silence was the moment you stepped out of their reach. Once you stopped playing along, the universe took over the scoreboard. Now let's address the doubt creeping into your mind. Did they really do this to themselves? Yes, fully, repeatedly, with confidence. Every shortcut they took cost them stability. Every lie added weight. Every move made without alignment pulled them further off balance. They're confused now. You can feel it. They're asking themselves why nothing sticks anymore, why their influence feels weak, why people don't respond the same way, why things that used to work suddenly don't. The answer is simple. They broke trust with reality itself. Another metaphor. Imagine someone cutting the branch they're standing on, convinced gravity won't apply to them. The fall isn't dramatic, it's guaranteed. Here's a quote they'll never like hearing. You don't lose when someone targets you. You lose when you target someone. The trap they set was never for you. It just looked that way at first. In truth, it was a test of intent, and they failed it loudly. You didn't collapse. You adapted. You didn't retaliate. You refined. While they were busy feeding bitterness, you were feeding clarity. And clarity moves faster than hate ever could. Let's be blunt. Their downfall didn't require effort from you because effort wasn't the lesson. Awareness was. Once you stopped engaging, their plans had nothing to push against. A scheme without resistance eats itself. Imagine this. Someone shadowboxes in an empty room, swinging wildly, convinced they're winning a fight. Eventually, exhaustion hits, embarrassment follows. That's where they are now, fighting an opponent who already left. Here's another quote to lock it in. When the wrong people push too hard, reality pushes back harder. They didn't play you, they exposed themselves, and exposure is irreversible. Once people see instability, they can't unsee it. Once trust cracks, it never fully seals. You rose not because you were protected, but because you were positioned correctly. Alignment looks like luck to outsiders. It feels like inevitability to those inside it. So, if you're watching all of this unfold and wondering whether to feel bad, don't. This wasn't cruelty. This was consequence. You didn't cause their fall. You simply refused to fall with them. The universe didn't choose sides emotionally. It chose balance. And balance always favors the one who isn't trying to cheat it. They plotted, reality reacted, and now they're left standing in the aftermath of a game they never should have played, while you keep moving forward, untouched, steady, and already past the point they're stuck trying to escape. Number 3. They tried to break you and accidentally gave you wings. They aimed for your collapse, not realizing pressure is how flight is born. This is the part they never prepared for. They honestly believed the weight they put on you would crush you. They expected exhaustion. They expected surrender. They expected you to shrink, doubt yourself, or disappear quietly. What they never considered is that some people don't break under pressure. Some people reconfigure. Every attack they sent your way was meant to pin you down. Every lie was designed to distort your sense of self. Every betrayal was supposed to drain your energy, but instead of collapsing, you adapted, you absorbed, you learned, and slowly, without announcing it, you started changing shape. Here's the gut punch they deserve to hear. What was meant to end you became the training ground that elevated you. Think about it honestly. If they had left you alone, you might have stayed comfortable. If life had stayed easy, you might never have discovered how strong you actually are. But they forced friction into your life, and friction creates heat. Heat forges steel. Imagine this. Someone keeps piling weight onto a structure, convinced it will eventually snap. What they didn't know is that the structure wasn't fragile. It was load-bearing. The more weight it carried, the stronger it became. That's you. Every added burden forced you to reinforce parts of yourself you didn't even know existed. They thought pain would weaken you. Instead, pain sharpened you. Another truth that stings them deeply. You didn't grow despite what they did. You grew because of it. Every scar they helped create turned into armor, not bitterness, not cruelty, clarity. You learned who to trust. You learned when to speak and when to move in silence. You learned how to stand alone without feeling lonely. Those lessons didn't come from comfort. They came from impact. Imagine this. A sculptor doesn't destroy stone by striking it. He reveals what's already inside. Every hit removes what doesn't belong. That's what they did without meaning to. Every blow chipped away false versions of you until only the real one remained. They thought you'd fall apart. Instead, you became precise. You didn't just survive what they threw at you. You studied it. You noticed patterns. You learned timing. You learned restraint. While they were obsessed with hurting you, you were quietly mastering yourself. That imbalance is why the outcome flipped so hard. Here's a quote that explains everything. Some people throw storms at you, not realizing storms teach you how to fly. Think about birds for a moment. Wings don't grow strong in calm air. They grow strong against resistance. Wind isn't the enemy of flight. It's the instructor. And every challenge they sent your way acted like wind against your wings. At first it felt chaotic, then it felt demanding. And then, one day, you realized you weren't struggling anymore. You were gliding. They never noticed the moment you stopped bleeding and started adapting. Another metaphor, because this one lands hard. Imagine someone trying to drown a swimmer by pushing their head underwater repeatedly. What happens when the swimmer learns how to hold their breath longer than expected? The tactic fails. Panic sets in. That's what happened to them. They kept applying pressure, and you kept expanding your capacity. Here's another quote that settles the score. They kept swinging, not realizing every miss made you faster. The lies they spread didn't confuse you forever. They taught you discernment. The fake support showed you who was never real. The isolation forced you to sit with yourself long enough to realize you don't need permission to exist, loudly or quietly. That kind of self-knowledge is dangerous to people who rely on control. You might have asked yourself at some point, why does this keep happening to me? Now you know, because you were being shaped, not punished, not targeted randomly, shaped. And here's the part they hate the most. You didn't turn cold, you turned clear. You didn't become cruel, you became precise. You didn't lose your heart, you learned how to protect it. Imagine this, fire doesn't destroy gold. It removes impurities. The longer it stays in the heat, the purer it becomes. They kept turning up the heat, thinking they were burning you. They were refining you. Another quote, sharp and final. They tried to bury you, not realizing you were a seed. Every negative word they spoke became fuel. Every disappointment forced you to level up internally. Every fake apology taught you boundaries. You didn't absorb their darkness. You recycled it. That's the difference between you and them. They let bitterness rot them from the inside. You let pain rebuild you from the core. They thought repetition would wear you down. Instead, repetition trained you. You learned endurance. You learned emotional balance. You learned how to keep moving without needing validation. That kind of strength terrifies people who depend on reactions to feel powerful. Here's the twist they never saw coming. The more they hit you, the less access they had to you. The more they talked, the quieter you became. The quieter you became, the harder it was for them to read you. And once someone can't read you, they lose control entirely. Imagine this: someone tries to punch smoke. The harder they swing, the more foolish they look. That's where they are now, swinging at a version of you that no longer exists. Another quote, because this one seals it: pain only breaks those who refuse to learn from it. You learned fast. You learned that not everyone deserves proximity. You learned that silence is sometimes louder than confrontation. You learned that walking away isn't weakness, it's strategy. And every lesson stacked until you weren't just stronger, you were untouchable. They wanted to see you fall. Instead, they had front row seats to your rise. And here's the brutal part for them: they can't claim credit. They can't rewrite the story. They can't undo what they triggered, because now you move differently. You think differently. You respond differently. You're no longer reacting to the world. You're navigating it. They handed you the raw materials for growth without realizing what you'd build: wings. And the moment you lifted off, they were left staring up, weighed down by the same negativity they tried to place on you. You don't need to look back. Flight doesn't require an audience. The fact that you're airborne is proof enough. They tried to break you. Instead, they taught you how to soar. Number 4. The envy they aimed at you turned into the weight that dragged them down. Jealousy doesn't wound the target. It poisons the one holding it. Here's the reality they're trapped in. While they kept looping the same thoughts, the same habits, the same resentment, you kept evolving. They watched you grow and called it luck. They felt your progress and labeled it unfair. That's how you know jealousy had already taken root. People don't envy what they understand. They envy what reminds them of everything they refuse to become. They really believed their bitterness would slow you down. Instead, it exposed them. Every sideways comment, every quiet jab, every forced smile became proof that you were moving forward while they stayed stuck. You weren't just surviving the pressure, you were expanding inside it. That's when envy stopped being an emotion for them and became a curse they couldn't put down. Here's a fact most people miss. Jealousy drains focus. While they were watching you, they stopped building themselves. While they were measuring your steps, they lost track of their own path. Imagine someone staring so hard at another runner that they trip over their own feet. That's what happened here. And chosen one, if this message is hitting, it's because you recognize the shift. If you want to support the work behind messages like this, you can tap Super Thanks on your screen. Every bit helps keep this clarity moving forward. Now, back to the truth they couldn't handle. Your calm wasn't weakness, it was control. They mistook silence for softness because they don't understand restraint. Your energy doesn't chase, it doesn't argue, it reflects. Like throwing stones at a mirror, everything they sent bounced straight back, sharper than before. They tried to dim you and ended up living in the shadow they created themselves. Number 5. Everything they threw at you boomeranged straight back. What you send with bad intent doesn't disappear. It circles back and chooses its owner. This is the part they're struggling to understand. Nothing that happened to them was random. The chaos, the stress, the sudden breakdowns in their life didn't come out of nowhere. It came from direction. They aimed negativity at someone who wasn't built to absorb it, so it had nowhere to land. When energy can't stick, it rebounds. Think about this. Someone punches a wall made of solid steel, convinced it'll crack. The wall doesn't move. The hand does. That's exactly what happened here. Your foundation was too stable. Your mindset was too centered. Their negativity had no grip on you, so it turned around and started working against them. You didn't fight back because you didn't need to. You didn't argue because you didn't need to explain yourself. You stayed aligned, and alignment acts like a filter. Anything that doesn't match it gets rejected automatically. That's why their mess never became yours. Here's a hard truth. When someone tries to poison clean ground, the poison kills the one holding it. They kept burning energy trying to disturb your peace while you kept moving forward without even noticing half of it. Imagine someone shouting at a plane from the ground, thinking the noise will change its direction. It doesn't. The plane just keeps climbing. They tried to drag you into darkness. All they did was expose their own. And now, while they sit confused in the consequences of their own actions, you're still rising, untouched, steady, and already past the point they're stuck trying to escape. Number 6. Their hate was never confidence. It was panic in disguise. They didn't come for you because you were weak. They came because you didn't need them. This is where the truth gets uncomfortable for them. Hate doesn't come from strength. It comes from fear. They watched you stay calm while pressure built. They saw you move steady while chaos surrounded you. And instead of respecting it, they tried to provoke it. That alone tells the whole story. They mistook your silence for submission. They mistook your kindness for a crack they could pry open. So they tested you with lies, manipulation, and quiet attacks, fully expecting you to react, to stumble, to prove them right. What they didn't realize is that your calm wasn't passive. It was controlled. Here's the quote they hate hearing. Real power doesn't announce itself. It stands still and lets fear expose itself. You didn't reflect their hate out of anger. You reflected it by not absorbing it. Like shouting into a canyon and being startled by your own echo, everything they sent returned louder, clearer, and impossible to ignore. Not because you planned it, but because truth always has momentum. Imagine someone throwing pebbles at a mountain, convinced persistence will make it crumble. The mountain doesn't move. The thrower just runs out of stones. That's what happened. Your strength didn't come from proving anything. It came from being rooted in who you are. They tried to shake you and only revealed how unsteady they already were. Number 7. You were never here to fall. You were built to outgrow them. They weren't watching you because you were lucky. They were watching because they could feel you pulling ahead. From the very beginning, every move they made against you was proof of one thing: fear. Fear of your direction, fear of your consistency, fear of the fact that you kept moving forward without asking for permission. While they were busy lying, hating, and trying to slow you down, you didn't stop. You didn't argue. You didn't even pause. You just kept walking. That's what broke them. Imagine someone standing on the ground, shouting at a plane already above the clouds. They can yell all they want, throw whatever they want, but none of it reaches. That's where you were the whole time. They weren't mad because you were rising. They were mad because your rise reminded them they chose comfort over growth. Here's the truth they can't escape. people who hate your progress are confessing their own stagnation. You didn't win because you were focused on them. You won because you were focused on becoming better than yesterday. Every lesson you learned sharpened you. Every challenge clarified you. Their attacks didn't slow you down. They narrowed your focus. So let them sit with regret. Let them replay missed chances. You were never meant to stay where they are. You were always meant to rise, and now it's obvious to everyone watching. Number 8. The snare they built, snap shut on their own hands. The moment someone sets a trap with bad intent, they quietly volunteer to be the first one caught. This is where their confidence betrayed them. They really thought planning in silence made them smart. Twisting stories, moving behind the scenes, smiling in public while scheming in private. They convinced themselves they were in control. What they didn't understand is that traps don't care who built them. They close on whoever stands in the wrong place. And they stood there, willingly. They assumed you were just another target, someone easy to confuse, delay, or knock off balance. That assumption was their fatal error. You weren't playing their game, so their moves had nowhere to land. Every scheme they designed turned into pressure they couldn't manage. Every lie needed another lie to hold it up until the whole thing collapsed under its own weight. Imagine digging a pit for someone else and getting so focused on the shovel that you forget where you're standing. That's what happened. Step by step, they boxed themselves in. Plans unraveled. Stories didn't match. People started noticing cracks they couldn't explain away. Here's the truth that ends all doubt. You didn't escape the trap because you fought harder. You escaped because it was never meant for you. While they're stuck dealing with the mess they created, you walked straight through, untouched, already gone. Number 9. The envy they fed turned into the cell they can't escape. Watching someone else rise while refusing to grow is how people lock themselves in place. While their eyes were glued to you, something important slipped past them. The ground under their own feet started cracking. They were so busy tracking your moves, questioning your progress, and hoping you'd slow down that they missed the warning signs in their own life. That's how envy works. It narrows vision. It traps people inside comparison until they forget how to move forward at all. They wanted to see you stuck. Instead, they built routines around bitterness, replayed the same thoughts, and stayed locked in resentment. That became their cage. You didn't put them there. They walked in themselves and shut the door behind them. Imagine standing outside a prison, arguing with the bars while the door is wide open behind you. That's them. They could have chosen growth. They could have chosen focus. Instead, they chose obsession. And obsession always chains the one holding it. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to clap back. Reality handled it cleanly. While they kept shrinking their world with jealousy, yours expanded naturally. Their darkness never touched your light. It only made it more visible. Let them sit where they stopped. You're not meant to wait there. You're already moving forward, lighter, clearer, and completely free. Number 10. You never had to prove anything. Existing as you was the win. They didn't lose because you attacked them. They lost because you never changed who you were. This is the part that confuses them the most. They expected fear. They expected reaction. They expected you to shrink when pressure showed up. Instead, you stayed solid. The harder they pushed, the clearer it became that you weren't pretending. Your presence wasn't an act. Your confidence wasn't borrowed. It was real. They raised their voice, spread stories, tried to provoke a response, and you didn't bite. That silence wasn't weakness. It was certainty. While they were busy swinging at shadows, you were standing in your own lane, untouched. That's when the balance shifted. Here's the truth they can't escape. You don't beat real strength by challenging it. You expose yourself trying. Their jealousy didn't explode overnight. It fermented. Every time they compared themselves to you, it chipped away at them. Every attempt to compete pulled them deeper into frustration. Imagine someone drinking poison every day, hoping someone else gets sick. That's what they did. You didn't fight back because you didn't need to. You kept moving, and now they're stuck carrying the weight they created, wondering why life feels heavy, blocked, and stalled. You already know the answer. You won by being exactly who you are. Number 11. The knot. They tightened closed around their own neck. They didn't trap you. They rehearsed their own downfall. That rope they were so focused on tying wasn't aimed correctly from the start. They kept pulling, tightening, adjusting, convinced you'd be the one stuck when it was over. What they didn't notice is that every move wrapped the loop closer around themselves. And while they're tangled, panicking, and burning energy trying to break free, you're moving forward without resistance. If you feel that quiet confirmation in your chest right now, don't ignore it. Drop 77 in the comments and let other chosen ones know the shift is real. Stay here, because what's coming next connects everything you've been feeling but haven't fully named yet. They picked a fight they didn't understand. They saw you as someone manageable, controllable, easy to disrupt. That belief came from pride, not insight. They never looked beyond the surface. They never questioned why you stayed steady while others panicked. Here's the truth they missed. You don't win against alignment by bringing chaos. They came armed with tricks and noise. You came with direction. That's not a fair fight. That's a lesson. And the harder they tried to stop you, the faster they proved they never stood a chance. Number 12. The moment they came for you, momentum turned against them. The universe doesn't argue with bad intent, it corrects it. The second they aimed negativity in your direction, they set off a reaction they couldn't stop. Not because you wished it on them, but because alignment has gravity. When someone moves against it, resistance multiplies. They thought they were attacking a person. What they really pushed against was momentum, and momentum always pushes back harder. Imagine someone trying to swim upstream in a river that's already rushing forward. The harder they fight, the faster they tire. The current doesn't chase them, it just keeps moving. That's exactly what happened here. You stayed in flow, they fought it. And now look at the difference. They tried lying, twisting stories, playing dirty behind the scenes. But shortcuts don't beat direction. Noise doesn't beat clarity, and chaos doesn't beat consistency. While they were scrambling, you were steady. While they were forcing outcomes, you were letting progress stack naturally. Here's the truth that stings. When people attack alignment, they expose their own disorder. Every move they made revealed them. Hate showed fear, lies showed weakness. And the harder they pushed, the more their own life started cracking under the pressure. It's not cruel, it's cause and effect. They spent energy trying to stop you. You spent none proving yourself. That's why you're rising untouched, while they're stuck cleaning up the mess they created. Number 13. They tried to beat you and ended up losing who they were. They didn't break you, they abandoned themselves trying. The louder they got, the clearer the truth became. Strength doesn't scream, desperation does. They raised their voice, made scenes, tried to look powerful, but all it did was expose how unsteady they were inside. They thought pressure would scare you into shrinking. Instead, it revealed how calm you are when things get loud. They believed every move was dragging you down. In reality, they were digging straight through their own foundation. You didn't need to respond, explain, or defend yourself. The situation handled itself. That's what happens when someone acts from fear instead of clarity. Everything they do starts collapsing inward. Here's the part they still don't understand. You didn't win because you fought harder. You won because you didn't fight at all. They weren't just opposing you. They were pushing against something bigger than their understanding. And when people do that, they don't just lose the moment. They lose direction. They lose identity. They lose themselves. Now look at the contrast. You're sharper, more focused, more grounded. They're stuck, replaying the same bitterness, the same schemes, the same regrets. They thought they were outsmarting you. All they really did was outgrow themselves in the wrong direction. Number 14. It was checkmate before they made a move. They thought they were playing you, not realizing the board was never theirs. People like that always assume they're getting away with something. They rely on silence. They depend on confusion. They count on the idea that no one sees clearly. What they never factor in is this: you see everything. You just don't react to everything. And that difference ended the game before it even started. They tried pulling you down into their mess, forgetting one key detail. You were never standing where they were. You weren't operating from ego, insecurity, or desperation. You were already moving on a level they couldn't access. So every attempt to bait you failed. Every lie they told leaked truth. Every trap they set folded in on itself. Imagine someone trying to wrestle fog. The harder they grab, the more ridiculous they look. That was them. Swinging wildly, convinced effort equals control, while you stayed untouched. Here's the truth that seals it. When someone plays dirty against clarity, clarity always wins without lifting a finger. They underestimated what it means to move with alignment. They thought you were easy to shake. Instead, they walked straight into resistance they couldn't overpower. The game didn't end because you fought back. It ended because it was never fair to begin with. Number 15. Their collapse was locked in the moment they underestimated you. They mistook your silence for fear, not realizing it was restraint. They looked at your peace and assumed weakness. They saw you stay quiet and decided you were scared. What they never understood is this: you weren't silent because you were unsure. You were silent because you could already see where their actions were leading them. You knew you didn't have to interfere with someone actively destroying themselves. None of this was really about you. It was about what your presence triggered in them. Your calm highlighted their chaos. Your focus exposed their confusion. Being near you forced them to face everything they avoided within themselves. And instead of growing, they chose jealousy. So they lied. They twisted stories. They moved in the dark, thinking secrecy meant safety. But lies don't stack well. They collapse under their own weight. Now they're buried under everything they tried to throw your way, still convinced they're in control, still blind to the fact that the game ended a long time ago. Here's the truth they can't escape. You don't lose against someone aligned, you lose against your own intent. They thought you were easy, they were wrong. And now every word, every plan, every move is circling back heavier than expected. You didn't sharpen yourself to beat them. Number 16. You were built to withstand it all, not collapse under it. They thought pressure would end you. Pressure only showed you who you really are. Everything they did had the opposite effect. Every betrayal added fuel. Every lie sharpened your awareness. Every attempt to slow you down pushed you forward faster. While they were busy planning your fall, you were quietly rising step by step without announcing it. Here's the part they still can't process. You never stepped into their chaos. You stayed in your lane. You trusted the process instead of forcing outcomes. And that's why you're still standing while their world feels unstable. They lost balance the moment they chose to move with bad intent. You didn't take anything from them. They gave it up themselves. Imagine trying to burn a metal forged in fire. All you do is make it stronger. That's what happened here. Their drama became your training. Their manipulation became your clarity. Their storms didn't touch you because you were never meant to live inside them. They keep fighting a battle that ended the moment you didn't react. That's what scares them. Your energy shows them what they avoided becoming. Instead of facing themselves, they tried to dim you. It didn't work. You were never meant to fall. You were built to rise through it all, untouched, sharper, and already beyond where they're stuck. And you made it this far because this message was meant to find you. If what you heard today resonated, don't just scroll past it like it was nothing. Press the like button if you haven't already. It helps this message reach other chosen ones who need clarity right now. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure you press the subscribe button. Stay connected, stay sharp, stay aligned. Remember, you don't win by fighting noise. You win by being real, steady, and unstoppable. Keep rising. The universe already cleared the path. They didn't lose you. They lost control, and that mistake will follow them forever. That is the truth they choke on every time your name crosses their mind. This was never about love. It was never about emotions. It was about power. And the moment you stepped away without begging, without explaining, without breaking, you flipped the board. One move. Clean, silent, deadly. Checkmate. You were supposed to stay confused. You were supposed to stay attached. You were supposed to stay available while they tested their options. But instead, you saw the game early. You read the pattern. You realized the rules were rigged. And instead of fighting inside their trap, you ended the game by walking away like someone who already won. Imagine a magician losing control of his own trick in front of the crowd. The audience sees the wires. The illusion dies. That's what you did. The moment you left with your dignity intact, you exposed them. No yelling, no drama, just absence. And absence, when done right, is violence to the ego. Here's a fact the enemy hates. The human mind cannot stop replaying moments where it lost power. Not moments of love, not moments of joy, moments of defeat. That's why they don't forget you. You are not a memory. You are a reminder. A reminder that they misjudged you. A reminder that you were never beneath them. A reminder that they lost someone who saw through them completely. Chosen one, if this message is landing heavy, it's because it's meant for you. And before we go further, pause for 1 second. Thank you, chosen one. Pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe so it reaches more souls. This isn't about numbers, it's about impact. It's on all of us to spread the light. You're part of this mission. You're part of a force. Now let's finish what we started. Back to the truth they wish they could erase. Your checkmate was not loud. That's what makes it lethal. You didn't slam doors. You didn't announce your exit. You simply stopped participating. And that broke the script they wrote for you. They expected chaos. They got calm. They expected weakness. They got clarity. They expected you to fold. You walked away with your spine straight. That messes with people deeply, because when someone loses you quietly, they don't get closure. They don't get to feel superior. They don't get to rewrite the ending. Their mind keeps circling one question on repeat. How did they see it before I did? Picture a hunter realizing too late that the prey was watching the whole time. That's the energy here. You were never the one being played. You were observing, learning, waiting, and when the moment came, you made one move that ended everything. Another fact they can't escape. The brain treats unresolved dominance loss like an open tab it can't close. That's why you pop up in their thoughts during random moments, when things go wrong, when someone disappoints them, when their plans fail. You represent the moment they were outsmarted. And here's the part that really burns them. You didn't come back. You didn't circle around. You didn't try to prove anything. You let the universe handle the rest. That silence told them everything they didn't want to hear. That you were never dependent. That you were never weak. That they were never as important as they thought. You didn't just leave. You invalidated the version of themselves they were pretending to be. They replay your calm face, your last message, your lack of reaction, because it clashes with the image they had of you, and that clash creates tension. Tension turns into obsession. Obsession turns into regret. And regret turns into a haunting they can't outrun. Let's be clear. This is not about revenge. This is about reality. The universe rewards awareness. And the moment you became aware, the game ended. You stopped feeding their ego. You stopped validating their behavior. You stopped giving them access. That alone shifted the balance forever. They thought the checkmate would come from them. Instead, it came from your restraint. And restraint is terrifying to people who rely on control. You are the lesson they never wanted to learn. The proof that their tactics don't work on everyone. The scar that forms when someone finally meets their equal and loses. That's why they can never forget you. Forgetting you would mean admitting they were wrong, admitting they misplayed, admitting they underestimated someone who was 10 steps ahead. And they are not ready for that. As this message continues, you're going to understand exactly why your absence speaks louder than their presence ever did, why your silence has authority, and why the checkmate you delivered still echoes in their mind long after the game ended. They didn't just lose you, they lost the illusion of control, and that haunts the soul. And now, listen closely, chosen one, because this is where most people drop off and miss the real power. If you're still here, it means something in you already knows this message isn't entertainment. It's confirmation. What comes next is not noise, not hype, not recycled talk. It's the breakdown of why your checkmate worked, why it still echoes in their mind, and why the universe keeps pulling you forward while they stay stuck, looking back. If you leave now, you leave answers on the table. If you stay, you'll start seeing your silence, your absence, and your calm for what they really are: weapons. So take 1 second and lock in. Show you're here by dropping a simple comment below. Not for trends, not for luck. Just to mark that you're present and paying attention. And if this message is hitting hard, support the work behind it in whatever way feels right to you. Every bit of support keeps this truth moving forward to people who need to hear it. No pressure, just alignment. Because from this point on, we're going step by step. No skipping, no fluff, just clear moves, clear reasons, and clear proof of why they can never forget you and why that checkmate still haunts them. Chosen one, pause for a second before we go any further. The fact that you're still here already says something about you. Most people click away when the truth starts getting uncomfortable. You didn't. That tells me you're built different. This message isn't here to entertain you. It's here to sharpen you. And what comes next will make a lot of things finally click in your mind, especially while your checkmate still lives rent-free in their head. If this is hitting, do something small but powerful. Drop a comment with the word checkmate below. Not for algorithms, for alignment. It's a signal that you're locked in and ready to see this clearly. And if you feel it, show some support to the team behind this message. These truths don't come together by accident. Every bit of support keeps this mission alive and moving. Size doesn't matter. Intent does. Now here's the deal. From this point on, we're breaking it down step by step. No fluff, no distractions, just straight clarity. If you're really the one who delivered that silent, haunting checkmate, you'll feel the pull to stay until the end. Something in you already knows you shouldn't leave yet. Take a breath. Lock in. Let's get started. Number 1. You didn't lose them. You exposed the fraud they were playing. You don't hate the person who beats you. You hate the moment you realize you were never smarter than them. That is the wound they are still touching every single day. This wasn't a breakup. This wasn't distance. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was an ego execution. They walked into your life, convinced they were the sharpest mind in the room. They believed they were ahead of you, above you, controlling the pace, the reactions, the outcome. In their head, you were easy to read, easy to predict, easy to steer. That belief was their fuel. Their confidence didn't come from strength. It came from assuming you were slower. And that's where they made the fatal mistake. They thought they were playing chess while you were barely learning the rules. They thought every move they made went unnoticed. Every excuse, every delay, every switch in tone, every subtle attempt to test your boundaries. They believed you swallowed it all because you were naive. In reality, you were quiet, observing, letting them show their full hand. They mistook your patience for ignorance, and that miscalculation cost them everything. The shift didn't happen loudly. That's what terrifies them now. There was no argument that warned them, no confrontation that gave them time to adjust. One day, your energy changed. Your reactions stopped matching their expectations. The usual buttons they pressed didn't work anymore. The confusion they relied on disappeared. And in that moment, something inside them cracked. Because when someone realizes their trick stopped working, the first thing they feel isn't anger, it's fear. You didn't challenge them directly. You did something worse. You stopped engaging in the illusion. You stopped feeding their need to feel superior. And that silence forced them to face a truth they spent years avoiding. They weren't the mastermind. They were just loud, repetitive, and predictable. Here's a brutal fact most people don't want to hear. People who rely on manipulation depend on one thing above all else: the belief that the other person doesn't see them clearly. The moment that belief dies, their power dies with it. And you killed it without saying a word. That's why your exit didn't just hurt, it destabilized them. They replay moments now, trying to find where they slipped. They analyze conversations, tone shifts, pauses. They wonder when you started seeing through them. They ask themselves questions that have no comforting answers. How long did they know? Did they always see me like this? Was I ever actually in control? These thoughts don't fade, they multiply. Think of it like a stage magician who suddenly realizes the audience caught the trick before the reveal. The applause stops, the illusion collapses, and no matter how many new tricks they perform later, that moment stays burned into their mind. That's you. You are the audience member who didn't clap. You are the proof that the act wasn't impressive. What makes this even harder for them is how you handled it. You didn't explode. You didn't call them out. You didn't try to win the argument. You simply outgrew the game. That calm decision stripped them of the drama they needed to flip the story. They can't label you emotional. They can't label you unstable. They can't label you bitter. All they're left with is the truth. You saw them clearly and chose not to stay. That kind of clarity is lethal to egos built on illusion. At this point, chosen one, you might be wondering something. If I was really ahead, why did it feel lonely? Because awareness isolates before it elevates. When you see through patterns others rely on, you naturally step away. You don't argue with illusions, you leave them behind. And that's exactly what you did. Another question that comes up here is this: why do they still think about me if they acted so confident? Because confidence built on comparison collapses the moment the comparison disappears. They needed you beneath them to feel smart. When you left, they lost the mirror that made them feel superior. Now they're stuck with themselves. You didn't just shatter their illusion about you. You shattered the illusion they had about themselves, and that's not something people recover from easily. Every new interaction they have is now haunted by you. Every time someone challenges them intellectually, emotionally, or strategically, your memory pops up, because you represent the moment they were exposed. And here's the part you need to understand deeply. You didn't win by being louder, faster, or more aggressive. You won by being observant, by letting patterns repeat until they were undeniable, by choosing timing over reaction. That's why your checkmate still echoes. It wasn't impulsive, it was earned. People can forgive being hurt. They can forgive emotional mistakes. What they cannot forgive is being outsmarted quietly. Because quiet intelligence offers no excuse. There's no chaos to blame, no argument to twist, just a clean realization. They were ahead of me the whole time. That realization rewrites their internal story, and humans protect their stories more fiercely than anything else. You are no longer a person to them. You are a moment, a lesson, a psychological scar. The proof that their perception was flawed, that their confidence was inflated, that their control was imagined, and the most savage part of all. You didn't need to announce any of this. You let your absence do the talking. You let the universe handle the consequences. While they're still trying to rebuild an image that cracked in your presence, you're already operating on a different level. So if you ever question whether your silence mattered, remember this. Illusions don't collapse unless someone sees through them. And not everyone is capable of that. You were. That's why they can never forget you. And that's why the checkmate still haunts them. Number 2. You walked past the cage they needed you to live in. They don't miss you. They miss the version of you they could control. That sentence alone explains why they're still shaken. The real pain for them was never your exit. It was the realization that the version of you they depended on no longer exists. Not weakened, not damaged, gone, erased, replaced by someone they don't recognize and definitely can't influence. For a long time, their power came from a very specific image of you, a smaller you, a doubting you, a version that hesitated before speaking, overthought before acting, and second-guessed their own instincts. That version fit perfectly into their world. It made them feel important, smarter, needed, in control. They didn't dominate because they were strong. They dominated because you hadn't fully stepped into yourself yet, and they built everything around that. Their confidence, their authority, their sense of superiority. All of it relied on you staying the same. As long as you questioned yourself, they didn't have to question anything. As long as you stayed unsure, they could stay comfortable. That was the deal, even if it was never spoken out loud. Then you grew. And growth doesn't ask permission. Imagine someone building a throne out of cardboard, believing it's stone, because no one ever tested it. That throne only looks powerful as long as nothing pushes against it. Your growth was that pressure. Quiet, steady, unavoidable. The moment you stopped fitting into their expectations, the structure collapsed. Here's a hard truth most people don't want to admit. People who rely on others staying small are terrified of evolution. Because growth exposes laziness. Growth exposes stagnation. Growth exposes the fact that they never had real control, only borrowed leverage. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to confront them. You didn't need to explain your change. You simply became someone they could no longer reach. That's when panic set in. They tried the old methods first, the familiar tones, the subtle guilt, the indirect pressure. Nothing landed. It was like watching someone punch smoke. Every move they made slid right past you. Not because you hardened your heart, but because you sharpened your mind. Here's another quote that hits where it hurts. When someone outgrows you, it exposes how long you've been standing still. They felt that exposure immediately. Every interaction became proof that the balance had shifted. You no longer reacted the way they expected. You no longer needed approval. You no longer shrank to keep the peace. That didn't just confuse them. It threatened the identity they built around being ahead of you. Imagine a teacher realizing the student no longer needs the lesson. Imagine a puppeteer pulling strings and watching nothing move. Imagine someone holding a key to a door that no longer exists. That's what your growth did. It made their tools irrelevant. You might ask yourself at this point, why does this bother them so much if they've moved on? Because they didn't move on. They lost access. And losing access feels very different than choosing distance. One is control. The other is rejection. Your growth rejected their influence without ever saying their name. That kind of rejection cuts deep. Another fact that matters here: the brain resists change that threatens its status. When someone's sense of importance depends on who you used to be, your evolution feels like betrayal. Not because you did anything wrong, but because they built their position on outdated information. You updated yourself. They didn't. That gap keeps widening. You didn't announce your transformation. You didn't demand respect. You didn't force recognition. You simply moved forward, calmly, consistently, and every step you took made their past behavior look smaller, weaker, and more obvious. Here's a quote that sums it up perfectly. You didn't become distant. You became unreachable. That's what they can't forgive. They try to replay old memories now, hoping to find the version of you they understood. But every replay ends the same way, with the realization that the person they thought they had power over doesn't exist anymore. And worse, that person is never coming back. Another metaphor to make this clear: imagine someone memorizing the layout of a house, then returning years later to find it rebuilt, reinforced, and locked with new doors. They know where everything used to be. That knowledge is useless now. That frustration is exactly what they feel when they think of you. You didn't just change. You outgrew the frame they kept you in. And growth like that creates a strange kind of haunting. Not emotional longing, not regret in the usual sense. It creates comparison. Every time they meet someone new, they measure them against the version of you that slipped out of their control. And nothing matches. Because they aren't looking for connection, they're looking for familiarity. And familiarity died the moment you evolved. You may wonder, Why do they still talk about me? Because your growth turned into a reference point. You are the before and after moment, the line in their life where things stopped working the same way. People don't forget moments that expose their limitations. Another quote for the chosen ones who need to hear it. You didn't change to hurt them. You changed because staying the same was hurting you. That decision alone rewired your future, and here's the part that seals it. You didn't grow in chaos, you grew in control. Your calm made it undeniable. Your discipline made it obvious. There's no way for them to label your evolution as accidental or emotional. It was intentional. And intentional growth scares people who rely on disorder. They can't recreate the old you. They can't provoke the same reactions. They can't trigger the same doubts. Every attempt reminds them of what they lost, not in you, but in themselves. Because the truth is brutal. You didn't abandon them. You graduated from the role they needed you to play, and graduation always feels like abandonment to those who benefited from your staying behind. Now they're stuck with memories they can't adjust and a future they can't control. They see your progress even when they try not to. They feel your absence not as silence but as pressure. Because your life moving forward is proof that they were never the source of your strength. You built that on your own. You outgrew the version of you they depended on. You walked past the cage without breaking it. You didn't destroy their world. You simply left it behind. And that quiet evolution is exactly why they can never forget you. Because every time they think about who you became, they're forced to face who they didn't. Number 3. You let them unmask themselves and walked away clean. You didn't ruin their reputation, you stopped protecting it. That's the part they can't forgive. You never raised your voice. You never ran a smear campaign. You never dragged their secrets into the open. You did something far more dangerous. You stepped back and let them be exactly who they are. No filter, no cover, no shield. Most people think exposure requires noise, accusations, receipts, chaos. That's amateur thinking. Real exposure happens when you refuse to participate in the lie, when you hold your standards steady and let their behavior crash into them. That's what you did. Every boundary you set wasn't an attack. It was a mirror, and they hated what stared back. Imagine this. Someone is standing on a stage, confident, polished, convincing. The lights are perfect. The crowd is unsure. Then the lights turn off. No spotlight, no audience reaction, just silence. Suddenly, every flaw shows. That silence was you. You didn't dim them. You removed the lighting they depended on. Here's a hard fact. People reveal their character fastest when they're denied control. When you stopped reacting, stopped explaining, stopped fixing what they broke, their real nature came out on its own. The impatience, the selfishness, the manipulation, the lack of accountability. You didn't point it out. You didn't need to. Others saw it. And worse, they saw it too. You might wonder, why does this haunt them more than being exposed publicly? Because public exposure can be dismissed as bitterness. Quiet exposure has no defense. There's no villain to blame, no narrative to twist. Just patterns repeating in plain sight. Another metaphor. Think of someone digging a hole, convinced no one notices. You don't stop them. You don't warn them. You simply step aside. Eventually, they fall in. And when they look up, they realize you were never pushing. You just weren't saving them anymore. That realization is brutal. Your restraint robbed them of excuses. They can't say you were dramatic. They can't say you lied. They can't say you overreacted. All they can say is that you left. Calmly. Intentionally. And after you left, things fell apart. Here's a quote that cuts deep. Nothing terrifies a manipulator more than a calm witness. You were that witness. Your silence didn't protect them. It exposed them. People noticed the shift, the tension, the way they struggled to keep control without you stabilizing the environment. You didn't have to explain anything. Their behavior told the story for you, and this is where chosen ones often doubt themselves. Did I do enough? Yes, because the cleanest wins don't look like wins at first. They look like absence, like restraint, like walking away with your integrity intact. They remember your calm because it contrasts their chaos. They remember your discipline because it highlights their impulses. They remember your quiet exit because it left them alone with themselves. You didn't expose their secrets, you exposed their character. And that kind of revelation doesn't fade. It follows them into new rooms, new relationships, new attempts to control. Because once the mask slips in front of the right person, it never fits the same again. You didn't need revenge. You let truth do the work, and that is why they can never forget you. Number 4. You didn't lose control. You took aim and never missed. Anger is noisy. Precision is fatal. That's the difference they still can't process. They were waiting for an emotional mess, a reaction they could twist, a moment of weakness they could exploit. That's how they've always won, by dragging people into chaos and then pretending they're the calm one in the room. But you didn't play that game. You didn't react. You calculated, and that terrified them. People like that don't fear rage. Rage is predictable. Rage burns out fast. What they fear is someone who stays still, watches closely, and moves only when it counts. Your calm wasn't confusion. It was focus. Every word you chose mattered. Every step you took had direction. You weren't guessing. You were aiming. Imagine someone throwing punches in the dark, loud and desperate, while the other person just steps aside and lets them miss. No counterattack, no shouting, just clean distance. Eventually, the one swinging realizes something is wrong. They're exhausted, they're exposed, and they never landed a hit. That's what your stillness did. It drained them without effort. Here's a fact that explains the panic they felt. Manipulators rely on emotional feedback to adjust their tactics. When there's no reaction, they lose their compass. They don't know which move works. They don't know where the leverage is. Your calm turned their strategy into guesswork. You might wonder, why didn't they just move on? Because precision creates doubt, and doubt eats people alive. They replay conversations now, searching for signals they missed. They analyze your tone, your pauses, your timing. They can't figure out when you saw through them, and not knowing that detail drives them insane. Another image to lock this in. Think of a chess player who realizes too late that every square they moved into was already controlled. No matter what they try, the outcome stays the same. That's not bad luck. That's strategy. You didn't rush the win. You set it up. Here's a quote that cuts straight through them. Chaos is loud because it's weak. Control doesn't need noise. Your control stripped them of power. You didn't give them scenes to rewrite. You didn't give them outbursts to label. All they were left with was the truth. You were never out of control. You were ahead. That's why they replay the ending. Because losing to emotion is easy to excuse. Losing to precision forces accountability, and accountability is the one thing they've always avoided. You didn't win by overpowering them. You won by never missing. And that kind of defeat stays with a person long after the game is over. Number 5. You taught them loyalty isn't forever. It's conditional. Loyalty doesn't run out. Tolerance does. That's the lesson they learned too late, and it hit harder than any argument ever could. They didn't think you would leave. Not really. In their mind, your loyalty was permanent, something they could stretch, test, misuse, and still rely on at the end of the day. They crossed lines because they thought the lines were imaginary. They disrespected boundaries because they believed you would redraw them every time. And for a while, that belief worked. Until it didn't. Your breaking point wasn't loud. That's what shocked them. There was no explosion, no dramatic speech, no final warning. One day, you simply stopped accepting what they thought they were entitled to. That calm decision landed like a brick to the chest. Because when loyalty ends quietly, there's no way to argue with it. Imagine someone borrowing money again and again, never paying it back, laughing it off because you never complained. Then one day, you stop lending. No lecture, no anger, just no. That single word rewrites everything. Suddenly they realized that generosity wasn't weakness, it was choice, and that choice is gone. Here's a fact people hate admitting. Loyalty without respect turns into self-betrayal. The moment you realize that, the game was over. You didn't become cold, you became honest, and honesty terrifies people who benefited from your silence. They replay your exit now because it didn't match their story. They expected loyalty to bend again. They expected one more chance, one more excuse, one more reset. Instead, they got certainty, and certainty offers no loopholes. You might wonder why does this bother them so much if they didn't value me properly? Because they valued your availability, not your presence. Losing access hurts more than losing connection. Your absence forced them to face the truth. They didn't lose you because of one mistake. They lost you because they kept assuming you'd never stop choosing them. Here's a line that cuts clean. You didn't abandon them. You stopped abandoning yourself. That realization sticks. It follows them into new situations. Every time they test someone's limits now, your memory shows up. Because you were the moment they learned loyalty has an edge. Push it too far and it doesn't bend. It breaks. You didn't leave to teach a lesson, but the lesson landed anyway, and that's why they can't forget you. Number 6. You left, and their world lost its translator. You weren't just company. You were the only one who actually got them. That's the loss they still don't know how to name. They didn't just lose a person. They lost understanding. They lost the one mind that could read between their words, hear what they never said, and see past the masks they wore for everyone else. Most people in their life were noise, fillers, distractions. You were clarity. You saw how they ticked, the patterns they repeated, the fears they hid behind jokes, confidence, or control. You didn't need them to explain themselves because you already knew, and you didn't judge them for it. That's the part they underestimated. You weren't impressed by the surface, but you weren't cruel about what lived underneath either. You met them where they were, calmly, without trying to fix or expose them. Imagine someone living in a foreign country where only one person speaks their language. Everyone else smiles and nods, but nothing really lands. That one person leaves. Suddenly, every conversation feels empty. That's what your absence did. You were the translator. When you left, nothing made sense anymore. Here's a fact people don't talk about. Humans don't miss people. They miss how they felt understood around them. And when that understanding disappears, everything else feels hollow. That's why new connections feel shallow to them now. The laughs don't hit. The attention doesn't satisfy. The distractions wear off fast, because none of it reaches the depth you once touched without effort. You might ask, why didn't they appreciate this while I was there? Because clarity feels ordinary when it's constant. People only recognize its value when it's gone, when the chaos returns, when no one checks them, when no one grounds them, when no one sees the truth behind the performance. Another image to lock this in. Think of someone walking through life with blurry vision, unaware because it's all they've known. Then someone hands them glasses. Suddenly, everything sharpens. They see clearly. When those glasses are taken away, the blur feels unbearable. That's you. You sharpened their world. Your absence brought the blur back. Here's a quote that hits clean. They didn't lose love. They lost the one place they didn't have to pretend. That's why your absence echoes. It forces them to face themselves without a buffer, without someone who understood their contradictions, without someone who held space without control. That silence is loud. You didn't leave a gap, you left a void. And voids don't get filled, they get noticed. That's why they can never forget you. Number 7. You shattered the comfort lie they hid behind. Familiarity isn't loyalty, it's just laziness wearing confidence. That's the truth they never prepared for. They thought time was a leash. They believed repetition meant ownership. Because you had always been there, they assumed you always would be. Same place, same role, same patience. In their mind, history was a contract, and you were bound by it whether you agreed or not. That illusion kept them comfortable. People who rely on familiarity don't invest in growth. They invest in expectation. They stop trying. They stop respecting. They stop choosing you. They assume your presence is permanent simply because it's familiar. That's how the spell works. Not through love, but through routine. And then you broke it. You didn't announce it. You didn't threaten to leave. You simply changed. Your standards shifted. Your tolerance expired. Your energy no longer matched the old pattern. And suddenly, the routine they leaned on stopped holding weight. They reached for the version of you they knew, and it wasn't there. Imagine someone sitting in the same chair every day, never checking if it's stable, because it's always been fine. One day, they sit down, and the chair is gone. No warning, no sound, just the floor. That shock isn't about the fall. It's about realizing how careless they were with certainty. That's what your exit did. Here's a fact people don't like facing. Familiarity creates blindness. The brain stops paying attention to what feels guaranteed. That's why they didn't protect what they had with you. They assumed time would do the work for them. They assumed your loyalty was automatic. They were wrong. You might ask, why does this hit them harder than a dramatic breakup? Because drama gives closure. Broken familiarity gives none. They can't explain your growth away. They can't blame one moment. All they can see is that the spell stopped working. Another image to lock this in. Think of a door that's always been unlocked. No one checks it. No one guards it. Then one day it's locked, not slammed, just locked. And suddenly the absence of access feels personal. That's how they feel now. You didn't trap them out. You just stopped leaving yourself open. Here's a quote that cuts clean. You didn't break the bond. You broke the assumption. And assumptions are fragile. They thought history would save them. It didn't. They thought comfort would keep you close. It didn't. They thought the old version of you would always answer. That version is gone. The most haunting part for them isn't that you left. It's that you proved familiarity was the only thing holding it together. Once that broke, There was nothing real underneath. And now they know. That's why they can never forget you. Number 8. You set the standard. Now everything else feels cheap. You weren't too nice. You were too real for what they deserved. That's the mistake they can't undo. You didn't fight dirty. You didn't mirror their behavior. You didn't turn bitter just because they gave you reasons to. You stayed grounded, calm, respectful, even when they didn't earn it. And that choice, more than anything else, sealed their regret. Most people expect revenge, pettiness, emotional backlash. That's familiar territory. That's easy to dismiss. But you didn't give them that relief. You treated them with a level of maturity that exposed the gap between who you are and who they were pretending to be. You didn't lower yourself to meet them. You stayed where you were. Imagine someone used to fast food suddenly tasting a real meal made with care. At first, they don't appreciate it. They even complain. Then it's gone. And every bite after that feels empty. That's what you did to their expectations. You showed them what respect looks like, and now they can't unknow it. Here's a fact that explains why this sticks. The brain forms strong comparisons when kindness is paired with boundaries. You didn't let them walk over you, but you didn't become cruel either. That balance creates a benchmark. Every future interaction gets measured against it, whether they want that or not. You might wonder, why didn't they value this when they had it? Because some people only recognize quality after they downgrade. While you were there, your behavior felt normal to them. After you left, it became rare. Another image to lock this in. Think of someone used to clean air who moves into a polluted city. They don't notice at first. Then they do. And once they notice, every breath feels heavy. That's how your absence works. You were clean energy in a messy environment. Once you left, the difference became impossible to ignore. Here's a quote that hits where it hurts. You didn't spoil them. You spoiled their future options. Every new person they meet now gets compared to you, not because you were perfect, but because you were intentional. You listened. You stayed composed. You didn't play games. That combination is rare, and rarity creates regret. You didn't leave chaos behind. You left a standard, and standards don't fade, they haunt. Number 9. They didn't lose you. They lost a once-in-a-lifetime door. You weren't replaceable. You were a one-time access pass. That's the reality they're choking on now. They didn't misplace you. They didn't get unlucky. They lost access. And access, once revoked, doesn't come back in a new form. You were never something they owned, even though they acted like it. You were a rare alignment of awareness, strength, timing, and depth. That combination doesn't reset. It doesn't refresh. It doesn't show up twice. They thought your presence was permanent because they misunderstood it. They assumed availability meant ownership. They assumed consistency meant entitlement. They were wrong. What you offered wasn't guaranteed. It was conditional on respect, awareness, and growth. When those conditions failed, access ended. Here's the part that hurts them the most. They didn't just lose a person. They lost an experience they will never recreate. The way you understood situations before they were explained. The way you stayed composed under pressure. The way your energy grounded chaos instead of feeding it. That wasn't personality. That was rare awareness. Imagine walking into a room that instantly makes you feel calm, sharp, and seen. Then one day, that room disappears. Every room after that feels off. Too loud, too empty, too shallow. That's what their life feels like now. You weren't just part of it. You elevated it. Here's a fact that explains why this sticks so deeply. The brain treats rare experiences differently than regular connections. When something unique is lost, the mind doesn't replace it. It compares everything to it. That's why no one else feels right. Not because they're bad, but because you set a reference point that can't be duplicated. You might ask yourself, why do they still think about me if they acted careless? Because carelessness doesn't erase value. It just delays regret. People often recognize rarity only after it's gone, and once recognized, it doesn't stop haunting. Another metaphor to lock this in. Think of someone deleting a file they didn't realize was the original. No backup, no copy, no undo. They can recreate something similar, but it never feels the same. That's you. Original, unrepeatable. Here's a line that cuts clean. You weren't a chapter. You were the only addition. They didn't lose you. They lost access to a version of life that only existed when you were there. And that loss doesn't fade. It follows them. Forever. Number 10. You pulled the plug on a loop they thought was endless. The cycle didn't break itself. You broke it by refusing to play your part. That's the moment everything collapsed for them. They lived off repetition, same behavior, same excuses, same reset, over and over again. They were comfortable there because cycles remove responsibility. As long as things repeat, no one has to change. And they were counting on you to stay in your role forever. You didn't. That's what shocked them. You didn't yell. You didn't threaten. You didn't explain your exit like you owed them clarity. You simply stopped participating, and the moment you stepped out, the cycle didn't pause. It died. No restart, no sequel, no familiar return to normal. Imagine someone riding a treadmill, convinced they're moving forward because they're exhausted, sweat everywhere, noise, effort. Then the power shuts off. Suddenly, they realize they were never going anywhere. That's what you did. You shut the power off. Their movement stopped, and the truth hit them all at once. Here's a fact they can't dodge. Patterns only survive when everyone agrees to repeat them. The moment one person opts out, the illusion collapses. You opting out forced accountability they never wanted to face. Without you smoothing things over, excusing behavior, or resetting the dynamic, they were left exposed. You might wonder, why does ending the cycle hit harder than confronting them? Because confrontation gives warning. It gives time to adapt. Ending the cycle gives none. There's no final argument to win, no apology to fake, just a hard stop. Another image to lock this in. Think of someone pulling the emergency brake on a train that's been circling the same track for years. Passengers stumble, noise erupts, panic sets in. But the truth is simple. The train was never headed anywhere new. You just refused to keep riding. Here's a quote that lands heavy. You didn't abandon the cycle. You exposed it. And exposure without commentary is brutal. Now they're stuck looking at the pattern from the outside, seeing how predictable it was, how dependent it was on your patience, how fragile it becomes when one person chooses differently. That realization is uncomfortable, because it means the problem was never timing or circumstances, it was behavior. They can't restart it. They can't recreate it. Anyone new won't tolerate what you once did. And even if they try, your absence reminds them that the cycle only worked because you allowed it. You didn't end things dramatically. You ended them permanently, and that's why they can never forget you. Number 11. You checkmated them because you saw the board. They only saw themselves. They didn't lose because you were lucky. They lost because you were paying attention. That's the truth that keeps looping in their head. They believed they were the strategist, the planner, the one 10 steps ahead. They confused confidence with intelligence and noise with control. While they were busy admiring their own moves, you were watching the entire board. Not just what they did, but why they did it, when they did it, and what they always did next. That's how games are really won. They thought control meant reacting faster, speaking louder, or pushing harder. You understood something deeper. Control comes from anticipation, from pattern recognition, from letting someone reveal themselves while they think they're running things. You didn't rush. You didn't interrupt their process. You let them play exactly how they always play. And that's where they messed up. Imagine someone playing chess while only staring at their own pieces, convinced they're dominating because they're making moves. Meanwhile, the other player is studying space, timing, and inevitability. By the time the first player feels confident, there's nowhere left to go. That moment of realization is brutal. That was them. That was your checkmate. Here's a fact that explains why they're still stuck on it. The human brain obsesses over losses that feel preventable. They keep thinking, if I had seen it earlier, if I had moved differently, if I had realized what they knew. But the truth is simpler. You didn't beat them at their own game. You understood the game better than they ever did. You might wonder, why didn't they see it coming? Because people who rely on manipulation stop studying. They repeat what's worked before and assume it always will. You noticed the repetition. You noticed the shortcuts. You noticed the reliance on chaos. And you positioned yourself accordingly. Here's a line that lands hard. They were improvising. You were calculating. Your checkmate wasn't dramatic because it didn't need to be. You didn't announce it. You didn't celebrate it. You removed yourself from the board, knowing the outcome was already sealed. That silence is what makes it devastating. There's no rematch, no appeal, no alternate ending. Another image to lock this in. Think of a trap that only closes after someone walks in, fully convinced they're safe. No alarms, no warning, just a click. That's how your move felt to them. Sudden, final, unavoidable. They replay it because they can't accept one thing. They weren't outplayed by force. They were outplayed by awareness. And awareness leaves no excuses. You didn't just win the game, you ended it. And that's why they can never forget you. And chosen one, you didn't imagine any of this. If this message hit, it's because you lived it. You saw the board, you made the move, and you walked away clean. That checkmate still echoes, and it always will. Remember this: silence can be power. Clarity can be lethal. And once you outgrow a game, you never owe it a rematch. If this spoke to you, press the like button if you haven't already. It helps this message reach the ones who need it. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure to hit subscribe. Stay sharp, stay ahead. The game is already won. They didn't replace you. They downgraded and called it an upgrade to feel better about their fear. Chosen one, let that line sit for a second, because that single truth explains everything that happened next. They didn't walk away because you lacked value. They walked away because your depth scared them. They chose a fake because a fake never asks for growth, never reflects their flaws, never demands honesty. Real people do. You did. And instead of rising to meet you, they ran towards something loud, shiny, and empty, then tried to convince themselves it was a win. Think about it like this. Someone trades a solid gold watch for a plastic one that flashes lights. At first, it feels exciting. People notice it, it makes noise. But a week later, the lights stop, the plastic cracks, and suddenly they remember what real weight felt like on their wrist. That is exactly what they did with you. They swapped something timeless for something temporary, and now they are stuck explaining to themselves why it feels so wrong. Here is the fact that seals it: no feelings required. Studies on decision regret show that people regret choices made out of fear far more than choices made out of patience. Fear-based decisions age badly. They rot. And that is why their regret did not show up immediately. It waited. It waited until the excitement faded, until the fake comfort wore off, until silence crept in and started asking questions they cannot answer. And before we go any further, Chosen One, thank you for being here. If this message is hitting you where it's supposed to, pay it back by pressing like and subscribe. Not for me, but because messages like this reach the people who are quietly breaking and don't have words yet. Spread it forward. You're part of a force that turns pain into clarity and clarity into power. Now back to the truth they are trying to avoid. They told themselves stories about you, that you were too much, too quiet, too intense, too different. What they really meant was you were too real. You didn't play games well enough. You didn't fake feelings. You didn't live on the surface, and that made them uncomfortable because shallow people drown in deep water. So they chose someone easier, someone who mirrors them instead of challenges them, someone who fits into their chaos instead of exposing it. At first, it felt like relief. No pressure, no depth, no growth, just noise, just distraction. Just enough to numb the feeling that they made the wrong call. But the universe has a way of letting time do the talking. Your absence became the mirror they tried to avoid. Without you there, everything got louder and emptier at the same time. Conversations lost meaning, connections felt thin, even laughter started sounding forced. They smile more online now, don't they? That's not confidence, that's performance. Real happiness doesn't need witnesses. Meanwhile, you went quiet, not because you broke, but because you recalibrated. Silence is not weakness. Silence is what happens when someone stops explaining themselves to people who already decided not to understand. You didn't chase. You didn't beg. You didn't collapse. You stepped back and let the universe remove what couldn't stand next to your future. That's the part they didn't expect. They thought your quiet meant defeat. They assumed no reaction meant no power. They forgot one thing: storms form in silence. Pressure builds where there is no noise. While they were busy proving they moved on, you were rebuilding something they will never have access to again. Here's another uncomfortable fact for them. People who replace depth with distraction often feel regret when they realize the replacement cannot hold space during hard moments. Anyone can laugh with you when life is easy. Very few can sit with you when life gets heavy. You were that person. And now, when things go quiet for them, they feel the gap you left like a missing limb. They replay moments now. Small ones. Your calm, your patience, the way you understood without needing explanations. Those memories don't come with pain at first. They come with nostalgia, then confusion, then the realization that what they lost cannot be recreated no matter how hard they try. And here's the truth chosen ones need to hear clearly. You were not betrayed because you were lacking. You were betrayed because you were rare. Rare things are often mishandled by people who don't know their worth. That doesn't make the rare thing less valuable. It exposes the handler. The universe didn't punish you, it protected you. By removing you from a situation where you were undervalued, the universe redirected your energy towards something aligned. While they are stuck maintaining a fake choice, you are free. Freedom is expensive. Not everyone can afford it. Some people pay for comfort with their future. Now regret sits with them in quiet moments, late nights, long drives, random pauses where your name almost slips out. They wonder if they misjudged you, if they rushed, if they chose wrong. That question never fully goes away once it shows up. And you don't need to prove anything. Your growth will speak, your peace will speak, your absence already is. Stay grounded, stay focused, stay rising. The universe always balances the scales. So, chosen one, before we go any further, pause for a second and lock in. If you're still here, it's not by accident. People who were betrayed for a fake don't stumble into messages like this randomly. They find them when the truth is finally catching up to everyone involved. If this is resonating, let the algorithm know by hitting like and subscribe. That small action keeps this message moving toward others who are quietly questioning why the people who hurt them now look so empty. If you feel pulled to comment, drop a simple "I'm ready" below. Not for show, but as a signal to yourself that you're done shrinking and done doubting what you already know is true. And if you want to support the work behind this message, super thanks are always appreciated. Not because of the amount, but because it fuels the effort to keep these hard truths alive and uncensored. Every bit of support pushes this mission forward and keeps clarity louder than the noise. Now here's the real reason to stay. What comes next isn't comfort talk or ego fluff. We're about to break this down step by step, exposing why they chose fake, why regret always follows, and why your rise was never optional. If you are truly a chosen one, you'll feel that pull to keep listening, because the universe has a habit of rewarding those who don't look away from the truth. Let's get into it. Number 1. They confused your silence for surrender and paid for it later. The most dangerous people don't announce their strength. They let others underestimate them and finish the lesson quietly. Chosen one, this is where the truth sharpens. They didn't leave because you were weak. They left because they misread you. They looked at your calm and decided it meant you had no edge, no backbone, no limits. They saw how you didn't react the way others do, how you didn't chase chaos or beg for clarity, and they assumed you were easy to replace. That assumption became the biggest mistake of their life. Here's what actually happened. You were steady in a world addicted to noise. You were controlled in a space where people survive by provoking reactions. And instead of recognizing discipline, they labeled it softness. Instead of seeing self-respect, they saw an opportunity. That's what shallow minds do. They confuse restraint with fear and composure with weakness because they don't understand power unless it's loud and desperate. Think about a calm ocean before a storm. From the surface, it looks harmless. No waves, no chaos, nothing to warn you. And then everything shifts. That was you. You weren't empty, you were contained. While they were busy measuring strength by volume, you were building it through control. And control always outlasts chaos. They asked themselves questions without realizing it. Why doesn't this person react like others? Why don't they fight for attention? Why do they stay composed when things get uncomfortable? Instead of respecting the answers, they chose to exploit what they didn't understand. They assumed your loyalty meant dependency. They assumed your patience meant tolerance for disrespect. They assumed your peace meant permission. That's where they crossed the line, because peace is not passivity. Peace is what happens when someone knows exactly who they are and refuses to perform for approval. Your calm wasn't an absence of emotion, it was mastery over it, and people who lack self-control are always threatened by those who have it. They don't say it out loud, but they feel it. Your presence forced them to confront parts of themselves they were avoiding. So they ran toward a fake. They chose someone loud because loud feels powerful when you don't have substance. They chose someone flashy because flash distracts from emptiness. They chose someone who mirrored their chaos because chaos feels familiar. And for a moment, they felt validated. No depth, no accountability, no reflection. Just noise and surface-level comfort. But here's the part they didn't think through. Noise fades, calm endures. Once the excitement wore off, once the constant stimulation lost its effect, they started noticing what was missing. Conversations felt hollow, support felt conditional, presence felt transactional. They began comparing without wanting to, not because they wanted you back immediately, but because your absence exposed the lack of weight in what they chose. That's when regret starts, not as pain, but as confusion. They replay moments now, not dramatic ones, quiet ones. The way you listened, the way you didn't need to dominate a room to be felt, the way your energy stayed consistent instead of shifting with moods. Those memories don't shout, they haunt, because depth leaves an imprint that surface-level connections never can. You might wonder at this point, did they ever realize what they lost? Yes, but not all at once. Regret doesn't arrive with fireworks. It creeps in during still moments, when there's no one to impress, when distractions stop working, when they realize the person they replaced you with can't hold space the way you did. And here's the part you need to hear clearly. You didn't need to prove your strength then, and you don't need to now. Your silence after the betrayal wasn't avoidance. It was self-respect. You didn't explain because explanations are wasted on people who already decided to misunderstand you. You didn't fight because fighting for someone who undervalues you only teaches them they were right to do it. That restraint is what shifted the power. They expected reactions. They expected collapse. They expected you to chase, to question yourself, to beg for clarity. When none of that happened, it unsettled them. Calm unsettles people who depend on control. Your refusal to break script forced them to sit with their choice without the distraction of your pain. That's why they feel it now. Your calm didn't disappear after they left. It evolved. It hardened into boundaries. It sharpened into clarity. While they were distracted by appearances, you were learning something far more valuable. You learned that your energy is selective, not unlimited. You learned that being chosen by everyone is meaningless compared to being chosen by yourself. Here's a truth that hits them hardest. The person who stays calm under pressure is never the weakest one in the room. They're the one who already won the internal war. Anyone can react. Anyone can explode. Very few can remain grounded when disrespected. That kind of discipline terrifies people who live impulsively. They didn't lose you because of bad timing. They lost you because they underestimated you. And now the universe is doing what it always does. It's letting time educate them. Every moment of emptiness reinforces the lesson. Every shallow interaction reminds them of depth they no longer have access to. Every forced smile confirms what they already know but don't want to admit. They traded stability for stimulation, and stimulation has an expiration date. You, on the other hand, are no longer confused. You see now that your calm was never a flaw. It was your filter. It removed people who couldn't meet you where you stand. It exposed those who wanted your loyalty without earning your respect. And it positioned you exactly where you needed to be for what's coming next. They mistook your calm for weakness. You let them. And that quiet decision changed everything. Number 2. They traded real gold for fool's gold and called it a win. Some people don't lose good things. They hand them away because they don't recognize value unless it's loud. Chosen one, this is where it gets almost embarrassing for them. They didn't just walk away from you. They swapped something rare for something fake and tried to convince themselves it was an upgrade. You weren't just kind. You were calibrated. You weren't just supportive. You were solid. In a world full of takers, you were a place to breathe. And instead of protecting that, they treated it like something replaceable. Here's the mistake they made. They thought rarity was common. When someone grows up surrounded by noise, chaos, and surface-level connections, real depth feels unfamiliar, and unfamiliar feels boring to people who live off stimulation. So when something shiny appeared, something louder, flashier, easier, they reached for it without checking what it was made of. Imagine this. Someone walks into a vault and trades a flawless diamond for a glass crystal because the crystal sparkles more under bright lights. At first glance, it feels exciting. People notice it. It reflects everything. But the moment pressure hits, the glass cracks. The diamond never would have. That was the trade they made. You were the diamond. You held space. You didn't drain them. You didn't need constant validation. You didn't demand performance. You gave stability without controlling. That kind of presence is rare because it requires self-awareness and emotional discipline. And instead of honoring it, they took it for granted. People who don't know how to keep real things always assume they can find another one later. Here's a hard truth that stings. Counterfeits always look better at first because they're designed to sell, not to last. They're loud by design. They're exciting by design. They're shallow by design. Depth doesn't advertise itself. It reveals itself over time, and people who rush decisions almost always choose wrong. They told themselves stories to justify it. They said you were too quiet, too serious, too deep. What they meant was you weren't distracting enough. You didn't help them escape themselves. The fake did, at least temporarily. The fake laughed louder, moved faster, demanded less. That felt like relief. Relief is dangerous when it replaces growth. Anything that replaces growth with comfort will cost you later. That cost didn't show up immediately. The universe is patient like that. It lets people enjoy the illusion long enough to believe it's real, long enough to commit, long enough to burn bridges behind them. And then, slowly, the cracks start showing. Imagine buying a luxury-looking house built on weak foundation. Everything looks perfect the first month. Smooth walls, clean lines, shiny surfaces. Then the floor starts creaking. Then the walls shift. Then the silence starts feeling heavy. That's what their choice turned into. They started noticing things, not dramatically, quietly. The replacement couldn't listen the way you did, couldn't hold space without making it about themselves, couldn't stay steady when emotions got uncomfortable. What once felt exciting now felt thin. What once felt easy now felt unreliable. And here's where regret gets sharp. They began comparing, even when they swore they wouldn't. Not because they missed you emotionally at first, but because their nervous system remembered safety. Your presence regulated them in ways they didn't understand at the time, and now that regulation was gone. The fake couldn't replicate it, no matter how hard they tried. You can replace a face, but you can't replace the way someone made you feel safe. You might be asking yourself, did they know they were choosing wrong? Some part of them did. People always feel it when they downgrade. That small discomfort, that quiet hesitation. They ignored it. They told themselves excitement mattered more than substance. That voice doesn't disappear. It waits. The universe didn't punish them instantly. It watched. It gave them space. And in that space, they showed exactly who they were. They chose short-term thrill over long-term value. They chose image over integrity. They chose counterfeit comfort over real connection. And favor shifted, not magically, logically, because when someone mishandles a gift, they don't get another one immediately. Gifts are not unlimited. You were placed in their life at a specific moment for a reason, to ground them, to steady them, to show them what real connection looks like. Instead of rising to it, they played with it. And the universe does not keep offering the same lesson forever. Now the haunting begins. Not the dramatic kind, the quiet kind, the kind that shows up when they're alone, when the fake is busy, when the noise dies down. They think about how easy it was with you, how they didn't have to perform, how they didn't have to pretend. Those thoughts don't bring comfort. They bring awareness. Awareness hurts when it comes too late. Regret is the bill that arrives after the excitement leaves. You, on the other hand, didn't lose anything real. You lost access to someone who couldn't recognize value unless it screamed. That's not a loss. That's filtration. The counterfeit revealed itself not just in them, but in the decision maker. Imagine lending someone a priceless book and watching them trade it for a flashy magazine because it had better pictures. That doesn't make the book less valuable. It exposes the reader. That's what happened here. Your depth didn't fail. Their capacity did. Now they live with the echo of that decision. Every shallow interaction reminds them of what they can't recreate. Every failed attempt to feel grounded reminds them of what they mishandled. The fake still sparkles, but it no longer satisfies. Sparkle doesn't sustain. It distracts until it doesn't. And you are no longer available for people who bargain with value. You learned something crucial. Not everyone deserves access to your calm, your loyalty, your emotional intelligence. Those are not baseline traits. They are earned exchanges. And the universe moved you away from someone who would have kept draining a gift they never planned to protect. They swapped a gift for a counterfeit. That choice follows them. Quietly, relentlessly, and the more you rise, the clearer it becomes to them that what they lost was real. Number 3. When you walked away, the bill came due. Some people only understand your value when your absence starts charging interest. Chosen one, this is the part they never planned for. They thought losing you would feel quiet, temporary, manageable. They assumed life would simply rearrange itself without you in it. What they didn't realize is that your presence was doing work they never acknowledged. You weren't just there, you were stabilizing the whole environment. When you left, the structure didn't collapse loudly. It hollowed out slowly. Imagine removing the foundation from a building and waiting for the walls to notice. At first, everything looks the same routines, same smiles, same noise. But underneath, nothing is holding the weight anymore. Cracks appear. The silence stretches. Nights feel longer because there's no one grounding the chaos. That's what your absence did. It didn't punish them, it exposed them. You might wonder, do they actually feel it, or is that just something people say? They feel it. Not as drama, but as discomfort, as restlessness, as that nagging sense that something essential is missing, even when everything looks fine. The laughter doesn't land the same. The company doesn't satisfy. The distractions don't last. That's not coincidence. That's consequence. Peace is invisible until it's gone. Then it becomes unforgettable. You were the calm they underestimated. the emotional balance they leaned on without admitting it. You listened when others talked over them. You stayed steady when others escalated. You brought clarity when their thoughts were scattered. And when you removed that energy, everything became louder and emptier at the same time. Noise filled the space where depth used to live. Picture someone living near clean water their whole life and never appreciating it. Then one day, it's gone. Suddenly, nothing tastes right. Nothing satisfies thirst. They try substitutes, flavored drinks, short-term fixes. But their body knows the difference. That's what they're experiencing now. You were the water. Everything else is just sugar and air. Absence doesn't hurt because it's empty. It hurts because it reveals what was doing the work. They scroll more, they post more, they smile harder. Not because they're thriving, but because they're compensating. Masks get heavier the longer they're worn, and every quiet moment reminds them that the one person who brought peace no longer shows up. You didn't disappear to punish them. You left because staying would have cost you yourself. The universe didn't take something from them. It returned something to you. And now their discomfort is simply the echo of what they failed to protect. Your absence isn't revenge. It's the natural outcome of being undervalued, and it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Number 4. The story they use to escape you is falling apart. The lie only works until silence forces the truth to speak. Chosen one, this is where their mental armor starts cracking. They didn't just walk away. They had to explain it to themselves in a way that didn't make them look small. So they rewrote the story. They said, you were too intense, too deep, too demanding, too much. That lie wasn't about you. It was about survival. People blame what exposes them when they don't want to face what they lack. Here's the part they hate admitting. You didn't ask for anything unreasonable. You asked for presence, honesty, consistency. That's not pressure. That's basic alignment. But to someone avoiding growth, even basic standards feel like control. So instead of rising to meet you, they lowered the narrative. It's easier to call depth too much than to admit you're not enough to hold it. People don't reject truth because it's wrong. They reject it because it requires change. They told themselves they wanted peace, but what they really wanted was comfort without accountability. They wanted things easy, not real. They wanted control, not connection. You didn't fit that plan. Your clarity disrupted their excuses. Your calm forced self-reflection. Your presence made it impossible to hide behind distractions. That wasn't love to them. That was exposure. Imagine someone standing in a bright room after years of dim lighting. Instead of adjusting their eyes, they blame the light for being too harsh. That was you. You didn't blind them. You revealed what they were avoiding. And rather than adapt, they shut the door and told themselves the darkness was better. Now, the noise isn't working anymore. They keep themselves busy. They stay surrounded. They fill every quiet moment with sound, because silence is where the cracks show. Silence is where the old excuses don't hold up. Silence is where they realize the problem wasn't you asking for too much. It was them offering too little. Regret grows when the story you told yourself stops making sense. They replay moments now with different eyes. Things they once dismissed suddenly feel heavy. Your patience, your honesty, your consistency. The same traits they labeled as flaws now stand in sharp contrast to the instability they chose. That comparison hurts, not because you were perfect, but because you were real. And you don't need to defend yourself anymore. The truth is doing that work for you. The universe has a way of removing distractions until clarity is unavoidable. Their lies are cracking, not loudly, quietly, one realization at a time. You didn't lose anything by being honest. They lost the comfort of their own illusion, and that realization is catching up to them, whether they're ready or not. Number 5, they didn't turn on you, they envied you. Some people clap for you with one hand and count your steps with the other. Chosen one, this is the uncomfortable truth they will never say out loud. It wasn't love that broke. It was jealousy that finally stopped pretending. They were never fully standing beside you. They were measuring themselves against you the whole time, watching, comparing, keeping score in a game you didn't even know you were playing. Your growth made them uneasy. Your calm made them feel exposed. Your wins didn't inspire them. They irritated them. Not because you were doing anything wrong, but because your progress highlighted everything they were avoiding in themselves. You became a mirror they didn't ask for, and instead of improving the reflection, they tried to break the mirror. Jealousy doesn't announce itself as hate. It disguises itself as support until it can't keep up anymore. Think about it like this. Imagine running your race at your own pace, focused, disciplined, consistent. Meanwhile, someone is jogging next to you, pretending it's teamwork, but secretly hoping you trip. The moment you pull ahead, their encouragement turns quiet. Their smiles tighten. Their energy shifts. That's not confusion. That's resentment. They didn't want to see you fail publicly. They wanted you to fail just enough to feel superior. Your confidence felt like a threat. Your potential felt like pressure. And instead of doing the internal work to rise, they chose the easier path. Distance, detachment, betrayal dressed up as self-care. People who envy you don't want your life. They want your light turned down. That's why their support was conditional. It only existed when you weren't outshining them. The moment you started stepping into your power, their tone changed. Advice became criticism. Concern became control. Affection became transactional. You weren't imagining it. You were outgrowing their comfort zone. Imagine a plant growing taller than the pot it was placed in. Instead of giving it more room, someone starts trimming it back to keep it manageable. That's what they tried to do to you. They didn't hate you. They hated how small they felt, standing next to someone who refused to dim. Now here's the twist they didn't expect. When they walked away, they didn't regain control. They lost access. They lost proximity. They lost the very thing they were feeding off of. And jealousy doesn't disappear when distance is created. It mutates into regret. You didn't lose a supporter. You shed a spectator who wanted front row seats to your downfall. And the universe did you a favor by removing them before your next level, made them even more uncomfortable. Their jealousy was never your burden to carry. It was their signal that you were always meant to rise higher than where they were willing to go. Number 6. When they removed you, everything lost its color. They thought you were optional until everything started falling apart without you. Chosen one, this is where reality stopped playing nice with them. They believed cutting you out would simplify their life. Less depth, less accountability, less pressure. What they didn't realize is that you weren't a bonus feature in their world. You were the structure holding it together. When you left, nothing exploded at once. It just stopped working. Imagine pulling the power source out of a building and being surprised when the lights go out. That's what they did. Your energy was what warmed the room, gave direction, gave meaning. Without you, everything went flat. Conversations felt colder. Goals felt pointless. Even the wins felt hollow. They didn't lose excitement. They lost substance. Some people think they're the star, until the light that made them visible walks away. They told themselves removing you would put them in control, that they would finally shine on their own, but instead of rising, they felt exposed. Because what you brought wasn't attention, it was stability. And stability is invisible until it's gone. Once you were out of the picture, the cracks had nowhere to hide. Think of it like this. A stage looks impressive until you remove the support beams backstage. The curtains still hang, the lights still flash, but the floor starts shaking. That's their world now. From the outside, everything looks fine. Posts, smiles, movement. But behind the scenes, it's chaos management. Image can fake success. It can't replace grounding. They're louder now, aren't they? Posting more, celebrating harder, showing off things that never mattered before. That's not growth. That's compensation. When someone is truly fulfilled, they don't need to convince an audience. The universe always exposes overperformance rooted in emptiness. You might wonder if they connect the dots. They do, slowly, late nights, quiet moments. When the screen turns off and the noise fades, that's when they feel it. The absence of warmth, the lack of direction, the sense that something vital is missing and can't be replaced. You don't miss the foundation until the ground starts shaking. You weren't draining them, you were anchoring them, and once that anchor was gone, they drifted. Now they're managing the emptiness they created, trying to fill it with approval, distraction, and surface-level wins. None of it sticks. You didn't take anything from them, you simply stopped giving what they failed to value, and the universe let the consequences teach the lesson you never had to explain. Number 7. You were built to stand apart, not blend in. You don't get rejected for being wrong. You get rejected for being rare in a room that survives on average. Chosen one, this is where the confusion finally ends. You were never meant to fit in. Every time you tried to shrink, it felt wrong. Every time you softened your truth to keep the peace, it drained you. That wasn't a flaw in you, that was resistance from your design. You were built with contrast, not camouflage. You made people uncomfortable simply by being yourself. Not because you were arrogant or cold, but because you didn't need permission to exist fully. You didn't chase approval. You didn't mirror insecurity. You carried authenticity in a world that runs on imitation, and imitation always feels threatened by the original. Standing out feels lonely when you're surrounded by people committed to staying small. Think about it like this. A lighthouse doesn't argue with ships lost at sea. It just stands there, steady, visible, unmoving. Some ships are grateful for the light. Others resent it because it exposes how lost they are. You were that light. And instead of navigating better, they chose to sail away and call the darkness freedom. That's why betrayal followed leadership energy. Real leaders don't gather crowds. They trigger resistance first. When you move differently, think differently, feel deeper, people who rely on blending in start projecting. They call you distant. They call you intense. They call you difficult. What they really mean is you refuse to disappear for their comfort. Not everyone who leaves you is meant to walk where you're going. You might have asked yourself why connection always came with pain, why honesty cost you relationships, why being real felt so heavy. Here's the answer. Authenticity doesn't negotiate, it filters. And filters feel like loss until you realize what they remove was never aligned to begin with. Imagine a strong current in a river. Weak swimmers don't survive it. That doesn't make the river cruel. It makes it powerful. You weren't meant to slow your current for people who can't keep up. You were meant to move forward and let the universe sort out who can swim beside you. You weren't rejected, you were released. Stop dimming. Stop apologizing for your clarity. Stop mistaking loneliness for failure. Leadership often feels isolated before it feels purposeful, and what you carry is real. Real doesn't fade. It doesn't expire. It doesn't need validation. You don't fit in because you were never designed to. You were designed to lead, even if that meant walking alone for a while. Number 8. The universe ended the game and took the pieces. Life doesn't argue with bad choices. It waits, then collects. Chosen one, this is the moment everything quietly reversed. Life didn't rush to correct them. It didn't interrupt their confidence or embarrass them publicly. It let them play. It let them smile. It let them believe the fake was enough. And that patience was intentional, because when the universe flips the board, it does it so cleanly there's no one left to blame. They tried to move on like nothing happened. Same routines, same habits, same shortcuts. They even tried to copy what you brought into their life, your energy, your style, your way of moving. But copies don't carry frequency. They only mimic shape. And the universe doesn't respond to imitation. It responds to alignment. You can copy behavior, but you can't copy essence. Imagine someone losing a master key and then trying every cheap duplicate they can find. The door doesn't open, not because the lock is broken, but because the key was unique. That was you. Once you were gone, access was gone. No replacement, no workaround, no substitute. They kept smiling, but the smiles stopped landing. They kept trying, but nothing stuck. Every attempt to recreate what they lost fell flat in real time. That's when frustration set in. Not because life was unfair, but because life stopped cooperating. Momentum dried up, energy felt off. Things that used to just work suddenly didn't. When alignment is gone, effort feels heavy and results disappear. Here's the truth they're slowly realizing. Losing you wasn't just emotional. It shifted their trajectory. You weren't a chapter, you were a turning point. And when they mishandled that moment, the universe didn't replace it. It moved on without them. They thought life would offer another chance wrapped in a different face. It doesn't work like that. Certain people show up once. Certain connections are not repeatable. Not because they're rare, but because they arrive when timing, growth, and readiness intersect. Miss it, and the window closes. Some doors don't lock, they disappear. You didn't need revenge. Life handled it through redirection. While they're stuck trying to recreate what they lost, you're moving forward into spaces that match you. The board flipped, the game ended, and the universe made it clear who was meant to keep playing and who was not. Number 9. They took the shortcut and ended up nowhere. Fast paths feel exciting until you realize they don't lead anywhere worth staying. Chosen one, this is where the difference between you and them became permanent. They wanted the quick route, the instant high, the easy validation. You wanted something that could last when the noise died. While they were chasing flashes, you were laying bricks. While they were collecting attention, you were building direction. And at the time, it looked uneven. It always does when patience is involved. They laughed at your pace. They thought you were moving too slow, thinking too deep, holding back too much. What they didn't understand is that speed without direction isn't progress. It's just motion, and motion burns energy without producing results. Rushing feels powerful until you realize you skipped the foundation. Imagine two people starting a fire. One throws paper and sparks everywhere. Big flames, big show. Everyone notices. The other stacks wood carefully, lights it slowly, protects it from wind. At first, it looks unimpressive. Then the paper burns out, the sparks disappear, and the steady fire is the only thing still warm. That was the difference between you. They chose fireworks. You chose fire. Fireworks are loud, temporary, designed to impress people who aren't staying. Fire lasts, fire warms, fire changes environments. That's why they felt empty once the excitement faded. The attention moved on, the novelty wore off. The shortcuts stopped delivering, and suddenly they were standing in a place that looked busy but felt pointless. Shortcuts don't save time, they delay meaning. You might have questioned yourself back then, wondered if you were missing out, if you were too serious, too focused, too restrained. That doubt wasn't intuition, it was comparison. And comparison always lies when different paths are involved. Now look at the timing. Their fast wins vanished as quickly as they arrived. The distractions stopped distracting, the shine dulled. Meanwhile, what you built in silence didn't announce itself. It matured, it strengthened, it waited for the right moment to surface. Anything built for attention collapses when attention leaves. You didn't fall behind, you were aligning, and alignment doesn't rush, it compounds. That's why things are starting to bloom for you now, naturally, steadily, without force. While they're trying to recreate momentum they never earned, you're stepping into outcomes that actually belong to you. They chose the quick route and got lost. You chose the long road and found yourself. Number 10. Time put their decision on trial and delivered the verdict. Time doesn't take sides. It removes the mask and lets the truth stand alone. Chosen one, this is where everything becomes undeniable. Time didn't rush to defend you. It didn't need to. Time is precise, patient, and ruthless in the cleanest way possible. It let moments stack. It let patterns repeat. And slowly, without drama, it exposed exactly what was real and what was pretending. What they tried to sell as success couldn't survive time. At first, it looked convincing: movement, noise, progress. But time has a way of draining illusions. The excitement they relied on couldn't sustain them. The confidence they performed couldn't stabilize them. Their energy started shifting, inconsistent, reactive, restless. That's not growth. That's someone trying to outrun the weight of a bad decision. Fake stability collapses the moment time asks it to hold pressure. You might have wondered if walking away erased your future with them. It didn't. It clarified it. They didn't lose you. They lost the version of their life that could have existed if they had chosen depth over ego. A future built on something real, something steady, something that didn't need constant maintenance to look alive. Imagine planting two seeds. One is rushed into poor soil just to see something sprout quickly. The other is planted carefully, patiently, in the right conditions. At first, the rushed one grows faster, then it withers. The other takes its time and becomes unshakable. Time doesn't reward speed, it rewards structure. Time doesn't destroy things, it reveals what was never solid. Their energy tells the story now, the way they move, the way they react, the way they over-explain. Peaceful people don't need to prove they're okay. Grounded people don't perform happiness. The emptiness they try to hide keeps leaking through because time removes the ability to pretend. Meanwhile, you didn't have to explain anything. Your growth speaks quietly. Your stability doesn't fluctuate. Your direction feels clear. That's what alignment looks like when time is on your side. The future chooses those who choose truth early. They didn't just lose a person, they lost a timeline, a path, a version of life that required courage they didn't have. And time closed that door without anger, without apology. You didn't fall behind. You stepped into a future that no longer includes those who couldn't walk at your pace. And time made sure the difference was clear. Number 11. They walked past their purpose and called it freedom. Some people don't miss opportunities. They misunderstand them and spend years feeling empty instead. Chosen one, this truth cuts the deepest because it explains why nothing ever feels right for them anymore. You were never a phase. You were alignment. You weren't just someone they met. You were the moment their life could have shifted into something solid, meaningful, and lasting. And instead of recognizing that, they treated you like a temporary stop on the way to pleasure. You brought order to their chaos without trying to control it. You brought clarity without forcing change. You represented growth they said they wanted, but weren't ready to commit to. And when that kind of alignment shows up, it doesn't feel exciting to someone addicted to stimulation. It feels confronting. Purpose doesn't feel thrilling to people who survive on distraction. Think about it like this. Imagine someone standing at a crossroads. One path is quiet, demanding, and long-term. The other is loud, easy, and immediately rewarding. They chose the louder road because it felt lighter in the moment. What they didn't realize is that light paths rarely lead anywhere meaningful. They traded legacy for lust. That's not a moral statement, it's a structural one. Lust demands nothing long-term. Legacy demands consistency. Purpose requires responsibility. And responsibility feels heavy to someone who hasn't built inner strength yet. Now, every connection they form feels thin. Conversations don't land. Chemistry fades fast. The excitement wears off quickly. That's not bad luck. That's comparison. Once you've experienced real alignment, your nervous system doesn't forget it. After depth, surface-level connections feel like starvation. They might not say your name out loud, but your impact is everywhere. In the way they hesitate now, in the way they question their choices, in the way nothing fully satisfies anymore. You reset their standard without meaning to. And losing that standard is what hurts, not losing you as a person. Imagine tasting real, nourishing food after years of fast consumption. Then going back. The body rejects it. The mind knows better. That's what they're dealing with now. They didn't lose love. They lost direction. Alignment feels rare because most people aren't ready to keep it. You were the purpose they missed, not because you were perfect, but because you were real at the right time. The universe doesn't keep offering the same alignment over and over. Some moments are singular, and when they pass, the lesson remains without the gift. You didn't walk away from something meaningful. You were released from someone who couldn't carry it. Number 12. You transcended the loss. They're stuck replaying it. Some people try to end you, not knowing they're lighting the fuse. Chosen one, this is the final separation point. What they meant as rejection didn't damage you, it exposed you. Pressure doesn't destroy what's solid, it reveals it. When they walked away, they expected collapse, confusion, regret on your side. Instead, something sharper happened. You adapted, you shed weight, you stepped into a version of yourself that could not have emerged without that fracture. They thought they closed a chapter. What they actually did was remove the last obstacle. You didn't fall apart because there was nothing weak to break. You reorganized. Like carbon under pressure turning into diamond, the stress didn't erase you, it refined you. While they were busy justifying their choice, you were rebuilding your internal structure. Quietly, intentionally, permanently. Rejection only ruins people who were pretending. Think about a rocket on the launch pad. From the outside, it looks still, almost unimpressive. Then ignition happens. Heat, force, chaos. That's not destruction, that's departure. What they mistook as your lowest moment was actually liftoff. And once something leaves orbit, it doesn't circle back to explain itself. Now, here's the part they struggle to accept. Your growth didn't pause when they left. It accelerated. You stopped negotiating your worth. You stopped explaining your depth. You stopped carrying people who were slowing you down. That wasn't bitterness. That was clarity. Growth is silent. Regret is loud. That's why they notice you now. They watch from a distance, not always consciously, but energetically. Your confidence lands differently now. Your calm has weight. Your direction feels locked in, and it stings because they recognize the version of you they never got to access. The future unfolding in front of you is one they removed themselves from. Imagine someone walking away from a bridge halfway built, then standing on the shore, watching it connect to the other side without them. That's their position now. They didn't lose you in the moment. They lost the destination. Your rise didn't punish them. It finalized the truth. You didn't win by outperforming them. You won by becoming aligned. And alignment is unstoppable because it doesn't chase. It moves forward. They remain in regret, not because you hurt them, but because they recognize what they can never reach again. Your growth is the message. Your peace is the proof. And your future is no longer accessible to those who doubted you when it mattered. And chosen one, if this message spoke to you, don't let it end here. Press the like button if you haven't already, so this truth reaches others who need it right now. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure to press the subscribe button and stay connected. We're building something real here, not noise, not hype, but clarity and strength. You didn't imagine the betrayal, and you didn't imagine the shift. The universe saw it all. Stay grounded, stay rising. And remember, your growth is the loudest response. They talk about you when you're not there because they can't control you when you are. Let that land. That one line already explains everything the enemy refuses to admit. If you were irrelevant, your name wouldn't move through rooms without you. If you didn't matter, no one would bother hiding their interest. Silence is what people give to things they don't notice. You get whispers because you changed the temperature. Think about a spotlight on a dark stage. The light doesn't chase attention. Everything else turns toward it. That's what happened to you. You didn't announce yourself. You didn't ask permission. You simply became visible. And the moment you did, conversations started forming behind closed doors. Not because you were loud, but because you were undeniable. Here's a fact most people don't like hearing. The human brain is wired to fixate on threats and on things it desires. Studies show people remember faces, names, and actions connected to strong emotion far longer than neutral ones. So, when someone keeps repeating your name, watching your moves, tracking your progress, that means you triggered something real. Curiosity, envy, regret, inspiration, fear. Take your pick. Indifference is never part of that equation. Chosen one, this is where you need to listen carefully. You didn't become the center of attention by trying. You became it the moment you stopped shrinking, the moment you stopped explaining yourself, the moment you stopped chasing approval. That silence you stepped into made more noise than any announcement ever could. And before we go deeper, take a second. If this message is already hitting home, thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe. It helps spread this message further, and being part of that matters more than people realize. Thank you for being part of this force that moves truth forward. Now let's continue. Back to the truth they're hiding. People don't talk this much about someone they've moved on from. That's a lie they repeat to themselves. Real detachment is quiet. What you're seeing is fixation, pretending to be distance. They replay your words. They reinterpret your actions. They fill in gaps with stories because not knowing drives them crazy. You may have noticed it. The sudden cold looks, the awkward energy when you walk into a room, the way conversations pause, then restart once you leave. That's not coincidence, that's adjustment. People recalibrating around a presence they didn't expect to feel so strongly. When you were quiet, healing, rebuilding, staying low, nobody cared. You blended in, you were safe to ignore. But the moment your energy shifted, the moment you started moving differently, thinking differently, carrying yourself with certainty, you became a reference point. People started measuring themselves against you without asking your permission. And here's the uncomfortable part for them. They can't figure you out. You didn't follow the usual script. You didn't collapse when you were supposed to. You didn't beg when they expected you to. You didn't chase when they pulled away. That breaks people's internal math. When something doesn't add up, they keep staring at it. You're not the center of conversation because you're perfect. You're the center because you're different. And difference disrupts comfort. It exposes insecurities people didn't know they were avoiding. So they talk, they speculate, they project. They pretend they understand you while secretly studying you. Ever notice how rumors often say more about the speaker than the subject? When they twist your story, it's usually because the real version threatens them. When they minimize you, it's because they feel small standing next to what you've become. When they criticize your growth, it's because it reminds them of the work they didn't do. The universe doesn't spotlight people by accident. Attention follows impact. Energy responds to contrast. You became a contrast, calm in chaos, grounded where others panic, focused while others drift. That makes people uncomfortable, and discomfort demands an outlet. Conversation becomes their release. You didn't steal attention, you attracted it by alignment. You didn't chase relevance, you embodied it by living honestly. And now, whether they admit it or not, you live rent-free in places you've never even visited. This isn't about ego, this is about awareness. Knowing that you're being talked about doesn't mean you inflate yourself. It means you move smarter, quieter, more intentional. You don't react to noise, you recognize it as proof of presence. Because the truth is simple, if you weren't the center of conversation, there would be no effort to hide it, no side glances, no updates passed quietly, no watching from a distance. Attention always leaks. And right now, yours is everywhere. So stay steady, stay observant, and most importantly, stay you. What you're witnessing isn't hostility, it's gravity, and gravity doesn't ask for permission. And before we go any further, pause for a second. If you're still here, that already says something about you. People who aren't part of the conversation never stick around this long. So thank you, chosen one, for staying present. If this message is already clicking, show it some love by liking and subscribing. That simple move pushes this truth into more rooms, more screens, more quiet minds that need to hear it. Drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to understand why your name keeps coming up when you're not around. And if you feel like supporting the team behind this message, super thanks helps keep these conversations alive. It's not about the amount, it's about momentum. Every bit keeps the signal moving forward. Now here's the transition you need to feel. What comes next isn't surface-level motivation or recycled talk. We're about to break this down step by step, calmly, clearly, and without the noise. If you really are the center of conversations you never joined, you'll feel a pull to stay until the end. Not curiosity, recognition. This is where patterns start making sense, where silence explains itself, where the hidden attention finally becomes obvious. So, stay with me. We're just getting started, and walking away now would mean missing the part that explains everything you've been feeling but couldn't quite name. Number 1, you're the reflection that shatters their comfort. You didn't break their world, you exposed how fragile it already was. That's the truth they choke on. They don't react to you because you attacked them, they react because you exist, without pretending. You walk into spaces carrying nothing fake, nothing rehearsed, nothing borrowed, and suddenly the air feels hostile to people who survive on illusion. You don't say much, you don't need to. Your presence alone presses on the cracks they've been taping over for years. Here's what they won't admit. You are a mirror they never asked for, not the kind that flatters, the kind that shows posture they've been slouching in emotionally, mentally, spiritually. You reflect back their insecurity, their shortcuts, their compromises, and instead of fixing themselves, they aim their anger at the reflection. That's always how it goes. People don't hate the mirror. They hate what it reveals. You didn't embarrass them. Their mask failed under real light. You didn't threaten their status. Their image couldn't survive comparison. When something solid enters a room, everything hollow starts echoing. That's why energy shifts when you arrive. That's why jokes stop landing. That's why fake confidence suddenly looks shaky. You didn't change the room, you exposed it. They'll call you intense, cold, too quiet, too confident, too distant. Translation: you don't play along, you don't over-explain, you don't bend to keep people comfortable, and that drives them insane. People who rely on noise feel attacked by silence. People who rely on approval feel challenged by self-respect. Your calm isn't weakness, it's pressure. Ever notice how they claim to dislike you, but somehow know everything about you? That's not coincidence. That's fixation wearing a disguise. They study what they can't control. They talk about you because talking is the only power they have left. If they really didn't care, your name wouldn't show up in conversations you never joined. Here's a metaphor they'd hate, because it fits too well. You're a clear glass of water in a room full of dyed drinks. Nobody needs to ask which one is real, and nobody pouring artificial color wants to sit next to transparency. It makes the additives obvious, so instead of changing their formula, they call the water boring, or dangerous, or too much. Anything but honest. And let's answer the question that's probably already forming in your mind. Why does this keep happening no matter where you go? New place, same tension. New people, same weird energy. It's not bad luck, it's consistency. You carry the same truth everywhere, and truth is disruptive in environments built on performance. They'll say you're arrogant when you're just grounded. They'll say you think you're better when you simply stopped shrinking. That's projection. People accuse you of what they secretly fear you've become. Independent, unbothered, self-contained, not begging for validation. That kind of freedom feels like an attack to people who need applause to breathe. You don't mirror their chaos back to them. You don't match their volume. You don't scramble to explain yourself. That refusal is louder than any argument. It tells them you're not on their level of insecurity anymore. And that terrifies them. Not because you're cruel, but because you're unreachable. Here's the part they never expect. You're not trying to be special, you're just being honest. And honesty has weight. It bends rooms, it shifts dynamics, it exposes pecking orders that only worked when everyone agreed to pretend. The universe doesn't reward pretending forever. Eventually, something real walks in and the game glitches. They feel judged around you, even when you haven't said a word. That's because integrity has a way of asking questions without speaking. Your presence silently asks, "Why aren't you living fully?" And instead of answering that question, they resent the one who triggered it. Let's be clear, you're not perfect. That's not the point. You're real. You own your flaws. You don't hide behind a character. And that authenticity makes people who are performing feel naked. So they label you the problem. They gossip. They distort. They try to shrink you down to a size they can manage. But notice this. They never ignore you. They never forget you. They never move on cleanly, because you didn't just pass through their world. You disrupted their internal balance. You became a reference point, someone they measure themselves against when no one's watching. They might say you're nothing special, yet react like everything changes when you enter. That contradiction is your proof. People don't feel threatened by nothing. They don't strategize around someone insignificant. They don't whisper about someone invisible. Your impact speaks even when you don't. You didn't crack them. You revealed the cracks. You didn't steal their peace. You showed them they never had it. And instead of rebuilding themselves, they try to paint you as the villain. That's easier than growth. That's safer than accountability. So if you've been wondering whether it's in your head, whether you're imagining the tension, whether you should dim yourself to keep the peace, hear this clearly. The discomfort you trigger isn't your responsibility. It's feedback. Feedback that you're aligned, that you're solid, that you're walking straight in a crooked space. You're not here to be liked by people who survive on pretending. You're here to be real in a world addicted to filters. And that will always come with resistance, not because you're wrong, but because you're undeniable. They can talk, they can twist, they can watch from the sidelines. None of that changes the core truth. You're the reflection they can't crack. And every time they see you, they're forced to face the parts of themselves they've been avoiding. That's not a curse, that's power. Number 2, you're the receipt they don't want to read. Calling it luck is the fastest way to forgive yourself for quitting. That's the lie they hide behind, and you stand there like proof it doesn't work anymore. They didn't fail because the universe was unfair. They failed because they paused too long, doubted too much, and chose comfort when pressure showed up. You didn't get handed anything. You kept moving while they kept explaining. And now your existence ruins the story they tell themselves at night. They say you were lucky because luck sounds harmless. Luck doesn't ask questions. Luck doesn't demand accountability. But effort does, discipline does, endurance does, and you carry all three in your posture, in your timing, in the way you don't flinch when things get hard. If they admitted that, they'd have to face the truth that scares them most. They could have tried harder. Imagine this. 2 people stand at the edge of a storm. One complains about the rain and waits for better weather. The other steps into it, soaked, shaking, but moving anyway. When the second one reaches the other side, stronger, the first calls it good timing. That's how excuses survive. They dress themselves up as reason. You didn't rise because conditions were perfect. You rose because you moved when conditions were terrible. While they were waiting for motivation, you worked without it. While they were planning, you were learning through impact. While they were protecting their ego, you were risking failure openly. That gap between you didn't appear overnight. It grew every day they chose comfort, and you chose progress. Here's a question you might be asking yourself right now. Why do they downplay your effort instead of acknowledging it? Because admitting your grind forces them to face their own inactivity. It's easier to rewrite your story than to rewrite their habits. So they call your work luck. They call your discipline timing. They call your growth connections. Anything except what it really was: earned. Imagine watching someone climb a mountain you gave up on halfway. You wouldn't want to hear about their blisters, their falls, their fear. You'd want to believe they had a shortcut you didn't. That's what they're doing to you. They don't want the truth because the truth asks too much of them. You didn't make it look easy. You made quitting look obvious. That's why your progress bothers them. You didn't just succeed. You removed their alibi. Every step forward you took quietly erased another excuse they were clinging to. They told themselves they were waiting for the right moment. You proved there is no right moment. There's only movement. Let's talk about pain, because this matters. They think pain disqualifies people. You proved pain refines them. While they avoided discomfort, you learned inside it. While they backed away from pressure, you adapted to it. Pain didn't stop you. It trained you. And now they can't stand looking at the finished version without acknowledging the cost. Imagine a blade left untouched, dull but safe, versus one sharpened by friction. Friction hurts, it grinds, it strips material away, but it creates something effective. You didn't avoid friction, you leaned into it. And now you cut through situations they still struggle to enter. They'll ask questions they already know the answers to. How did you do it? Who helped you? What was your secret? But they don't really want the truth, because the truth sounds boring and demanding. Consistency, sacrifice, long nights, quiet losses, starting again when no one was watching. That's not glamorous enough for people addicted to shortcuts. Excuses sound smart until someone proves they weren't necessary. That's you, standing there, breathing proof. And that's why conversations about you always feel tense. You didn't win by cheating the system. You won by enduring it. And endurance makes laziness uncomfortable. Imagine this again. A person sitting on the couch criticizing a runner crossing mile 20. The runner is exhausted, injured, but still moving. The critic feels powerful for a moment until they realize they've never tested themselves that way. That realization hurts more than envy. It exposes fear. You didn't just reach a destination, you became evidence. Evidence that waiting was optional, evidence that effort compounds, evidence that fear can be outpaced. And once evidence exists, excuses start collapsing. They'll say, you had it easier. They weren't there for the nights you questioned yourself. They weren't there for the moments you almost quit. They didn't see the internal battles, the restarts, the rebuilding. They only see the outcome, and outcomes without context make weak minds defensive. Here's another truth they won't say out loud. If they acknowledged your grind, they'd have to admit they chose comfort over courage. That's a heavy thing to sit with. So they avoid it. They gossip instead. They minimize instead. They pretend you're an exception instead of an example. You didn't get ahead because you were special. You became special because you didn't stop. That line scares them because it means nothing was stopping them except themselves. You may wonder if you should explain your journey to make them understand. Don't. People who benefit from misunderstanding, you won't listen anyway. Your life already answered every question they pretend to ask. Your consistency already explained everything. And let's be clear, This isn't about arrogance, it's about accuracy. You know what it took. You know what it cost. You don't need applause from people who weren't there. You don't need validation from people who gave up early. Imagine a bridge built plank by plank while others laughed from the shore. Once the bridge stands, they call it luck. They forget the hours. They forget the splinters. They forget the weight you carried. That's fine. The bridge still works. Your role now isn't to convince them. It's to continue. Every step you take forward quietly rewrites the rules they hoped would protect them. You don't have to say a word. Your movement does the talking. So when they reduce your work to luck, hear what they're really saying. I couldn't do what you did. That's not your burden to carry. That's their mirror moment. You are proof. Excuses are just pretty lies. People tell themselves to sleep at night, and every time you keep going, you expose that lie a little more. Number 3, you're the puzzle that makes them angry. They don't hate you. They hate that you don't come with instructions. That's the real irritation. You didn't just break their expectations. You escaped their understanding. They're used to patterns, predictable reactions, copy-paste personalities. You walked in without a label, without a script, without a need to explain yourself, and that short-circuited them. People get calm around what they understand. They get hostile around what they can't decode. You've probably noticed it. The staring, the subtle questions, the way they mimic your tone, your habits, your timing, like studying a lock, hoping one more look will make it open. But there is no key. You weren't built from a template. You were shaped by pressure they avoided and choices they postponed. Imagine this. Someone tries to reverse engineer a storm by watching the rain. They'll never get it. The power isn't in the drops. It's in the conditions that created them. You are those conditions. Quiet resilience, repeated rebuilding, learning how to stay steady when things fall apart. That's not something you copy. That's something you survive. They assume there must be a trick, a shortcut, a hidden advantage, because accepting the truth is uncomfortable. The truth is, you kept going when quitting would have been easier. You adapted instead of collapsing. You rebuilt in silence while they needed noise and validation just to start. That calm you carry isn't an act. It's muscle memory. You confuse them because you didn't become bitter where others broke. That line hits because it's accurate. They expect damage to look loud, angry, obvious. Yours looks focused, clean, controlled, and that messes with their heads. They search for your weak point like it's a missing screw. They don't find one, so they invent stories instead. Imagine copying someone's handwriting without knowing the language. It might look similar, but it won't make sense. That's what happens when they imitate you. They copy the surface, not the source. The result feels off because it is off. You're not a vibe, you're a process. You might wonder why this turns into irritation instead of admiration. Simple answer: respect requires humility, and humility is expensive. It costs ego. So instead of asking how you grew, they act like you're strange. Instead of learning from you, they label you unpredictable. You're not hard to understand, you're just not shallow. That's the part they don't want to admit. Depth frustrates people who live on shortcuts. You don't react fast, you don't explain yourself on demand, you don't perform your growth, you live it. And living it quietly makes observers nervous. So if you felt watched, studied, or oddly misunderstood, relax. That's not danger. That's evidence. You've outgrown the language they speak, and when people can't translate you, they don't walk away. They stare, copy, guess, and get mad. Let them. You're not here to be decoded. You're here to move forward. Number 4, you're the glitch they can't patch. You didn't break the system. You revealed how broken it already was. That's why your presence feels dangerous to them. You don't play the silent games that keep weak systems alive. You don't nod along to nonsense just to be accepted. You don't trade your standards for a seat at a fake table. And in a world held together by unspoken lies, that kind of honesty hits like a power surge. Most environments survive on agreement, not truth. Smile here, stay quiet there, pretend you didn't notice the disrespect. Everyone follows the script because it keeps things smooth. Then you show up and refuse to read your lines. You don't attack anyone. You don't raise your voice. You just stop participating in the lie. And suddenly, everything feels unstable. Imagine a room full of tangled wires that somehow still powers the lights. It works because no one touches it. Everyone agrees not to ask questions. Then one person flips a switch out of curiosity. Sparks fly, smoke rises, panic starts. Not because the switch was wrong, but because the wiring was always faulty. You're that switch. They'll label you difficult, intimidating, arrogant. That's how fragile systems defend themselves. It's easier to blame the trigger than to admit the structure was unsound. You didn't introduce chaos, you revealed it. The discomfort they feel isn't about you. It's about seeing the mess clearly for the first time. Here's the question you might be asking. Why do they react so strongly when you're just being real? Because honesty removes their hiding places. When you speak plainly, their half-truths sound thin. When you stay grounded, their fake confidence looks shaky. When you refuse to play along, their games stop working. Your calm honesty scares them more than anger ever could. Anger can be dismissed. Honesty forces adjustment. That's why they push back. You don't give them drama to point at, you give them clarity, and clarity demands change. Imagine someone who's been balancing a house of cards for years, careful movements, soft steps. Then someone opens a window. The collapse isn't the window's fault, it's the structure. You don't blow the wind, you just stop sealing the room. They expect compliance. You offer consistency, they expect silence. You offer truth, and that short-circuits the entire setup. Suddenly, the unspoken rules don't apply. Suddenly, the hierarchy feels fake. Suddenly, people have to confront what they've been avoiding. You don't disrupt peace, you expose where peace was pretending. That's the difference they don't want to understand. You're not reckless, you're aligned. And alignment doesn't bend to dysfunction. It stands still and lets dysfunction trip over itself. So if you've been called too much for doing less pretending, let that land correctly. You didn't break anything that deserved to survive. You simply refused to power a system that ran on quiet betrayal. Disruption always comes before repair, and you are proof that the old way can't continue untouched. Number 5, you slipped out of their hands and now they're panicking. When control disappears, gossip shows up to replace it. That's exactly what's happening. The noise didn't start because you changed into something worse. It started because you stopped being easy to manage. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped reacting on cue. You stopped giving people access to your emotions whenever they felt entitled to them. And the moment the strings went slack, panic set in. People who were comfortable pulling you closer or pushing you away suddenly can't do either. They can't provoke you, they can't guilt you, they can't bait you into old patterns. So they do the only thing left. They rewrite the story. Rumors become their last attempt at influence, not because they care, but because they lost their grip. Your peace is what really rattles them. Calm people are impossible to manipulate. When you don't rush to defend yourself, insecure minds fill the silence with assumptions. When you set boundaries, they call it cold. When you protect your time, they call it selfish. That's how entitlement reacts when access gets revoked. Imagine a remote control that suddenly stops working. The device isn't broken, the batteries are just gone. That's you. You didn't turn hostile. You powered down the parts of yourself they used to press, and now they keep smashing buttons, frustrated that nothing responds. You didn't become distant. You became unreachable to nonsense. That's the shift they can't stand. Before, your emotions were predictable, your reactions were familiar. Now there's a pause, a calm, a refusal to engage, and that silence feels like disrespect to people who relied on your availability to feel important. They'll label your growth as arrogance, your confidence as ego, your self-respect as pride. Not because it's true, but because those labels soften the blow of losing control. It's easier to say you changed for the worse than to admit they benefited from the old version of you. Here's the part you might be questioning. Why do they talk more now that you give them less? Because attention is currency. When they can't get it directly, they try to earn it indirectly, by keeping your name alive, by stirring reactions, by hoping something pulls you back into the old dynamic. They don't miss you, they miss access. That line explains everything. They don't miss your presence, they miss your permission, your patience, your willingness to tolerate what you shouldn't have. Losing that feels like rejection, even when it's just self-respect. So if the stories get louder as you stay quieter, don't flinch. That's confirmation, not consequence. Control doesn't disappear quietly. It throws tantrums on the way out. And you walking away calmly is the loudest statement you could have made. They can talk all they want. The truth already moved on without them. Number 6, your calm makes their noise look desperate. Silence scares people who only exist when they're loud. That's why your stillness gets under their skin. You're not competing for attention. You're not explaining yourself. You're not rushing to be seen. And somehow that makes you impossible to ignore. While everyone else performs, reacts, overtalks, and overshares, you sit grounded. That contrast exposes how frantic the noise really is. They assume your peace was gifted to you, like it just showed up one day fully formed. They don't see the cost, because the cost was paid in private. The nights you broke down without an audience, the walks you took alone when no one checked in, the moments you chose restraint over reaction. Stillness isn't passive, it's trained. Imagine a crowded room where everyone is shouting to be heard and one person stays quiet. Guess who people keep looking at? Not because they're weak, but because calm has gravity, chaos spins, stillness anchors, and insecure people hate anything they can't pull into their storm. You're not silent because you're empty. You're silent because you're full. That's the difference they miss. You don't chase validation because you already did the internal work. You don't rush to prove yourself because you survived what already proved you. Your calm isn't avoidance, it's containment. And containment looks threatening to people who leak emotion everywhere. Here's the question you might be asking yourself. Why do they misread your boundaries as coldness? Because boundaries end access. And people who benefited from your openness feel exposed when it closes. Your boundaries aren't walls, they're filters. You didn't shut people out, you stopped letting everyone in. Imagine pouring water into cups with holes. Eventually, you stop pouring, not out of cruelty, but clarity. You didn't cut people off for no reason. You stopped bleeding for people who wouldn't help you heal. Your silence is loud because it refuses to entertain nonsense. That's why they project onto it. They call you distant, proud, unapproachable. But what they're really reacting to is restraint. You no longer respond to everything. You choose. And choice feels like rejection to people addicted to access. You're not still because nothing moves inside you. You're still because you learned when movement wastes energy. And that discipline makes noise look childish. So stay calm, let them shout, let them spin stories. Your quiet presence already said everything that needed to be said. Number 7, you walked your own way and broke their scoreboard. You didn't lose their approval, you outgrew the need for it. That's the part they can't digest. You didn't wait to be picked. You didn't angle yourself to fit their expectations. You didn't stand in line hoping someone would finally nod at you. You chose alignment over applause, and the moment you did, everything shifted. Not just for you, but for them too. They followed rules they never questioned, climbed ladders they didn't design, chased titles, roles, labels, and permission slips that promised safety but delivered nothing real. You stepped away from that game. You asked a different question, not will they accept me, but does this actually fit me? And that one decision quietly dismantled the whole system. Imagine a race where everyone is sprinting in the same direction, exhausted, desperate to win. Then someone calmly exits the track and starts walking another way. No crowd, no cheers, just clarity. That's you. And suddenly the race looks ridiculous to the people still running. You didn't rebel, you aligned, and alignment doesn't ask for votes. That's why your progress feels offensive to them. You didn't need consensus. You didn't need validation. You didn't wait for permission to become yourself. You stopped saying no to your instincts. You stopped shrinking to keep things comfortable. And once you did that, momentum followed. Here's the uncomfortable truth they avoid. If your path works without approval, then approval was never the requirement. And that means all the begging, performing, and compromising they did might have been unnecessary. That realization hits harder than jealousy. It questions their entire strategy. You might wonder why this makes people defensive instead of curious. Because curiosity requires courage. It takes strength to admit you followed the wrong map. It's easier to mock the person who left than to question why you stayed. Imagine building a house by the ocean while everyone else insisted the only safe place was inland. When the view turns out better and the structure holds, the crowd doesn't applaud. They criticize the location. That's what they're doing to you. Your freedom isn't arrogance, it's proof you trusted yourself. And that trust is what separates you now. You don't move for approval, you move with intention. You don't chase crowds, you build alignment, and alignment always wins in the long run because it doesn't depend on anyone else staying convinced. They can keep their scorecards. You already left the game. Number 8, you're the frequency they can't steal. They pretend they're done with you, yet they never stop tuning in. That contradiction says everything. People don't monitor what they've moved on from. They don't study what no longer matters. What you're seeing isn't hate, it's fixation trying to save face. They watch your moves, your timing, your shifts, then laugh out loud as if they're unaffected. That laugh is cover. Obsession hates being exposed. They mock first because mockery feels safer than admiration. Admitting you're real would force them to admit they're empty, so they joke, they downplay, they roll their eyes. Then they quietly imitate what they think they can pull off. Style, words, attitude, but it never lands because energy isn't cosmetic, it's lived. Imagine trying to photocopy a heartbeat. You can copy the shape, not the pulse. That's what they're doing with you. They grab fragments and hope no one notices the missing depth. The result always feels flat, forced, slightly wrong. Because what makes you magnetic wasn't learned, it was earned. You're not special because you shine because you survived. That's the part they can't replicate. You didn't get your energy from trends or validation. You forged it in silence. Pressure shaped it, loss refined it, growth stabilized it. That kind of presence doesn't fade when attention leaves. It stays consistent. And consistency feels unreal to people who only perform. Here's the question that might be crossing your mind. Why do they orbit instead of walking away? Because real energy wakes people up. Even if they don't like what they see, it reminds them what's missing inside themselves. You're not entertainment, you're contrast. And contrast is addictive. Imagine static filling a radio channel. Noise everywhere. Then one clear signal cuts through. You don't have to boost it. People naturally tune in. That's you. You don't chase relevance. You carry clarity. And clarity is rare. They watch because you remind them who they stopped becoming. That's the quiet truth. They deny it publicly, but privately, your presence lingers. They scroll back, they check updates, they keep tabs, not to compete, to feel something real again. So let them orbit, let them observe. You're not responsible for what they can't become. You're the signal, and signals don't argue with static. They just stay clear. Number 9, you're the exit sign they stare at instead of the fire. They talk about you because silence forces them to face themselves. That's the part they don't want to admit. Your name isn't the issue, their reflection is. When things get quiet, when distractions run out, when the noise fades and they're left alone with their own thoughts, that's when discomfort hits. Instead of sitting with it, they reach for you. Your name becomes their escape hatch. You didn't volunteer for this role. You didn't ask to be their emotional detour, but every time their own life feels heavy, unfinished, or disappointing, they pull attention away from it by pulling you into conversation. It's easier to dissect you than to examine themselves. Easier to criticize your choices than to confront their stagnation. Imagine a cracked mirror covered with sticky notes. As long as the notes stay up, no one has to look at the damage underneath. You're one of those notes to them, a distraction they slap onto their discomfort so they don't have to deal with what's actually wrong. They don't study your life, they borrow it to avoid their own. That's why the focus feels strange. It's not admiration, it's avoidance. They're not invested in where you're going. They're invested in not looking at where they're stuck. Talking about you fills space. It delays accountability. It gives them something external to blame, analyze, or exaggerate. You might wonder why they paint you as the problem while clearly staying obsessed. Because if you're the issue, they don't have to be. Making you the villain lets them remain the victim. It's psychological self-defense, not truth. Imagine someone sitting in a dark room with a single window. Instead of turning on the light, they keep staring outside. That's you. A view that feels easier than fixing what's broken inside. But staring doesn't solve anything, it just postpones reality. You're not haunting them, they're avoiding themselves. That distinction matters. You didn't invade their thoughts. You triggered them by moving forward. Your growth highlighted their pause. Your calm made their chaos louder. And instead of adjusting, they fixated. So if it feels like you're being talked about unfairly, remember this. People rarely obsess over others who are doing worse than them. They fixate on those who remind them of choices they didn't make. You're not their enemy, you're their reminder, and reminders hurt when ignored too long. Number 10. You lived the life they only daydreamed about. You did what they kept rehearsing in their head and never dared to try. That's the wound they're protecting. You didn't just succeed, you moved. While they stayed frozen at the edge of their own potential, you jumped. Not because you were fearless, but because you were tired of standing still. And the moment you did, you became a walking reminder of everything they postponed. They had the same ideas, the same urges, the same moments where something inside them whispered, "Go now." But they waited for permission, for reassurance, for the perfect setup that never arrived. You didn't wait. You acted with uncertainty in your hands and doubt in your chest. That difference changed everything. Imagine two people staring at the same open door. One keeps asking what's on the other side. The other walks through and figures it out along the way. When the second one comes back stronger, the first says the door was rigged. That's what they're doing to you. You didn't steal their dream. You survived the risk they avoided. That's why they twist your story. If they told it honestly, it would sound too close to their own missed chances. So they edit. They say you changed. They say you got lucky. They say you weren't always like this. Anything to avoid admitting that courage was the missing ingredient. You might ask yourself why they rewrite your past instead of celebrating your growth. Because rewriting you protects them. If your progress looks fake, then their hesitation looks reasonable. If your courage looks reckless, then their fear looks smart. Pride depends on distortion when truth threatens it. Imagine someone watching a movie they always wanted to star in. Scene after scene, they recognize themselves in the lead, but they're stuck in the audience. Instead of applauding, they criticize the plot. That's their coping mechanism. You became proof that the life they wanted required action, not excuses. That's the line they can't erase. You didn't have more clarity than them. You had more willingness. Willingness to fail, willingness to look foolish, willingness to start before you felt ready. And now that version of you walks around freely, while the version of them they could have been stays trapped in regret. So when they undermine your growth, don't take it personally. They're not fighting you. They're wrestling with the ghost of who they never became. And every time you keep living honestly, that ghost gets louder. You didn't become better than them. You became braver. And bravery always makes hesitation uncomfortable. Number 11. You stepped off their stage and ruined the play. You became the villain the moment you stopped playing your assigned role. That's what actually happened. There was a script everyone silently agreed to follow. Who stays quiet? Who tolerates what? Who absorbs disrespect and calls it peace? You were supposed to nod, smile, swallow things, and keep the illusion intact. The moment you didn't, the whole performance started wobbling. You didn't expose them by shouting. You exposed them by refusing to lie anymore. You asked questions they hoped would never be asked. You named feelings they depended on staying buried. You stopped pretending things were fine just to keep the room calm. And in spaces built on pretending, truth always looks like betrayal. Imagine a group playing a card game where everyone cheats quietly and agrees not to call it out. Then one person flips the table and says, "This isn't real." Suddenly, that person isn't honest. They're disruptive, rude, dangerous, not because they broke the rules, but because they revealed there were no real rules to begin with. You didn't break the peace, you broke the silence that protected the lie. That's why the reaction feels extreme. You didn't attack anyone. You stopped attacking yourself in private. You stopped carrying discomfort alone so others could stay comfortable. And that shift changed the power balance. People who benefited from your silence felt exposed the moment you spoke honestly. You might wonder why telling the truth made you the villain instead of the hero. Because honesty threatens systems built on denial. It forces choices, adjustments, accountability, and most people don't want growth if it costs them comfort. Imagine a cracked wall hidden behind a painting for years. Everyone knows it's there, but no one mentions it. Then someone takes the painting down. The crack didn't appear that day. It was always there, but now it can't be ignored. Guess who gets blamed? You didn't hurt anyone. You stopped bleeding quietly. That line matters. You weren't cruel. You were clear. You didn't lash out. You drew lines, and lines feel aggressive to people who were used to stepping over you. They needed you compliant, predictable, manageable. You choosing truth disrupted the balance they relied on, so they rewrote the story, made you the problem, painted you as difficult. It's easier than admitting they preferred you hurting in silence. So if you've been labeled the bad guy for finally being honest, understand this. You didn't change into something wrong. You stepped out of a role that was costing you too much. And any script that requires your suffering to keep others comfortable deserved to be torn up. You didn't ruin the play. You escaped it. Number 12. You're the error message they can't silence. You won without permission, and that terrifies them. That's the core of it. You didn't follow the blueprint they swore by. You didn't obey the unspoken rules. You didn't sacrifice yourself to fit inside their system. And yet, you still moved forward. That alone breaks their logic. When someone wins without playing the game starts looking fake. Their system was built on trade-offs: blend in and be accepted, stay quiet and be rewarded, obey first, live later. You ignored all of that, not out of rebellion, but out of clarity. You chose alignment over obedience, and somehow the results came anyway. That's the glitch they can't explain. Imagine a machine designed to reward only one type of input. Everyone feeds it the same thing and waits for the same output. Then you walk up, put in something completely different, and it still works. The machine freezes. Lights blink. Errors flash. That's you. Proof the system was never absolute. They whisper because whispers are safer than questions. Asking real questions would force them to admit they built their lives on rules that weren't real. So instead of questioning the structure, they question you. Instead of fixing the system, they call you an anomaly. You didn't cheat the rules. You revealed they were optional. That realization hurts more than failure, because failure can be blamed on effort. This can't. Your existence suggests they could have chosen differently, and once that thought enters the mind, it doesn't leave quietly. You might ask why the whispers never stop. Because glitches aren't supposed to exist. Systems depend on predictability. You removed it. You moved ahead without the usual suffering they believed was mandatory. That doesn't just challenge their beliefs, it threatens their identity. Imagine someone who followed a strict map their whole life, only to see you arrive at the same destination using instinct. They won't celebrate. They'll doubt the destination, or accuse you of lying about the route. Anything to avoid admitting the map might be wrong. You're not a problem. You're a contradiction they can't resolve. That's why your name stays alive in rooms you're not in, your unfinished business in their minds, a loose thread they keep pulling, hoping it will make sense. It won't. You didn't break their system. You exposed its limits, and once limits are seen, they can't be unseen. That's why the whispers persist, not because you're loud, but because you're undeniable. If this message stayed with you until the end, that's not random. It means something in you recognized the truth before your mind tried to argue with it. You don't imagine the whispers. You don't exaggerate the attention. You felt the shift because you caused it by being real. Stay grounded, stay aligned. Let them talk while you keep moving. And if this video put words to something you've been sensing for a long time, press the like button if you haven't already. If you're not part of this family yet, make sure to hit subscribe. We're just getting started.